So our first session today is we are lucky to have Donna Rother with us today. Donna is a lifelong educator with only over 35 years of service in public education. During her time in Texas public schools, she served as an elementary middle school teacher and an elementary middle school principal of a large suburban high school, and as assistant superintendent in a fast-growing school district in North Texas. She was responsible for curriculum, instruction, and assessment. In fact, she was in Sci-Fair years ago, and I will let her share that. She considers herself a turnaround school specialist, where she combines her K-12 experience and expertise with her insights and instincts to vastly improve academic outcomes for students. In her current role as a national content specialist at HMH, she helps put the right tools and resources into the hands of teachers so they can do what they've been trained to do, which is teach the kids. So today, Donna's going to be sharing with us how to grow great writers with Writable, which is a digital writing platform that we do have here in Sci-Fair, and it helps teachers to scaffold and motivate students to become purposeful and proficient writers. So we're so thankful for Donna to be here with us today. Thank you, Donna. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Are you ready for me to share my screen?
We are ready.
Okay, that
All right.
sounds great. All right, will you confirm that you can see my screen now?
I can see it.
Okay,
Good.
great. Well, thank you for that lively introduction there, Shannon. I really appreciate it. Yes, I was a Sci-Fair teacher at Leader, and then I moved over to Francone as an assistant principal, and this was in the 90s. So it's been a long time since I've been in Sci-Fair, but I have I left a piece of my heart in Sci-Fair because it was just such a great teaching experience. And so many of the people I worked with in Sci-Fair now have schools named after them. So that's how long ago that was. So Shannon, when in your introduction, you did such a good job. We're going to talk about Writable today and how we grow great writers using the digital platform Writable. So I'm going to just start right away here to kind of get an idea. And Shannon's going to tell me how many of you, based on this 1 to 3 scale, how much have you actually used Writable in your classroom? So if you will, just on the scale 1, you haven't used it at all. 2, you used it some, and 3, you use it often. Let me know in the chat about how often are you using Writable, or have you used it at all in your classroom? And then Shannon, since I can't see the live stream responses there, if you'll let me know what most of the people are reporting as their usage of Writable. And I'll give you just a minute or so to take care of that. 1, you haven't used it at all. 2, you've used it some. And 3, you've used it often. Shannon, are you seeing anything?
I'm seeing a lot. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we've got lots of 1s and 2s. I would say it's a pretty good mix of 1s and 2s.
Okay, great.
A couple 3s. So you have a
Okay.
couple like often users, but mostly 1s and 2s.
Well, very good to know. Well, Writable is a powerful digital writing program, and it is based on the principles you see on your screen here. One of the things that we know about writing is that it takes direct, explicit instruction. You cannot just assign writing, everybody. You have to teach writing, and model it. You got to model for the students. They do not automatically know what to do. So that practice, that scaffolded practice, is such an important part of writing instruction, and it's built into Writable. And then the feedback. When I was teaching there in Cypress Fairbanks, I had a lot of kids, so I was a middle school teacher. So I had 180 kids. Anybody in middle school know what I'm talking about? It was hard to provide feedback when I was having to write it down on every single student's paper. Now with Writable, that can all be handled electronically, and you have the assistance of AI that you can employ, either use it or not use it once you get in there to see it. So the feedback is so important in writing. And then that good feedback leads to revision. And when the kids actually get to revising their papers, moving beyond just editing, right? Editing is important, but when they're really looking at the ideas that they've written and they're able to revise those, that we're going to get to growth for writing. So when you look at your short constructed response scores and your extended constructed response scores, what we're hearing statewide, not just in CFIR, but statewide, is that those scores have continued to be a little bit disappointing. And one of the ways we're going to fix that is by writing more, right? We've got to write more all the time. Now, the ideas I'm sharing with you today come from Dr. Troy Hicks and his important research on practice, feedback, and revision. And that research is really what started the Writable program. So if you're interested in reading his original research, I put the link right there, and I'll put it into chat at some point so you can get a good idea of what that is. But that is where my ideas are coming from today as I'm sharing with you about Writable. Now, for those of you who are in CFIR and other districts across the state, I know you have lots of other districts represented today. Writable is connected to HMH's other programs. So one of the things to know is if you are an into-reading school district, you're using into-reading and you're using ARIBA, you're using into literature, and now with the new into science, which we adopted for this coming up school year, if you're an into science user or an English 3D user and other programs, just know that Writable is a connected solution. So the kids are able to do their writing, which is required in all of those programs, on the Writable platform. And you can see here I'm on the Ed platform, and Writable sits right there under Connected Solutions. It is a part of your HMH programs. So if you don't already have Writable in your school district, write that down and ask for a demonstration of Writable so we can show you exactly what it can do for you, especially when it's a part of a connected solution. So let's go back to the chat. So I'm going to need to hear from everybody. Why is writing so difficult to teach? So put into the chat, what is your biggest obstacle really when you're teaching your kids to write? We're kind of all over the map on this. I know when I was in the classroom, one of the biggest factors was time. Anybody else feel that way? Where, if I felt like every minute I was giving my kids to write because it took them forever. Are you with me there? Especially the younger students, just their handwriting, just the process of writing, not to mention generating ideas, right? So it took them so long. So that was probably my biggest challenge in teaching writing. What are yours? And Shannon, if you'll look at that list and tell me some of those that they're reporting, what makes writing so difficult, I'd really love to know what those are. Okay, good. Feedback. Yes, these are really important ones. Feedback and time. And that is, I think time is probably the universal problem there, because you feel like every minute you give the kids to write is a minute you're not teaching reading, right? And other things that you have to teach. So it's very difficult. And getting them started. I think that is really one that is for me too, is, you've heard of writer's block. Y'all, that's a real thing. Writer's block is a real thing, especially for kids. So this is why all of these things that you're saying, the kids don't like to write, their motivation to write is low. But I also think that as teachers, we have a bias against teaching writing for these reasons, right? We're like, it takes too much time. The kids hate it. They don't do well at it. It's like, wow, it's just so many complications for writing. And so many of our ELA teachers don't necessarily identify as great writers themselves, right? So if we lined up 100 teachers and said, how many of you consider yourself a great writer and how many of you don't think you're a very good writer? So it's not only the confidence in the students, but it's the confidence in the teachers, right? Sometimes we don't identify as being a good writer ourselves. So thank you for participating in our chat. That really helps me know what your struggles are with writing and how Writable can help with that. Okay. So if you have a piece of paper there by your computer, make yourself a little list, because I'm going to break this down kind of in a 1, 2, 3. Now, believe me, I know that teaching writing is not as easy as 1, 2, 3. Okay, nothing ever is, right? Nothing worth doing is, but we can really break down the steps to teaching writing into these 3 important steps. And the first important step is instruction, directly and explicitly teaching writing. All right. So I'm going to go to the Writable website real quick. I'll show you. I was in my Ed platform. So for those of you who have the Ed platform, it's going to be located in Connected Solutions. That's where it is right there. Okay. So I'm now live on the Writable dashboard. And the first thing we wrote down was to directly, explicitly teach writing. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, so few teachers necessarily identify as being a great writer themselves, which then kind of hinders them a little bit for, wanting to teach writing. But I want to show you in Writable all of the tools that you have to directly and explicitly teach writing. All right. The best place to go is going to be to Explore. So write that down under number 1 because you're going to go to Explore. In Explore, you have all of these writing tasks. Now remember, with Writable, we teach writing. We don't just assign it. This is a big difference. Teachers think all the time, well, we're writing a lot, but unless you are directly, explicitly modeling it, the kids will not learn how to write well. So in Writable, you're going to go to Explore. When you go to Explore, you have multiple places to get writing tasks that you are going to write with the kids, okay? So if you look at this list here, you see I'm in elementary. So if you're a middle school teacher, you could change that to middle school. You could change that to high school if you're in high school. But because I know many of the users in Cypress Fairbanks are elementary teachers, I'm going to start there. You have all of these featured writing assignments. You can see here in the little box, it says there are 11 writing assignments. Here's 12 quick writes that you can choose from. You're not on your own with Writable. You've got lots of support built in. Look at this skills practice, right? So you have all of this great skills practice built in here. And let's start here because I am going to be, let's say I'm a 3rd grade teacher and I'm teaching my students argument writing for the first time. So I click on that. I have 27 different assignments there. Let me load those assignments up here. Now, notice these are skills mini lessons, and I'm going to introduce my kids to argument writing. Now, 3rd grade argument is new for you in the TEKS, right? So you're for the first time teaching argument. So with Writable, I've got resources. I can click on that and see lesson resources. But for you, our purposes today, I'm going to click on preview it as a student. Now, I like to be able to preview it as a student. This is where I'm shopping for lessons to do with my kids, okay? So here's the one I'm going to do. What is opinion writing? So we're always going to start in Writable with an anchor text. What I love about the anchor text is that it's going to give me good samples to use for my kids, right? So I'm going to be able to show them this good anchor text. Now notice in this assignment that I'm teaching genre characteristics. So in your 2017 TEKS, it lists exactly the types of writing your students at your grade levels have to read and which ones they have to write. An argument is one that they have to write, okay? So I can, if I'm not sure how to teach what an opinion is, I don't have any other materials, I can come in here to Writable and I can teach it. So I can talk to the kids about what it is, right? But then I come down here and I have my sample opinion paragraph. Now, for those of you who don't know, you can expand that so you can project it on your board with that little key there, okay? But so I'm going to teach my kids about a hook, about stating my claim, about the reasons why I think the way I think, the details here in the conclusion. And notice how I've color-coded this, right? So from here, I can come over here and we are going to review. All right, students, which of these topics could be used to write an opinion or an argument essay? All right. So would it be how the ancient Mayans build their temples, how to bake pies, or why cereal can be considered a kind of soup? All right. So I could have my kids with paper and pencil at their desk, right? They could be at paper and pencil at their desk if I wanted them to. Or if I have the Writable program, they could be on Writable with me. And so I would say to the kids, okay, everybody respond now. Table 1, What did you know? Remember, I'm teaching writing, right? So I'm not going to just assign the kids an opinion piece to write. I've got to teach it, teach it, teach it. So in Writable, I have all of these great things that I can do here. Is this opinion, not opinion writing? Are we writing, what is this look like here? So I'm teaching, teaching, teaching it. But I'm also going to apply. So watch. So I say to my students now, so now I would likely have my kids pull up their Writable on their dashboard, or they've got their paper and pencil and they're ready to write it in their spiral notebook, right? Either way, are you going to go the digital route? Are you going to go the paper and pencil route? You as a teacher are going to decide that, okay? So write this down, everybody. I say to my kids, what I write, you write. Here is your opportunity to model, model, model the writing. And during this time that you're modeling, you are revealing to kids what good writers do. They're always thinking about how they're going to connect one sentence to the next sentence. So I'm going to model that for them. All right, students, so I have to write the first two paragraphs, and we've already decided that we're going to write about everybody needs a cell phone, right? Okay, so prior to this, we would have worked in groups, brainstorming ideas. The kids have their list of brainstormed ideas. I've posted it in the room, or they're in their table groups and they're doing this, okay? So we have decided as a group that we do think fourth graders need a cell phone. So let's get started. All right, students, what I write, you write. Fourth graders should be allowed to have a cell phone. All right, table one, what are we calling this? Is this our claim? Is this our hook? No, that's right. This is our claim. So see, I'm thinking out loud for my kids. This is our claim, but remember, we've got to come back here and have a hook. Now that we've established our claim, students, now move your cursor to the front of that. Now, how are we going to hook our reader? Do you see how I'm teaching, teaching, teaching? What I write, you write, students. What I write, you write. Now, y'all, this is going to be painful. It's going to be painful because the kids type, type, type. They type slow, right? And it takes them a while. And they're going to be like, Miss, how do I capitalize? All of those things. But if you do not give your students plenty of opportunities to write digitally, this is one of the reasons their short and extended constructed responses are poor, is because they've not been exposed to enough keyboarding. If you don't do it, where are they going to get it, right? So you're going to teach the kids how to type this. And you'll see in Writable, the response boxes look very similar to what they're going to look like on STAR. All right, students, so we need a hook. We've already stated our claim, but we need a hook. So I'm thinking aloud, I'm thinking aloud, I'm thinking aloud. And then I'm showing the kids, what do good writers do as they're writing? They're thinking about what how they're going to connect sentence to sentence with their ideas. So when you are thinking about shopping for assignments, right? What you are going to write together. We are writing together. You're going to start in Explore. And I've just shown you one example, just one example of an assignment that you can get to from Explore. If you're not sure how to teach writing and you need a little support, maybe you've not been a writing teacher before, everybody has to teach writing. It's just going to be the way it is. And even the state is saying students should write in science, students should write in social studies, and they're giving us that message because now they have writing on the science and social studies test. Y'all with me there? So writing has now emerged top of the heap as important things for you to teach. And with Writable, you're able to teach writing where you're directly, explicitly teaching writing, all right? So now I have moved back to Explore. When I went back to Explore, I'll show you where I went for the assignment that we just did. I went down here to Skills Practice. Here is a good spot for you to start. Do you see there's 27 different assignment types? And in order to get to those and this one type of writing, I've clicked here to get to the assignment you just saw, but Here's one on evidence and reasoning. Here's one on what is opinion. Now you move down here, here's introductions and conclusions. So if you want to dig deep into any one of these parts, you have separate lessons for each one of those. So go to Explore, and you've got a long list of great things that you can do right here. There's your informational writing, your narrative writing. Here's lessons on sentence combining, peer review, and grammar. Remember, those things are also assessed. But I want to go here to the HMH curriculum. Now, in your, if you have Into Reading and Ariba, all of the writing tasks from Into Reading, so your end of selection writing tasks and your end of unit writing tasks and your writing workshop writing tasks have been moved into Writable. All right, so you can write all the time. So I'll just show you. So I'm going into third grade. I'm going to click on my third grade Into Reading, and here's my third grade Into Reading, everything that I'm writing. So here's module 1, what I'm writing there. And those are going to be my end of module writing assignments, kind of those performance task writing assignments. Then here's all my mentor text that goes along with that. Then I move into my my writing workshop. So all of the writing from my book and all in English and Spanish, by the way, right? Because everything is equitable in English and Spanish. You can write in Spanish and Writable too, is moved into Writable. So when I go back to Explore, I was showing you the HMH curriculum. So if you are using Into Reading, English 3D, for those of you who are going to be using Into Science, you adopted our science program, all of those assignments for science, your claims, evidence, and reasoning, that CER, this is where it will be located, okay? And then the last thing I'm going to show you in this area is your state assessments. So what we've done with Writable, knowing how districts across the state of Texas are really having to give their students that STAR type practice, we've already done that for you, okay? So I'm coming over here to the Texas STAR. I click on the Texas STAR. So in this example, I have all of these assignments, 15 different practice assignments on STAR for third grade with informational text. Then I've got 15 or 12 more for argument text. Do you see how we've divided this up for third grade? And then there's your revising and editing practice, and there's that same practice in Spanish. But let me open up one of these so you can see what it looks like. So I'm just going to go to informational practice with extended response. Right here, I'm going to go to third grade. And remember, I can always preview it as a student. So I need to decide if this is indeed one of the assignments I want my students to do. Now, notice that the reading is side by side, just like it's going to be like it is on STAR. So the kids have their reading there. The paragraphs are numbered, just like they are on STAR. But look, you have got 8 little questions. So with Writable, when you're going to practice for STAR, you're going to practice a little, a lot. Practice a little, a lot, right? So here's a question number 1 about this article is, what's the main idea? The next question, where is Cinco de Mayo celebrated? The next question, here's a multi-select. So your STAR 2.0 item types are going to be represented here. Now, not every item type every time, but over the course of several, they'll have a match grid table. They'll have a drag and drop. They'll have an inline choice. And here's the multi-select. I go to my next question. Here's my short constructed response. So one of the most important things is that you're going to directly and explicitly teach writing, including you're going to teach them how to do the short constructed response. And so we can do this together. What I write, you write. What I write, you write, because you're going to practice that with the kids plenty of times. And then look, here you've got your inline choice there, and all the different item types built in, including the extended response. All right. So number 1, you are going to directly, explicitly teach writing, and you're going to use the assignments in Writable to do that. I showed you several places where you can, if you're not sure how to teach argument writing to a group of third graders, or I'm not sure how to teach informational writing to a group of fifth graders, I can go into my Writable and I have actual lessons already created for me. I don't have to teachers pay teachers for them. I don't have to Pinterest them. I have them right there in Writable. So that is the first one. All right. So let's go back now. So directly and explicitly teach writing using those Writable things. So go back to your chat, if you will. Why do you think that direct instruction and modeling in written composition is an effective strategy? Why would Dr. Troy Hicks say that's number one in growing great writers using Writable? Would you enter into chat? And Shannon, will you tell me kind of what some of the things that they're yes, there is a highlighting option in Writable, and I'll show you for that. Yes, Writable is available for Spanish-speaking students. It's complete equity. The students can read in Spanish and write in Spanish. So it is all built in there. So what I'm asking you to do now in the chat is, will you respond to this question in the chat? Why do you think it's so important to model the writing for the kids and to provide that direct instruction? So one of the things I asked you to write down is, in Writable, we don't just assign writing. If you are just assigning writing without direct instruction in genre characteristics and author's craft, and then modeling. You're writing when they're writing. You're writing when they're writing. Students, we're writing together. It's the we do part of the teaching cycle. And would you put that into chat for me? And then Shannon, if you'll summarize those for me real quick. When Writable updates their passage question CERs, are they updated each year? They said, no, y'all, Writable keeps adding content every year. Now, we've had Writable for several years now. I think this is maybe the fourth year of Writable, but every year when I log in and I look in Writable, it's amazing at what Writable adds to it every single year. It's such a rich and delightful program. I'm a writing teacher from back in the day, back when I was teaching in Cypress Fairbanks in the 90s. I was teaching writing to middle school students. And, you know, there's nothing like a middle school student who, you know, they're not all enthused about anything, most especially writing. I love this, the practice, build the confidence. Right. See, when you are supporting the kids that way, you are building their writing fluency. Okay. And you're teaching them to think like a writer. And that is what that direct instruction and modeling is all about, because they're going to see how writers are supposed to struggle with what comes next, right? What is going to make the most sense to the reader? They do need quality examples. And in Writable, you get those writing exemplars, right? And don't forget, in Into Reading and Ariba, you have the exemplars of all the different types of writing in there too. All right, great. All right, we're ready to move on to number two. Number two, everybody write this down. Practice. And you're going to write more and more often. All right. Now let's think about this one for a minute. When we say we're going to write more and write more often, that means you're going to increase your demands of the students' writing. All right. Be demanding. Be demanding of the students. Give them time to write. Give them time to think. It's so important. So let's go back now and let me show you what this practice is going to look like in Writable. Now, one of the most important things is giving students something that they want to write about. Y'all with me there? They're going to want, like the example I gave you about the, you know, having a cell phone. Believe me, every third and fourth grader, they've got an opinion about a cell phone. Everybody wants a cell phone, right? So you have to kind of inspire your writers, and you can inspire your writers by giving them the right kind of practice, okay? So I want to show you something that Writable has added. So I'm going up here. The first thing we did was we went to Explore. This is where all of your pre-made, all ready to go. You have to do absolutely not one thing except for find the right assignment to model. So now we're talking about practicing. So I'm going to go now in my Writable dashboard to create. Okay. Now, I love this feature because what create allows you to do is to write about current things that the kids are fired up about. Okay. So I'll give you a good example. Let's say when the kids are riding to school that morning on the bus and right outside in front of the school, so most of the kids have seen it, there's a grass fire. Okay. So the grass is caught on fire on a lot across the street. Fire trucks are out there. They're trying to put out the grass fire. Okay. Everybody wants to talk about that. Y'all with me? Okay. So this is how you can leverage what the kids saw right then and there. They're excited about it. They want to see it. They want to talk about it. So with the quick writes, you can do that. I'll show you. So you've got the several choices here. High five quick write. Okay. You have got a read and write essay that you can choose from. Knowledge building, and I'll show you how to do that here in a minute. A book journey, and then a custom assignment. All right. But we're going to start here with the quick high five. Now, with this high five, you can write your own. So I'll show you what that looks like. You can say, a fire started across the street from the school. Write an essay about what you saw, heard, and smelled during the fire. Okay. Now, then I go to next. So now it's creating this. And so now I'm going to assign this to my kids, right? Everybody's wanting to talk about it. You're going to be like, hey, everybody, we're going to take all of your great ideas and we're going to move this into our writing. Okay. And so give them a chance to talk. They're going to write more and they're going to be excited about it and they're going to be excited to read it. Okay. So then you're going to say, all right, table 1, I want you to get with your shoulder partner, read what you wrote. Partner B, you're going to read what you wrote, and then you're going to go back. We're going to write again for 5 more minutes. Okay. All right, everybody, read what you wrote to your face partner, and then we're going to read it back and forth. So you see what I'm saying? I'm teaching writing, but I'm capitalizing on what the kids' common experience might be and their excitement about something. Okay. It could be that you have a school-wide assembly for the fundraiser where we're going to be selling wrapping paper, that fundraiser. And the kids come back and they're like, oh, I want to sell more wrapping paper so I can go to the bounce house like everybody does. So have them write about the things that are going on right there. And with your create button, let me discard that idea. With your create button, you can do that. But I can also let the AI write for me. So you saw the one that I wrote. I said, look about the fire that was across the street, but let's do something similar here. And I'm going to say, volunteers in the fire department. Now I'm just going to say that and see what AI creates there. I'm going to say essay. So we'll know there. Okay, let's see what the AI can do. Now the AI is thinking. You see the little wheel here. The AI is thinking about this. But what I love about it is whatever oh my goodness gracious, look how fast that was. Okay, now I trust myself to write a good prompt. Okay, but let's look at some of these from AI. All right, consider the qualities that make a good volunteer firefighter. Which of these qualities do you think are most important and why? Woo, yes. Write about the role of a volunteer fire department in community events other than fighting fires. Discuss the challenges that volunteers. Now look, I can take that one and then I can go in here and edit it. I can make it better. I can change it. Did you know Writable could do that? AI is really working behind the scenes in lots of different parts of Writable. So let me discard that so you can see what it is. So when we say practice, 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 write more and more often. I hope you wrote that down, right? Because with Writable and with writing instruction, the more the kids write, the better they get at it. Just like shooting free throws in basketball. The more practice you do, the better at it you get. But I want to show you one more, which I think is this one is new. Okay, so let me discard that idea here. And now I'm going to go to knowledge building. All right, so I first showed you a quick write. That's where we did the fire across the street from the school. I showed you one that I wrote, which I still kind of liked it. But then I showed you how we can leverage the power of AI there. But I want to show you knowledge building because this is going to be new for most people. Okay, so we just read in our My Book an informational text about microplastics, right? The dangers of microplastics in the environment. And so the kids are very interested in this now. So I'm going to take this interest that we just read from our My Book. I read it in English and I read it in Spanish, right? I'm showing you the English version, but all this is available in Spanish too. So I'm going to put in my topic here, okay? So I'm going to say microplastics in the ocean, okay? Because that's what the article was about, microplastics in the ocean. I just have to give the AI an idea, and then the AI is going to run with it. So do I want any multiple choice questions? Yeah, I'll leave that on there so you can see it, but I probably wouldn't do that to start with, especially if I'm really wanting the kids to write more and write more often, right? I'm going to do 2 short responses instead of just 1 short response, because this is where the kids need more practice. Practice, practice, practice. Now, in this assignment, I'm going to also show you 1 extended response, okay? And then, do I want an AI-generated reading for this assignment? Well, my goodness, yes. How powerful will that be when my kids have a text from their My Book about microplastics, and now I have an AI-generated article about microplastics, because we have a standard in our 2017 TEKS that kids read between and among texts of different genres and of the same genres. Hallelujah. Let's let the AI generate that. Let's say yes. Do you want it in the argumentative mode? Yes, because we're still teaching argument reading and writing. And how do you want it? How long do you want it to be? 1 paragraph? Let's just do 1 paragraph so the AI can generate it a little bit faster for us. Do we want it to be generated in 3 proficiency levels? Well, yes, we do, because we have variety of students in our class with different reading levels. So I'm going to get a reading that's for high students, for medium students, and for striving readers. And I'm going to say next. Okay, I'm generating an outline for your assignment right here. So it's telling me that the AI is working. And so I'm going to give that a moment to work there. But as you recall, with Writable, we teach writing, we don't assign it. So 90% of the time, you are practicing together, writing together, writing together. We are doing the we do part of it. Then 10% of the time, the kids are going to write so I can see their authentic writing on their own without my support. Okay, so they're going to learn more by watching you write and writing together with you and listening to you write and what you're thinking about next than they will by you just assigning the writing. And you're going to write a little, a lot. Now, that was a matter of a minute. It felt like a long time as a presenter because I was having to make sure we could watch this happen. So look, I've got my content. So here's my questions, but here's my reading. I wanted to show you that. So we asked the AI to generate 3 different paragraphs. Look at this. The hidden danger of microplastics in our oceans. That goes right along with what I read in my book. And here's one at medium proficiency. Microplastics, a growing threat to ocean life. And then here's the perils of microplastics in marine environments. So this is my high reading. And I'm going to be able to assign this to the kids if I want to assign this to the kids. Now, so I showed you the reading, but let's go back to the questions. Because we asked the AI to generate 3 multiple choice questions. So multiple choice questions is, what is the primary source of microplastics in the ocean? Now, do you know where the answer to that question is going to come from? It's going to come from their reading. Let that sink in for a minute. You like that? Is that the coolest thing you've ever seen? So I'm going back to my questions again here. So let me come over here. Why is it important to reduce plastic usage to combat microplastics in the ocean? And here's the third one. How do microplastics in the ocean affect human health? Okay, so you see the questions there. Now, all of this, of course, is editable. You can edit all of these if you want. And here's my short responses. This is where the modeling, practicing, writing together comes in. Now, explain why microplastics are harmful to marine life. What actions can individuals take to help reduce the amount of plastics in the ocean? So do you see how you can use Writable to connect the reading and writing? So when you think about your 2017 TEKS, the interconnectedness of reading and writing is job one for the English language arts teacher. And TEA is telling us we must do this because now we have the short constructed response and the extended constructed response all about our reading. All right. So number 2 was we're going to practice writing. We're going to write more. So that means you're going to increase your demands of your students and write more often. So when you start, start with a perfect sentence. Students, we're going to start with a perfect sentence. We're going to all write one perfect sentence about this. And then you're going to keep increasing your demands of the students, writing a little, a lot, and then scaffolding that. And you saw how we're able to scaffold with Writable. There's the reading scaffolding with Writable. And I'll show you another great way to do that. I'm going to go, so I was on Create. That's where I was. So I'm going to discard that assignment. And I was on Create. And when we were in Create, we did the quick five, a high five about the grass fire across the street from the school. And then we did the knowledge building. And we tacked that onto an article we had already read in the My Book. So just think how nice this is they're going to build deep knowledge about their environment, because we're knowledge building at the same time we're teaching writing. It all goes together there. But I want to show you something else. I'm going over here back to Explore. Okay, when I go back to Explore and I scroll down here, I can see lots of different assignment types. So here's one, response to reading. That's what the short constructed response is. Here's one on graphic organizers. So don't forget, you got something for graphic organizers too. And then here's one for differentiated instruction. So if you have a lot of, here's one, multi-paragraph essays where you've got lots of scaffolds built in. Writable is all about pitching it where the kids can hit it. Y'all with me? Right, because if you give them a task that's too hard, they're going to give up and they're going to lose confidence and they're going to lose their love of expressing themselves through writing. So you've got these built-in differentiated instruction assignments. So I'm going to do this one, robots at work, and I'm going to show you how to preview it as a student. So I can do an assignment with light scaffolds. So when I'm practicing, I'm probably going to start here with substantial scaffolds, right? Because you're going to assume that your kids coming to you, do that writing, do a writing prompt on the first day of school and see how the kids write. And you'll know you're probably going to need to start right here under substantial scaffolds, okay? So you can have light, moderate, or substantial scaffolds. And I'll show you what the substantial scaffolds look like. It's like language frames, right? So the kids are getting the structure. Here's your mentor text. Notice that the mentor text has 3 levels, and there it is in Spanish. Do y'all see that? So all of this is available in Spanish, and the kids can also write in Spanish there. But I'm going to start with the Lexile of 660. So we're going to read together about robots at work. And then we're going to come over here. And this is where I'm teaching writing, even though we're practicing this together because we've got these scaffolded, differentiated assignments. All right, let's go back here. So number 2 was practice more and more often, okay? So you're going to write more, increase your demands of your students' writing. Writing in an incomplete sentence is not acceptable in this 3rd grade classroom. We only write incomplete sentences Do that. Have that, make that your standard, and then practice more and more often. Now, do we have anything, Shannon? I would love to see what some responses are to this question. What are some ways you can capture more time for written composition in your class? Everybody said when we started that, the time was the issue, is they give the kids, because they don't generate ideas fast, right? So that generating of ideas might be something that you do together as a class, so you can work through that. And then you're posting these, all across your room, so the kids have ideas. So enter into the chat for me, what are some of the ways you can think of to capture more time for written composition in your classroom? All right. So one of the ways that Dr. Troy Hicks recommends is, of course, writing across the curriculum, that we're not just writing in ELA. Y'all with me? We're going to write in social studies. We're going to write in science. And if you're adopting into science, that writing is built in there for you in the form of the claims, evidence, and reasoning. We are directly, explicitly teaching kids to do that and into science. Will you enter into your chat? What are some ways that you think you could capture more time for writing? Yes, yes, yes. The quick writes as the high five quick writes as warm-ups. Y'all, what a beautiful thing to start every day writing. And what I like about this is in Writable, it saves automatically. So kids can never say to you, oh, I wrote it and I lost it. No, you didn't. If you wrote it in Writable, it's going to be there forever, as opposed to letting kids leave the classroom with their spiral notebook. You may never see it again, especially middle school. Yes, break larger writing down into several pieces over several days. You guys know the answer to this question. It's just a matter of really doing it, right? So if we know that Dr. Troy Hicks says one of the ways to grow great writers is to write more and more often, you can find the time to do that. All right. Number 3, provide feedback, timely feedback. Now, when I was teaching middle school in Cypress Fairbanks ISD, I had 180 kids. Y'all with me? Every class had 30 kids in it. So every day, after we did a writing assignment, every day I'd take that little stack of papers about this big home in my car. And I was thinking, I'll just grade those at home. Everybody's like, yeah, me too. No. Those papers went back and forth, home to school, sitting in the back seat of my car, right next to my car seat, right? We didn't get those papers graded at home. I didn't have any more time at home than I had at school. But with Writable has made this timely feedback easy. So I'm going to show you what that looks like in Writable. So I have several assignments that I've already made to my Sci-Fair people. So I'm going to come back over here to my assignments. When I go over to my assignments, on the front page of my teacher dashboard, I have all of the assignments that I have pending. So you can see here, I have one called Quick Write Cypress Fairbanks right here. And so I've assigned this to 2 classes. I have 60 total students between the 2 classes. 65% of my students have submitted a paper, and I have graded 18% of them. Y'all see how that works? So let me click on that so we can get into this assignment. One of the things that you see here is that I have done this assigned to me. When you make an assignment in Writable, always assign it to yourself too, because this way you can model without submitting a paper where that will mess up your percentages. Are y'all with me? So if I were to just model from my student dashboard, then that would mess up my metrics for that particular assignment. So I always assign it to me, and you'll see that will be a place in there for you to do that. All right, so let's click on this assignment right here. But also notice that I have 30 papers that are ready to review. I have 5 students who are still working on theirs, and I have 3 unread messages. But I'm going to come here to this assignment. All right, now look at this dashboard. So if you have not logged in since last year, y'all, this is new and it's fabulous. So when I have created an assignment and I have my kids working on an assignment, Even those assignments that I'm practicing with, I'm writing together with my kids, I still want to see. Because look, I've got insights and recommendations. I could click here and get AI insights about my students' collective writing. See, this is the beauty of artificial intelligence. And I know some purist writing teachers are like, oh, it's the evilest thing ever. No, no, no. With Writable, you're leveraging the power of AI to make you a better writing teacher and to make students better writers. This is not about cutting and pasting from GPT, okay? This is something total different. So I'm going to scroll down here. I can see exactly which of my students are on watch. Do you see that? Okay. Which ones are on watch for authorship? And I'm going to explain that to you. Which ones are on watch for similarity? Which ones are really struggling with grammar? Which of my students have not started and which ones are ready to grade? Now, if you're in elementary school and you have 22 kids, this is less of a big deal. If I'm a middle school teacher and I have 180 kids, this is a big deal, okay? Because, you have to scroll through every single paper and see, whose paper you have and whose paper you don't have and all that. You don't have to do that anymore. But look, when I scroll down here, student by student by student, I can see exactly where they are in each one of these features. So here is the peer review score. Now remember, with Writable, you can employ a peer review. So what that means is that students will get digital copies of each other's papers that they get to read and score anonymously. You know, but the kids don't know. You'll know who graded whose paper, but the kids won't know. So we've all tried this before, where we cut the kids' names off the papers and we pass those out. Oh, Lord, I thought that was going to be my last day teaching school because I was like, that was a nightmare. Okay, never going to do that again. With Writable, you can do that peer review and you can see how their peers are scoring their paper. Because when I peer review and give feedback to one of my peers, I become more critical and more intentional about my own writing. Write that down. The peer review is not to be skipped. Not every paper every time, but occasionally I want the kids reading other kids' papers electronically and they won't know who it is, okay? So I see that. I can see if I had asked the kids to do a self-review, that would be in there. Here's my grammar aid. So I can really go in here and scan to see how my kids are doing with their grammar. Look, this student has an 83%. Now, I turn grammar aid off or on. If I'm practicing writing and I'm giving feedback, I want it on because I want the kids to be able to identify errors in their own paper, especially passive voice. Y'all with me there? And the grammar aid does a great job of that. Now, what's the difference between similarity and authorship? So similarity is that kind of turn it in light. That's your anti-plagiarism component there. So we can see which people have gone out to the internet and that this writing is not their own. And in this example, you can see here, Misty Miller cut and pasted 100% of her paper was from somewhere else. Now, authorship takes in several different factors other than just the databases that Turnitin Light scan for. The authorship is going to tell you, the writer's writing behaviors. Let that sink in for a minute. The AI, the power of AI is scanning in the background, and it's telling you writer behaviors. So let me show you what I mean by that. So this one is saying, because it's got the green dot, this submission was authored in Writable. That means every keystroke came from the student's dashboard. And then it will tell me that the student has averaged 13 words per minute while they were writing. Now, this will be interesting for you because you can also go in and start talking to the kids about typing faster, right? It tells you how many times the student has made a revision action and how many times the student made an editing action. That's all built in there. So This might be something for another day, right? But it's a very interesting statistic that you see there. And then you can see the peer reviews completed. So how many peer reviews have been completed? In this assignment, I asked everybody to do 3. So I can see that Kelly has done 2 of the 3 peer reviews. Christy has done all 3 of the peer reviews there, okay? So you get lots of great information here about the feedback. But I want to open up a student's paper for you real quick.
Donna, can I
Yes.
pause real quick? We are running out of time.
I'm so
And
sorry.
let me just tell you that everybody in the chat, or like several people in the chat, myself included, are like, we want more time with you because this is just amazing.
Well,
So I'm gonna share the attendance code so everybody can get that written down. And then if you want to pull up that student's paper, I'm happy to, for those that want to stick around and not take a break, but I also want you to have a break because
yes. Well, I'll tell you, and I'm going to show you that student's paper and then I'll be done here. But what I wanted to show, the last thing is the AI. Okay, so you are able to use or not use, you get to decide if you want some help with the feedback, and the AI is giving beautiful feedback. You can trust it. Listen, thanks everyone. I have really enjoyed being with you. I'm sorry I ran out of time, but Writable is a rich program. You can become a better writing teacher, and your students can be better writers using Writable. Thanks everyone. Bye-bye.
You are amazing. Thank you, Donna. So here's the code, everybody. Right now you should be seeing it. There we go. It is a 5-digit code. And for room 5, the 8 o'clock session with Donna Rother, Writable. You have some fans, and so does Writable. Thank you so much. Everybody is just like, this was so great. I mean, you are so full of energy. My goodness. Like, I didn't even need my coffee. I just needed Donna this morning.
Well, best of luck, everybody. And I know writing is the hardest thing to teach. Math teachers will tell you math is the hardest. Writing is harder than math to teach. Thanks. Bye, everybody. I'm going to hit leave. Is that correct,
Thank
Shan?
you. Yes, ma'am. You are good. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. I hope you got that code written down. 5 digits. We are going to pause here for a little break, and our 9 o'clock session will start very shortly. So hopefully if you are staying for the 9 o'clock session, you will stay here. Otherwise, go choose a different session, and we will see you back in a few minutes. All right. Thank you.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit.
All right, welcome to our 9 o'clock session. We are very, very thankful to have Julie Theibert with us this afternoon, or excuse me, this morning. It's still morning. She is a customer success partner at Amira Learning, and prior to joining Amira, she was a middle school teacher, an instructional coach. Let's see, what else did she do? And an assistant principal in Chicago. She currently does live in Indianapolis and works with school districts to support the Amira implementations to drive accelerated reading growth to students all around the country. So today she's going to be sharing with us Amira, the teacher's reading assistant, which is a one-on-one reading tutor and oral reading fluency assessment from anywhere with an internet connection. So we are excited to learn more about Amira. Thank you, Julie, for being here.
Thanks for the introduction, and everyone who's here. I got YouTube going over here. So shout out to the 310 and counting people here. I also saw Jen Watson in the chat. So hi, Jen, from afar. This is such a cool experience. Like Shannon said, I was a teacher before I joined the Amira team. I was an assistant principal. Also, I was a former marathoner. I was big into running for a while, and now I am spending my time learning how to golf and become a better golfer. Huge Bravo TV fan. So if you are in the chat as a Bravo TV fan, I see you. I'm happy you're here as well. So grateful for the time that we have together. I kind of jumped into the session before here, and I know that there's lots of learning happening. There's tons of resources. And so I'm really excited to get to share some more about Amira. If you are here and you are working at Sci-Fair as a kindergarten through 5th grade teacher, you have access to this amazing program called Amira Learning. If you've used it a little bit before, I'll kind of see in the chat who's maybe used it before. And if you're brand new to Amira, we're going to do a bit of a quick little overview to just know how Amira will support your readers. But also you will leave with some resources that I'll make sure gets in the YouTube chat so you have access to it. So after this session, you have everything that I've talked about will be linked in this kind of 2-pager. So when I was teaching, I did a ton of webinars like this, and I loved all of the learning. I took a ton of notes. And if that is your learning preference, please continue to do that. But also know that a resource will be coming to you with everything linked. So as a bit of a follow-up. So our time together is a little bit jam-packed, but I'll definitely pause for questions as well. We're going to meet Amira. I'm going to show you some back-to-school updates. So if you used Amira last year and you're interested about how Amira maybe is changing or improving for the next school year, I'll go through what some of those updates are. Then after we kind of know what Amira is, I'll talk through just some general best practices when you're using Amira in your classroom. And like I said, I will share tons of resources as well as some next steps. There's some QR codes throughout. So that's get your phone or devices ready if you can. So just letting you know that there. Okay, before we begin, yesterday had a jam-packed schedule. Today has a jam-packed schedule. So I know it's like summer is like kind of sunsetting a little bit. We're still in summer, I'm with you. But back to school is definitely upon us. So maybe before we begin, just drop in the chat, which of our favorite little guinea pigs are you? Are you a one like fun in the sun? Maybe you got your little hair did like number 4. Maybe you are super snoozy like 5. But just kind of getting a read of the room. Okay, Monica, shout out to Monica. First one, she's a 9. Okay, a 4. I think I'm trying to figure out which one I am. I think I'm like a 6. I'm either a 6 or an 8. My hair is doing some stuff today, but I'm a number 6 because I'm so happy to be here. Okay, we see some 7s. I love like the proud 8 too. Thank you so much. Crystal, oh no, was it Amanda? Shout out to you. Christina's a 9. Proud 5 in the room. Okay, great. Okay, awesome. Good. So we're kind of all over the place, which is exactly how we should be feeling with back to school happening. Okay, now next question, next set of numbers. How familiar are you with Amira? So we kind of know how we're feeling, but now how familiar are you? Are you like a 1 where you're like, Julie, that's why I'm here. I have no idea who this is or what that is, but I'm excited to learn. And 5 is, I know Amira, I've been on the website, I've used it in my classroom, I'm excited. So anywhere on this scale, 1 to 5, how familiar are you with Amira? Yes, I see Alexandra with a proud 1. Janelle also with a proud 1. Yes. Great. Okay, we get some 4s. We're dabbling in some 4s. I love a 2. Yes, Beatrice with a proud 0. Okay, good. That wasn't on the scale, but Beatrice, it was more than welcome. Okay, great. So we are a little all over the place. The 4s and 5s. Okay, so Erica and Sandra, I saw your names pop up first as some 4s and 5s. If there's anything you want to add or anything you want to jump in with or share with the group, any 4s and 5s on the team, please do. Amira is a really great program, but if you've used it in a different way that I haven't mentioned, please share that. So I see Martina's also a 5. Okay, so for the proud 0s and 1s in the room, I don't need to tell this room of 329 people that reading is really hard in general, and teaching reading, as you know, is much more difficult. And so when you follow the brain science of how does a person learn how to read, there's really 2 things that come up. One is it takes explicit instruction. It really takes a teacher, a parent, a preschool teacher. If you saw in my bio, I'm a proud auntie to those 2 boys that you saw. A proud auntie, maybe teaching a kid or teaching a person that this is a shape and that shape makes a sound. And when you put those shapes together, they make different sounds sometimes. And then even the next layer is those sounds, those words have meaning. And so it takes that explicit instruction, and really for a person to be a really great reader, it takes so much practice. And I'm sure you spend tons of time during your career in teaching. I know I did. You're getting ready to prepare for the next group of kids that you're going to have in front of you this year, to how can I maximize my kids having more practice reading out loud? And that's really where Amira comes in. Amira, as the first intelligent reading assistant, is meant to be an individual tutor for students. It's also meant to be a truly highly skilled assistant for you. And it's all based on the science of reading. So a little bit more about Amira is the difference between Amira and maybe some other reading programs is that students will log in and we'll kind of watch and see what that experience is. They will choose a story. And the difference here is they're going to read out loud. So Amira has the ability to using voice recognition to listen to kids read out loud. As Amira is listening, she's assessing for that student's proficiency. She's really listening to hear, okay, are they doing really well? Do they know their high frequency words? Is there some decoding that they need some more support with? Is there a skill that we could hone in on? And as kids are reading, if they make a mistake, if they get stuck, Amira is able to jump in and deliver personalized tutoring. So I'll show you a video of Amira doing just that. And all the while, as Amira's listening, Amira's jumping in, Amira's tutoring, she's collecting a ton of data and celebrating students. So really, kids are not only are they getting the tutoring and the kind of engagement and the feedback and the practice that they really need, but also she's celebrating them along the way. Amira is really meant to be a force multiplier for all of the work that you guys do and you guys put in. So I was a reading teacher, and I spent a ton of time bringing kids to my back table, my little kidney table. I had all my little folders and I had my groups, and I was able to kind of give feedback and support kids in the moment. And Amira is able to do that as your truly as your reading assistant. Amanda asked a good question. I'm trying to do. Oh, Jennifer, you got me. Okay. Yes, Amanda. Great question. Amanda asked, can students maybe that are receiving special education services use this? Jen jumped in and she said an absolute yes. All right, so let's see it in action. Sometimes we can talk about something, but it's not the same as really seeing what the student experience is. So we're gonna watch a first grader reading with Amira so you can kind of see what the student experience is like.
You're finally here. Yes. I'm so excited. I feel like I've been waiting forever to read with you. Hi, I'm Amira. Let's get this reading party started. Ready, set, start. We will hop if you There are 3 sounds in this word. You can see 3 boxes on the screen. Move the first red ball into the first box and say the first sound. Now put those sounds together and say the word. Touch. Super. Let's keep going. He will go away. He is soft. Funny is a pretty hard word. Funny. Which picture best shows the word funny?
So as you can see from this student experience, Amira was kind of able to decipher, okay, it was the word touch. Hopefully you were able to hear, but the little first grader, you could tell her little brain recognized the T and maybe recognized the H, and she was saying, think. And those 2 little nephews, the older one, he just finished kindergarten, and I've watched him live do this day in and day out, where his brain is working so hard to kind of put it all together. And Amir was able to recognize that and jump in to say, hey, maybe this student needs some support decoding in this moment. Whereas the second intervention, maybe the student was guessing, right? Because it was he is funny, or he is soft, and or he is funny, excuse me. And she was saying he is soft, like kind of making a guess about a bunny, where then Amir is able to decide, okay, this feels more like maybe a moment for a vocabulary intervention instead. So all of Amira's interventions, she's up to about 60, almost 70 different types of micro interventions, are all really based on the science of reading and really meant to do in a very similar way of what maybe you might do in that moment to support that student as well. So that's the big picture. That's really the student experience. But a couple of highlights to know about the content. One, there's pre-K through 6th grade content. So if you have any reader that is reading at any level in that range, Amira is really for them. So we have tons of fun informational texts, fun stories, but all the way down to working on some foundational skills with students as well with some of the pre-K content. Additionally, everything that Amira does in English, Amira also does in Spanish. So if you're sitting here and you know that you have maybe some newcomers, or you have some students that would really enjoy reading stories in both English and Spanish, there's some options to configure that practice as well. The other fun thing is that every time a kid reads with Amira takes a recording. So even if you have your small group at the back table and you have some students in some centers rotations reading with Amira, but you would really like to hear and listen into how they're practicing, Amira's going to record that for you every single time they read. Another kind of pro tip or something to think about with the recordings, not only can you play them for families, but sometimes it's really powerful, as you guys know, to play them for students. I think back even to my students, the way that they were reading at the beginning of the year in August or September, very, very different from how they were reading in May, right? Or in April. And so being able to kind of use that as a student conference opportunity to share a student's growth can be really powerful, because those reading growth is so incremental, but when you kind of see it over the course of time, it can be really powerful. So that's the main experience. The question I get asked frequently, which is a great question, is, well, how does Amira know what level my students is? Like, how does Amira know kind of what texts are kind of at that right place? Because I said there's pre-K all the way up to 6th grade content. And so enter what we call the benchmark assessment, but really it's a placement for their practice. And it's a good opportunity, especially at the beginning of the year, to get a starting point, a starting data point for kids. And then you can, kind of track their progress throughout the year. So I'll show you where this lives in the program, but also that resource that I said that I'll share, it also has a link to show you, hey, here's how you assign the benchmark assessment. So again, shout out to all of my note takers in the room. If you have your DLC notebook for the day, or you have your little, Google Notes to the side, please continue taking them, but there's also a link that I'll show you how to do that here. So the benchmark assessment, there's 3 opportunities throughout the year. There's the beginning, the middle, the end of year. And as students take that assessment, Amira will give them a series of reading activities, and then it'll also give them an oral reading fluency passage. I'll show you a little bit of what that looks like. It's similar to the practice experience, but a little bit different, because Amira's not jumping in with interventions. After students finish the benchmark assessment, Amira then places them kind of right where they're at, right where they need to be, where they're able to read text with about a 90% accuracy. So they're not reading texts that are so easy that they're so bored, and they're not getting that explicit instruction and more practice on skills that they need it with. But it's not also too challenging where they're getting frustrated and then they're, kind of, it's an opposite effect, I guess. And then what we recommend, and again, this is in your resource, is that before students jump into the benchmark assessment, that they practice first. Because for some students, if they haven't used Amira before, reading out loud and talking to Amira is a very different experience. So we recommend kids get on and practice a little bit before you assign the benchmark, just so they're used to that experience of engaging with Amira. So let me kind of show you, I'm going to click through this just so you can kind of get a sense of what that assessment looks like. But like I said, the first part of the assessment is some reading activities. The second part of the assessment is that oral reading fluency passage.
Hello, Laura. My name is Amira. Your teacher would like for you to read to me, okay? We're going to start off with a few short reading activities. Please wait for me to give you instructions for each part, then I'll listen to you read. Please read loudly and clearly. Let's get started. In this task, you will say some numbers.
So for the sake of time, I'll kind of click through, but I wanted you to hear that Amira is also the one giving instructions. So instead of, you reading, or I've proctored many assessments, reading something from a notebook or from a pamphlet or something, but Amira is really the one that's administering the assessment, giving the directions, kind of walking kids through what to do. So as you'll see, there's a word reading task. There's a nonsense word fluency task to kind of see not only what words do they know, but maybe how's their decoding abilities. Again, there's a couple of other tasks, but then Amira will give the directions and allow the student to jump in with the oral reading fluency passage. I do like to name here, let's use this as a 4th grade example. If this 4th grade student is reading this 4th grade passage, and if after the first minute, they're not really progressing through the text, Amira will just pause and she'll say, okay, great job reading. Let's read another story. And then Amira will give them the 3rd grade passage and say, let's try this one. So in the same way that I, shout out to my reading teachers in the room, spent probably months of my overall teaching career sitting at a desk with my stack of texts and my clipboard and my timer, doing the same process with kids, trying to figure out which, where exactly are they. Amira's doing all of that for you. In a very similar way, let's say this fourth grader reads the text very accurate, very proficient, very, quickly at the right speed. Amira might pause and say, okay, let's read another story, and actually up level them and say, let's try this fifth grade story. So Amira is really doing the job for you of kind of sussing out and figuring out where exactly is this student. And again, you can administer this benchmark assessment that 3 times a year. All right, so really that's the bulk. That's the student experience. Of course, Amira's collecting a ton of data, but a huge, if you are a Texas educator in the room, just a headline here is that Amira is HB 1416 approved, which means that Amira can be used in lieu of the 4-to-1 ratio to meet a student's tutoring requirement. So wanted to highlight that because that was a really big and exciting announcement that we were able to kind of announce a little, I think it was like over the summer at some point. Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, but we wanted to share that with you guys if you're thinking ahead for who those students are in your class and how are you able to best support them throughout the year next year. Okay, so that's really the bulk of the Amira experience. I wanted to highlight, if you're in the room, so again, the 4s and the 5s, maybe the 3s, maybe even the 2s, I'm talking to you. We have some exciting back to school updates that I wanted to share as well. Number 1, there's a report which I'll share a little bit about in a moment. That's called the badging report. This is where you can give badges to kids. They can earn them throughout their reading experience. And one of the things that's in the badging report is you can actually click back week over week throughout the course of the school year, and you can see usage week over week for down to the student level. So maybe if you have a student that you're tracking to see what interventions are working, or maybe you want to run a competition and see how many stories your class can read in a month, you can go back and see that historical usage. If you're a 0 or a 1, you might be like, okay, that sounds great. And this isn't new to you because everything's new to you, and that's great. But I wanted to share that with people if they've used Amira before. This is something that's new. Another new thing is that we are, speaking of badges, we've now have Spanish practice specific badges. So before, badges were given if students were just reading with Amira in general in English or Spanish, and now we wanted to really make that experience special for students. So big headline here is that if students are reading Spanish text, they have an opportunity to earn even more badges in their Amira experience. Some big announcements is, aside from maybe some of the adjustments to some of our reporting, is Amira 2.0. So you won't see her in this outfit, but for Amira 2.0, really thinking about, we've really been working hard on our comprehension side of things with Amira. So as you saw, even from the video, Amira, the decoding, that word recognition side of the simple view of reading, really it's been Amira's wheelhouse. She's really, really good at that. But the comprehension side of things, as you all know, it's just harder to assess. It's harder to support kids with. It's just more complex. And so we've been really working with some amazing, exceptional researchers and reading scientists to really build out that experience more in Amira for kids on the comprehension side of things. So if you're not familiar with Dr. Nell Duke, she's our principal advisor on the science of reading. She's incredible. If you have a side tab open, if you want to Google her, she makes her research really accessible, and she's a fascinating person, but she's done a ton of research on comprehension. So one of the things that her research has shown is that when students read text sets, oh, great question. Oh, thank you, Shannon. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by a question. One of the things in Amira, the way that the student experience is with comprehension is this idea of text sets. So Dr. Duke has found in her research that if a person reads texts on the same topic in kind of a close sequence of time, the neural pathways in a person's brain are more open to deepening background knowledge and more open to acquiring new vocabulary. And so the way that experience is for students is, let's say they log in, they pick a text about sharks, they read that text. The next time they log in, they're going to have 2 or 3 opportunities to read more texts about sharks. So not only does it keep it engaging because it's a topic that kids are interested in, but also it actually is helping kind of build out their background knowledge and the vocabulary. All right, I see some questions coming in, which is very exciting because these updates are my favorite things here too. Let's see here. The question is, with the comprehension questions, will students have the opportunity to go back to the text to assist in answering these questions? I really want to whoever asked that question, thank you, because that was my question, because I was a 5th and 6th grade reading teacher, and you can call my former students who are now in college or beyond, not to, age myself, but they will tell you, Miss Theibert said, go back to the text. Miss Theibert said, find your evidence. And so the answer is yes. So when kids log in, they'll have a couple of opportunities to do exactly that. Go back to the text to reread. And so, and that's the exact kind of reading habit that I use as an adult every day. We want kids to learn how to do. So in the comprehension conversations with Amira, they'll also have an opportunity to do that as well. So, with that being said, another update, I guess I got a little bit ahead of myself. Amir will also have the ability, in addition to text sets, to have comprehension conversations with students. So as they're reading texts, and right now this is going to live in some select texts in 3rd through 6th grade. Not only are they reading the texts and getting interventions as needed, some of those word recognition interventions as needed, but also Amira will jump in and ask some comprehension questions as well. And those questions are aligned to standards-based questions. So Amira might jump in and ask about how the characters are similar or different. Amira might jump in and ask how certain events in a person's life impacted kind of some of their life choices down the road. So really exciting. The engagement piece is obviously there. It's back and forth. So let me show you a quick clip of what that could look like for a student.
Ready, set, start. This story will introduce you to the fascinating world of tall tales through the adventures of Paul Bunyan and his ox, Babe. As you read, pay attention to the exaggerated stories and think about why authors use such big exaggerations. We'll explore why the author talks about Paul doing something as impossible as straightening a river.
How tall can a tale be? You may know about Paul Bunyan and Babe, his blue ox.
So the students reading, the students engaging.
What about this Paul Bunyan story that makes it a tall tale?
That he is brushing his beard with a pine tree and that he straightened out a river.
So as you can see, Amira kind of jumps in, she asks the question, and again, it's both and. So if the student needed help with decoding or jumped in and needed some support, Amira is able to continue with those word recognition interventions. And Amira is going to engage in this comprehension conversation as well. As you'll see on the side, there's a couple of little buttons that students will be able to access, which goes back to the question of, are kids able to go back to the text? And so the answer there is yes. As I was watching this video, or as you guys were watching this video, I was trying to catch up on the chat, and it's as if you knew exactly what I was going to talk about next. There's some people in the chat saying, Jamie, thank you so much for sharing that you're a proud reading teacher auntie just like me, where you're working with your niece to improve her confidence in her reading. And yes, Amira is accessible at home. It can also be assigned for homework. This isn't a program that maybe shuts off at a certain time or kids only are allowed to use at school. So long as they have access, to a device and internet at home, and they can log in, absolutely, they can use this. They can use it at home over the weekends. So Jamie, thank you for naming that. Some other great questions and even suggestions or wonderings about the sound, because you're exactly right, Amira. Because kids are reading out loud, you're exactly right. There is some more noise in the room. And actually, I have some resources that will help you kind of think through how could this look and live in my classroom, because I always appreciate this question and I always appreciate people bringing it up because it is really something to think through. I know myself personally, when I was teaching, I didn't have Amira, but when I thought through what my centers rotations were going to be, what my tech programs were going to be, to be quite honest, I was always thinking about the noise in the room, but not necessarily with a students engaging with the device. So lots of really good things to think about, lots of really great tips. And Melissa, I saw your question just pop up. Yes, we're working on building out the comprehension question experience really for all grades, because what we know is that kids need more practice not only reading and kind of decoding the phonics of a word, but also thinking about meaning and really practicing that dual brain process at the same time. And so you're exactly right. Yes, that is the vision. And hopefully within this school year, that's where we're going to get. But right now, at the beginning of the year, just as we're launching this, we're just launching it in those 3rd through 6th grade texts. So great question. So some best practices, some things to consider. One, setting a goal. For Amira, our research shows that the recommended dosage is that kids read with Amira for 30 minutes a week. And so, but we also know that we like to follow the brain science here if you can't pick up on the theme quite yet, and that the brain really loves a lot of a little, right? So thinking about your niece, Jamie, or thinking about my nephew, his kindergarten, his 1st grade brain, if I asked him to sit down and read out loud for 30 minutes, love my nephew dearly, doesn't quite have the stamina quite yet. So instead it's, 10, 15 minutes a day throughout the course of the week, we're encouraging students, hey, read 2 stories a day, to kind of not only build a routine, but also, having students set a goal so they can even track their progress as well. Some of the questions of like, hey, any suggestions, any recommendations? Great questions. One, small group. I think if this is new for you and new for students, I think it's really good to kind of do it in small groups. And even at the beginning of the year, maybe even having it as an opportunity to, as kids are practicing how to move through their rotations in their class, or how kids are practicing where to find their Chromebook, or if they have headphones, where to grab those, bringing them to the back table and you making sure kids know how to log in. And you can practice, even reading at the beginning of the year so they can practice what their volume level should be. I think a big part of this, because it's new, it could be, it could be new for your kids to be reading out loud to the computer. A lot of the questions are awesome because you're exactly right. It just takes some modeling. And lucky for you, again, a theme here, we have a ton of resources to share with you for that as well. But I think a big one could be in small groups, because again, it just keeps the volume level down because there's less students that are reading out loud, maybe while other students are working on other activities. Amira does also work whole group, but like we've discussed, some extra things to consider of how the noise level in the room or maybe the spacing between students with their devices. I've had the opportunity to be in lots of classrooms seeing kids read with Amira, which is always such a joy for me. And I see a lot of students, buddies, let me say, reading buddies sitting next to each other. And sometimes they're like really close to each other. And sometimes the sound crisscrosses and it gets a little confusing there. So long as there's some space between students and, naming expectations about volume level, I've been in tons of classrooms where a whole group can work really well. And then again, kind of like we mentioned, if it's after school, if it's before school, if it's even just as an individual opportunity, if a student has maybe some pull-out minutes or something like that, Amira can also obviously work individually as well. I've also gotten some reports from some of my Amira districts where families have really loved access to Amira over the summer because kids are reading like in the car, like instead of, maybe playing a game, there's always time for games on iPads, but families have been like, oh, I love hearing my kid read with Amira on this 8-hour drive instead of hearing like, blasters or some other games that kids are playing. That's another option. All right, so kind of, again, it's as if the questions came at the perfect time. Just what are some suggestions? What are ways to really help Amira here? One is headphones or headsets if you have access to them, right? If you have access to them, I know it's another piece of technology to make sure it stays safe and it's maintained throughout the year. But that could help maybe just reduce some of the distractions for students if they're listening. The headphones in the device, or sorry, the microphone in the device is pretty good if it's a Chromebook or an iPad, but that could help. Additionally, I've seen those test kind of barriers that people have repurposed for Amira, like recording booths. And so that kind of gives kids not only a special place to sit while they're reading with Amira, but also an opportunity to help with the noise and also help, keep students focused on the text as they're reading. Another recommendation, and this was like a small detail in the initial video of watching the student experience, but there's a little microphone down there and it'll turn green when Amira's listening. So that's another thing that we recommend modeling and explicitly teaching students. Again, resources incoming for how to model and roll out Amira to your students as well. And then kind of the other thing I recommended, maybe facing the devices in different directions, having special, maybe flexible seating spots in the room where kids can sit and read with Amira so that they're not right next to someone or not, tight sitting right next to each other at a desk or on the floor. Some other questions came up in the chat, so I'm going to address those and then we'll kind of move on to some other resources. Are questions already made or can they be adjusted? Great question. This is kind of version 1, right, of the comprehension conversations. And so right now, teachers will be able, in a similar way that you can get a transcript and you can listen to the recording of students reading text, you'll be able to see how students have engaged with the comprehension conversation. And right now, they kind of live in some, like I said, selected texts in that 3rd through 6th grade. The vision, though, is that things can be more assigned, that it can be more flexible to what you're teaching. Maybe the topic, the text sets can be a little bit more personalized to your classroom experience, maybe even the questions. So that's absolutely part of the bigger picture. But in this immediate, when kids come back and you see kids engaging in comprehension conversations, I'll say not yet. But I appreciate the question so you can kind of see, hopefully start to be a part of the vision of where this can go. Another great question is, would students be able to identify students who maybe need speech support? I think that's huge. I always appreciate that question for so many reasons, but one, it really takes me back to a lot of students that I worked with, a lot of speech paths that I worked with and families that I worked with throughout the years. And so because Amira, the way that Amira listens has been, the voice recognition piece has been trained only on student voices. So the way that Amira is able to listen, the way that Amira has been able to intervene is because she's read quite literally billions of minutes with kids. And so with that, Amira is really able to pick up on the speech patterns and the articulation of kids and how they develop. But you bring up a really good point, which is, there are some students that, are receiving speech services, or there are some students maybe at the beginning of the year where they get put in a referral process for something like that. And so I think between the recordings, between Amira's listening and maybe intervening and giving students practice on the way to decode or the way to sound out a word or the way to kind of use, identify certain sounds or practice certain sounds could be used in service and in joint conjunction, I guess, with some of those speech goals. But I also think those recordings could really be used if you are, because the question was about, could it be used to identify? While Amira, there's nothing in the reports that Amira would identify or say, hey, maybe this is something you could look into. But I think those recordings are really powerful pieces of evidence to bring in as you're kind of gathering and maybe saying, okay, what are the speech goals? What are things that we're working on? Is a student improving? And using those recordings in service of that. So really, really great question. And I'm sure that there's some more in the YouTube chat, but I think Jen's on it, so I'm gonna leave it there. But if I missed something, Shannon, please again drop it. Another thing too that really helps with kind of just thinking about, okay, I know what Amira is. How is this going to look and live in my classroom? Just thinking about the tech in general. Restarting devices, closing all the tabs and windows, maybe clearing the cache. I was a middle school teacher, and sometimes I would look at a student's device and there were 40 to 80 tabs open, or there was, 16 windows with a bunch of tabs. And because Amira is not only listening, but Amira's taking a recording, Amira's responding, there's a lot of back and forth. And so that's something that I always recommend too, is if it's an iPad, just closing out all of the other apps, or if it's, on a Chromebook, maybe closing out those other tabs can help kind of Amira go back and forth. Okay, I want to make sure that we have time for these resources and these next steps. There's a ton of other things in here. I know we haven't really gotten to the reports side of things yet, so I was going to highlight just a couple of some ones that I would go to if I was just getting started with Amira, and I log in and kind of which reports to look at. But we also have before we kind of get into where do I even access Amira, and how do I jump into these reports, I do just want to share for some of because I think a lot of questions and suggestions about how can this look and live in my classroom, or how can I improve the Amira experience for my students this year? We have a ton of resources. So we have a student routines poster. I've been in classrooms that have printed this out in the flexible seating spot, so kids have a visual reminder of some of the expectations for Amira. We have like a technology care contract. We have some Amira J.O.B kind of postings if you want to use those in your classroom to have maybe kids also join in the responsibility of the technology and kind of really getting them invested in using and being the best Amira readers they can be. So we have a ton of stuff with that. The other huge piece, I think, is modeling, like anything. You know, I think about all of the routines and all the systems and all of the things that I did in my classrooms when I was teaching. I think the most powerful ones and to be honest, the ones that just made my life easier were the systems and routines that we practice all the time, and that kids, it was just second nature, and they knew that this is just how we move in our classroom. And so we have a ton of, we know that Amira really is no different. If Amira is a part of a routine and a part of a system, and there's expectations around it, kids are going to definitely meet that bar. So we have a ton of resources. One of them is really showing kids and modeling to them how to read with Amira. Not to click through these slides super quickly, but I am going to, because these screenshots and some videos all live in our some of our student-facing slide decks that are already made for you. So we have student-facing slide decks. We have lesson plans of exactly what to go over. In these days leading up to the first day of school, I'm sure you are thinking of a lot of things that you need to plan and prep for. And so hopefully introducing Amira is not one of those things, because we're going to share a ton of resources with you there. One reminder as you're modeling to students how to get going with Amira is really encouraging them to get to the end of the story. So, and when students get to the end of the story, not only does the entire recording save, but also all the data saves for you as well. So really encouraging students to get to the end of the story. It's definitely highlighted in the student-facing resources, but for the proud zeros and ones and twos at the beginning of this, I wanted to name that, because that's definitely something that we want to make sure that kids, you have all of the data and all of the recordings for students so long as they get to the end. I kind of mentioned this, that we have a ton of these resources, and I'm going to drop kind of the resource page, but we have student-facing slide decks. We have lesson plans. We have tons of trackers. And if you want to make competitions, again, I've been in lots of classrooms that use Amira, and my favorite ones are the ones where, it's time for Amira time, or the rotation switches and the student kind of grabs their tracker out of their folder, or kind of, picks it up out of their desk, and they're coloring in as they finish their stories, really building that sort of responsibility, empowering kids to meet their Amira goals. So lots of ready-made resources for you there. Okay, with that, let me copy and paste this link, and I'll have Shannon drop it in the YouTube chat so that you guys can have it. But if you have a phone or another device, and you want to grab that QR code, it's here for you as well. All right, so I'm going to do a little double duty here, chat. All right, so there you go, Shannon. Thank you. So this resource here is this 2-pager, like I said, that has everything that you need to really get started with Amira. So one of the things, it's also a reminder that 30 minutes a week. But you can click here on this pre-Amira kind of routines and procedures. And one of the things that we did here is we really thought about in our best implementations that we've seen, how is Amira really working in some classrooms? And what are some of the things that educators are thinking about? Of course, it's not loading, and that's totally fine. But one of that resource at the top, it kind of walks through some things to think about. So maybe where is text stored in my classroom? Where is, how are students going to get safely through their centers rotations? How am I going to track and celebrate Amira usage throughout the year? So it really walks through, not only for Amira, obviously, there's some Amira focused questions, but it's also just a great resource to think through, what are my technology systems and routines? How are those? I'm thinking back to my teaching. Some years I was really good at making sure my devices were, plugged in at the end of every day. And some years I was not. And so this kind of gives you an opportunity, if it's with a grade level team, if it's for yourself, if you're on the call and maybe you're a school leader or a coach and you want to walk through this with some teachers, it's good just for just general technology routines as well. Thank you for dropping the link in the chat there. The other thing that it goes through, that it'll link to our slide decks and our lesson plans. all of our slide decks and lesson plans live on our teacher resource hub. And it looks like that link is dropped in the chat too. So thank you so much. This teacher resource hub really kind of is organized in a way that you can use it kind of wherever you're at, right? So if you're just getting started with Amira, you can click here and it kind of has captured all of the getting started resources, including some of the things I shared, like the slide decks based on different grade levels. Maybe some of the technology routines, or how can I help my students learn how to, make sure that their devices are ready to go. You might be looking for only student resources, or you might, as a teacher, you might be saying, I would love to learn a little bit more about the reports, or what are some other learnings I could have with some, with about some protocols. This is another, we have a teacher toolkit section here. Same with competitions and challenges. My favorite one is brand new for this year. We have a whole, quite literally year-long competition calendar. So we're trying to take all of the, you do so much in a day. Planning an Amira competition, we want to make as easy as possible if that's something that you're interested in. So, we have some ideas and some resources for September through October, through November to December. Tons of linked resources there too, to, ready, set, read, to have a book blizzard, to read your heart out. So we're really taking care of you as long as, all that kind of fun stuff with Amira. Anyway, so all that lives in our teacher resource hub. And then as kids get going, like I said, tons of stuff to celebrate student success, and also some links for some of the reports, including the tracking report. All right, I know I want to make sure that we have time for questions. I know we are definitely getting to the end, and we have some sign up stuff too. But that resource has everything you need, tons of links. How do I get started? The one thing that I do want to name is just how do you even get to Amira? It feels like kind of an obvious thing that I want to mention at the end. But how do you get to Amira? Through ClassLink, you'll go to HMH Ed. So when you're in ClassLink, you'll go to HMH Ed and you'll access Amira through there. Similar maybe to some of your other HMH programs, you'll click on Discover and you'll be able to find Amira. One thing that you'll see at the beginning of the year, like other HMH Ed programs, is you'll need to add Amira to your class in HMH Ed. I name that because if you log into HMH Ed right now and you're like, I can't find Amira, it might be because you need to add Amira to your class. And so a link to how to do that is here as well. Connie, great question. Yes, those resources are also available in Spanish. So celebrating a competition, doing a tracker, those are available in both English and Spanish. All right, Shannon, I saw you pop in, and I know I told you to stop me and interrupt me with the sign-in stuff. And so thank you so much. The last thing I'll say is that if you need support with Amira, when you log into Amira, at the bottom right-hand corner, there's a live chat. If you click on it, you can engage with our live support team members. You can also email support@amiralearning.com. Again, in that one pager, that two pager that Shannon dropped in the chat for you, this icon at the bottom of the page will take you to all of the ways to access Amira support. All right, with that, you are ready to hopefully you moved from a 0 to a 1, maybe a 0 to a 3. If you were a 4 and a 5, hopefully you're an 8 or a 10. That's my goal. But now, you have kind of the resource to launch Amira, encourage kids to read that two stories a day, that 30 minutes a week, and exploring the reports. There's tons of learning tons of learning on our resources page, tons of learning on our Amira Academy. We have some asynchronous courses if you're interested. And so I know that our time is quick and there's a lot to cover, but I really, really appreciate everyone joining. Thank you for the great questions. I hope I answered most of them. Shannon, thank you for your help. Jen, thank you for your help over there on the YouTube chat as well. So I know Shannon's going to drop the code. And also, if you're interested in learning more, you want to kind of learn more about Amira, or kind of just get a newsletter about Amira, feel free to scan this QR code and leave your contact information. We can get that information to you.
Yes. Oh my goodness. This was amazing.
Thanks, Shannon.
I was so engaged that I almost forgot to pop on and remind and remember that I needed to share the attendance code. So I'm going to share that with you all right now. Let me make sure it's the correct one. Yes, there we go. Okay, so there is your attendance code. It is 5 digits for the 9 a.m. session. Make sure that you write that down. And Julie, we have so many people excited to get started using Amira. They feel more prepared. You covered like everything. I thought it was so funny how the questions were popping up in the chat and then like, well, that's the next thing I'm talking about.
I was like, are you plants? Like I promise I didn't talk to anyone in here. Well, thank you so much. I also just dropped the link for you, Shannon, to drop there just as people are kind of transitioning, the link to that sign in. Just
perfect.
If you're interested in learning more, you can drop it in the chat too.
Okay. Thank you so much.
This was so great. You're doing a great job. This is very organized, really awesome. And thanks everyone for joining. Enjoy the rest of your summer. Good luck with back to school. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of your summer.
Appreciate you. You too.
Absolutely.
You too.
Bye.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for joining this session. I hope you learned a lot. I think we did. And we're all excited to use Amira. If you do need any help with that, you can definitely reach out to your curriculum coaches as well as Amira directly and sign up for that. Let me make sure that I have it because she gave us the link. So you can sign up for newsletters. So we will put that in the chat for you as well. One moment. Okay, so you should see that getting posted here in a moment. And we are going to pause here for a break, and then we'll be back at 10 o'clock with our next session on StudySync. So I'm going to leave this up for another 10 seconds. And then we will see you back, or go choose a different session if you're planning on going to a different 10 o'clock session. Okay.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Here's a quick tip for you. If you ever wanted to insert a link directly, all you need to do is highlight what you want the hyperlink attached to and do Control-K. Once you do that, the window comes up. You just Control-V for the paste of that website URL, and there you have it. It's now hyperlinked. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Here's a tiny tech tip for your Google Slides. You can now easily insert GIFs into your presentation. Go to Insert, Images, and you'll see that new feature. On the right-hand side, you can search for your terms and look at all the fun options you have to place into your presentations. Have fun GIFing!
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Let's make ClassLink work for you. Did you know that you can make your own folders? You can make folders for what you visit daily, but hey, let's go ahead and go to the edit mode, add a folder for some stuff that you just never use. Okay, it will create your folder at the bottom and then go through it. If there's things that, really don't pertain to you, right click, add to folder, and never use. Right click, add to folder, and never use. Clear up that clutter if that makes you happy.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a price package that best suits their needs. These price packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback form sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
If you're like me, then you like your workspace to look clean and organized. One way I do that in my Google Drive is to color code my folders. To do this, right-click on the folder you would like to edit. Hover over Change Color, then select a color from the options that Google provides. You can take this a step further and color code any folders within the folder to match. Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
All right. On that note, it is now almost 10 o'clock. Welcome to the 10 o'clock session. We are super excited to have Ashley Compagna with us. I've been practicing saying your name. We also have Sarah Janice, and Tracy Julian, and they are with StudySync. So Ashley is an implementation specialist with StudySync, and she's based in Austin. She serves districts all over Central and Eastern Texas. We're excited to have her here to teach us about StudySync and how to differentiate for all learners and special populations. So this is going to review the strategies and resources available within StudySync to support those special populations. So thank you so much for being here. All three of you were extra special because we have three people with us. I think are some of you in the chat as well in YouTube, so you'll be able to help support and answer questions. Wonderful. All right, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shannon. I am going to go ahead and share my screen so everyone can see. And thank you for those introductions as well. One thing I'd like to add is that I use StudySync in my own classroom, grades 6 through 8, teaching ESL and RLA. So I'm really happy to be here today talking about differentiation. We are going to talk about differentiation in terms of supporting all students with StudySync. And as I move along in this presentation today, feel free to put any questions you have in the chat on YouTube, and Tracy and Sarah will be answering those questions as quickly as they can as I present. So thank you again, and we'll go ahead and get started. All right, so our big question today is going to be, what StudySync resources can I use to support all students in my classroom? Today, you're going to explore the digital features that support teaching and learning, find where to locate instructional resources within StudySync, and understand how to customize lessons to support students with individualized educational needs, whatever those may be. If you are needing to use a demo account, I do have one, we call it a task card, kind of like click path instructions. I'm going to show you how to do something, and then you'll get a chance to try it out. If you don't have your own account, please feel free to use the demo account for Texas. And I'm going to pause for a moment here so you can get signed in if you want to follow along with me on your own screen. If you have your own account, it would be helpful for you to log in just so you can explore a little bit with me, try a couple things out, and ask questions if you have them. So I'm going to pause. I'll mute myself for about 30 seconds while you can take a screenshot of this, take a picture of it, keep this. This login will not be changing. If it does change throughout the course of the year, we will be able to notify you of that. But this is the demo account, and it's the same demo account that I will be using throughout the training. All right, so I'm going to pause for about 30 seconds so everyone can get logged in. You just go to my.mheducation.com, and the username and password are on the screen. Only the password is case sensitive.
Okay, and I am going to share the attendance code at this time while you guys are getting in. And that's it. Sorry, I spelled that. The C right there. Okay, there we go. All right, let me go ahead and do that really quickly. This is our 10 o'clock session. And we are putting that link and the username and password in the chat as well. So you can click the link and then see the username and password in the chat. All right, here is your attendance code for this session. So make sure to write that down. It is a 5-digit code for the 10 o'clock session in room 5. Leave that up for about a minute. Once you write the code down, then if you haven't already, go to the link that was provided and sign in. Let's see. Got lots of people in with us today. Let's see, from Holmesley and Burks and Walker and Dean. Another 10 seconds. And we're going to put that password in the chat. Apologize. One moment. Okay. All right, Ashley, you can go ahead and share. And then there is the password. And we will put that in the chat too.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Shannon. All right, so I hope everyone's been able to get into either your own personal StudySync account, or maybe if you aren't aware of, how to log in, or if you have an account yet, or if you're a brand new teacher, you are in the demo account. All right, so let's get started talking about differentiated support within StudySync.
On my screen, you will see a few of the ways StudySync supports all learners in the digital platform here, from slide and scaffolds, and I'll show you how to set levels so all of your students receive those slide and scaffolds with every single core lesson from your core units. You can set subgroups if you want to customize assignments in different ways for specific groups of students. We have great audio tools, and I'm excited to show you these in action. In our lesson plans, we provide differentiation recommendations and tell you what available scaffolds are available for each activity, depending on what level you've set for your student. I'll show you a couple tips and strategies for how to customize assignments and some additional resources within the library and within your core ELAR units for differentiation. So let's start out with our slide and scaffolds. This is auto differentiation. It's kind of like a set it and forget it with setting proficiency levels, which provides students with automated scaffolds for every core ELAR lesson that you assign. So you set a proficiency level for the student. At the beginning of the year, I usually suggest that teachers do this, and then scaffolds are automatically applied based on that level that you've set to every assignment you send out. All you need to do is click assign, and StudySync automatically provides that student with the correct level of support for those complex, rigorous grade level texts. These scaffolds, these slide and scaffolds, are shown as a tab to the left of the student's screen. They can click on the scaffolds button, and those scaffolds will open up on their screen. It is discrete support. And again, it's just to help students access those complex grade level texts that you will be assigning from the core ELAR units or at the high school level from the novel study units. So here, there are two different ways to preview the scaffolds. Number one is through the core pathway. When you're in one of your units, if you're in a thematic unit, it is the integrated reading and writing blade where you'll be assigning from. In the novel study units at the high school level, it is the comparative reading and writing blade. And you will see two options for every lesson, assign or preview. If you preview, that's going to be the student preview. And when you click on that preview, you will see that when it opens up, there are going to be some drop-down menus at the top. One of them is proficiency level. You are able to preview the lesson as if you were any proficiency level of student. So here, if I select beginning from that drop-down menu, I will be seeing that lesson as if I were a beginning level student with the beginning level scaffolds. The other place to view the scaffolds, and this is where I suggest if you want to print out scaffolds, go to the library, search for that text. Here we have Into the Wild, and you can search in the text section for any of your texts that you find in the core ELAR units. They will be also in the library. When you click on your text, to the left, you'll see all of the resources associated with that text. This is also a great place to print out your graphic organizers. But here you will find scaffolds, and you can use a drop-down menu to see all of the levels for all of the different activities, and you can print out any scaffolds you wish to print from that text's lessons. So where do you set these proficiency levels in StudySync so your students are receiving these scaffolds? You will go to the Users tab. In the Users tab, you will see, if you navigate to Students up at the top in that blue ribbon, then you'll see that there is a proficiency column. If you click on one of the proficiency levels below, you're able to set a level, change a level at any time. One thing to be aware of, These levels are teacher-facing only, and you can change them at any time. If you change a student's level because you say, oh, my student is not receiving enough support, or maybe my student's receiving too much support, if you change these levels, it will ask if you want to apply that change to all lessons. So it is a set it and forget it, unless you feel that it needs to be adjusted at any time. The students will never know what level you've set, so feel free to change it. It is teacher facing only. All the student will see are the scaffolds at that level, but it's never labeled with a level. You'll see here on my screen, we do have those English learner TELPAS levels, beginning, intermediate, advanced, and advanced high, as well as we have an approaching grade level reading scaffold level and a beyond level. So if you have a student, let's say, who has an IEP, what I always suggest is try starting out at the approaching grade level reading level. If your student requires some support with maybe their writing assignments, and then if the approaching level isn't enough support, dip into those TELPAS levels, because as we all know, language supports benefit many students, not just our emergent bilinguals. And again, it's a teacher-facing label only. Students will never know what level you've set, so set the level that gives them the appropriate supports. Another way to differentiate within the Users tab is to create subgroups. Now, you can create a subgroup, and the subgroups, as you see on my screen, here we have additional first read, think, and quiz questions, beginning, emergent bilinguals, period 1. Make the titles of your subgroups something that tells you exactly which students are included in that group. These subgroups you can use to customize, differentiate assignments in different ways for certain groups of students. And again, the label is teacher-facing only. All the students will see is the assignment that's sent to them. They will never see the label of the subgroup they belong to. They won't even really know they belong to a subgroup. This is just for teacher use. And you can manage these groups. You can change who's in them. What's great is that you don't even have to just create subgroups within one class. You can pull in students from different classes. So maybe you want to create specific emergent bilingual assignments with our ELL resources for all of your intermediate level students across classes. You can create an intermediate level subgroup and pull in students across all of your classes. So this is one way teachers sometimes choose to differentiate assignments, is with subgroups. In our StudySync lesson plan, and I know these, look, we're going to actually go into the platform in a moment, so if this is super small on your screen, I'm sorry. There are differentiation pathways in your lesson plans. So for every activity that StudySync suggests, we offer strategies for differentiating that activity at all of the proficiency levels that I just showed you. And here we have also some great checks for success that you'll find in the lesson plans, and those are in blue. We also have some access complex text features. What these are anything you should note about the text, any complex features that maybe you want to pre-teach to students or mention before you jump into reading. All right, so here we have our lesson structure. This will be easy to identify for students. This is a routine. Here we have a first read, and students will become familiar with the routines in StudySync. A first read, for example, always starts with an intro, a little intro video that was great for sometimes building background knowledge, envisioning the characters, setting. It sometimes articulates basic conflict, plot points. Then you get into your reading, where students are actually reading the text, followed by a comprehension quiz and some text-dependent think questions where students are citing text evidence and making predictions about vocabulary using context clues. Here's the reading. There's a teacher note at the top. And what's great about this teacher note at the top of the Read tab is that you can customize this. You can create an annotation guide. Maybe we have a little annotation tool with 6 different colors. Create a guide telling students which colors to use for what type of annotation they are completing. Then you can also add some great links in here. Maybe to build some more background knowledge, you want to add a YouTube video. You can do that and embed it really nicely here in the teacher notes section. Then here in your quiz, you will see that there are 10 quiz questions. We're going to go in and customize. I'll show you how to do this, but you can pare down questions. You do not have to stick with all of these quiz questions. I know for my students that would have been a lot, maybe could have taken the whole class period. So I suggest paring them down and being intentional about which questions you choose to include. And same with the think questions. You can pare those down. So here, another way to customize is to modify or chunk assignments. You can chunk assignments into, let's say, 2 days. You want to include the first half of a first read on day 1, the second half on day 2. For students, you can do that just by turning off and turning on parts, components of the lesson when assigning. That's something I often did. First read, day 1. First read, day 2. You can change the title as well to chunk that assignment into 2 days, make it manageable for your students so they're not feeling overwhelmed with their tasks. All of our videos in StudySync will be accessible. They all have captions available. You can turn that on with the little CC. Also, you have transcripts. Now, I had to point this out. There's a little icon to the right of all of your videos. I would often project the video onto the big screen in my classroom, and students could follow along reading the transcript on their own screen, on their own personal device. This was helpful for some of my students in order to really comprehend what's happening in the video. All right, you also have some settings you can change. From your name, in the top drop-down menu, you will see settings. And this, you see this says StudySync Demo. Here, yours will say your actual name. Up in the corner, click on your name or the demo account, and you will see settings. Here, you can change high contrast or default. Students can do the same. And here for video options. This here, you can choose to have a countdown, show a short countdown before recording video instead of starting immediately. If you want to record responses to student work, if that's helpful, instead of them reading your responses, you can record a video response. You can choose to pause your video during descriptions. Okay, so allowing you to better hear both description and the video's sound. And you can use browser speech instead of a screen reader. So another, a couple options for you. Additional accessibility features here. So you have input adaptability, accessing StudySync through keystrokes and voice commands. StudySync is compatible with most third-party screen readers if your student has some accommodations set for text to speech. You will see there's great audio when we go into the platform, but if your student would benefit from a screen reader, StudySync is accessible. For text enlargement, I would use the browser's zoom feature to adjust your text size. That is one way to enlarge text in StudySync. And as I said before, there are great audio tools. You'll see on my screen here, we have syntactic chunking of the text for with audio with this little highlight tool that appears at the bottom of the screen. If you click on audio, so you will see this audio button up top, this bar will pop up at the bottom of your screen and you're able to highlight. This was helpful for my students for following along as the narrator is reading with the audio. You can see here, you can slow down the audio as well and adjust the volume if students are listening independently. You're able to annotate in 6 different colors in StudySync. As a teacher, you can model annotation. I would suggest doing so through the library. Your annotations will save there, so you can come back to them later. If you annotate in a preview mode, just make a note, it won't save. As soon as you click out of the preview, your annotations as a teacher that you're modeling will disappear. But your students do have access to this annotation tool, 6 different colors, and that is accessed right here, right next to the audio button. Teachers can see student annotations when they submit their assignment. And it's great to know that annotations follow students from the first read into the close read, so they can look back when they're in a close read at any annotations they've made in the first read. All right. So let's take a look at some of these features as well as customizing and creating an assignment. All right, so the first thing we talked about was the Users tab. Let's click into the Users tab. And here is where you'll see I'm able to create a subgroup, and this is how I do that. For creating a subgroup, I'm going to click, and I can create a group name. Maybe I want to Intermediate Emergent Bilinguals period 3. So I can name this, remember it's teacher facing only, anything I'd like to. Then you'll see these are my demo students, so they're not very creative names, but I can pull in all of my students, and that's across any classes, into my subgroup, create group, and you'll see it appears right down here. If anyone is in the demo account, if you refresh, it should appear there for you as well. All right, to the right, you will see an Actions button. This is where you can go in and edit the group, like if you want to change the name, make it inactive, like delete the group. And the other option you have in this Actions wheel is Group Membership. Now, this is where you can go in, and let's see the one I just created, Group Membership. You can see all of my Texas students here. And this is where if you need to remove them, you can remove them from the group. So that is creating subgroups. Back at the Users tab, let's go into the Students sub-tab at the top. Clicking on Students will give me a full list of all of my students from all classes. And this can be alphabetical, by first or last name. Scrolling down a little bit, let's look at all of them. So here you will see proficiency levels. Now I can change this at any time. Here you'll see all my TELPAS levels, my approaching and beyond. So let's say I want to change the student. I can do so. And if they have any open assignments, it will ask me if I want to change all of those assignments or keep them, all of the past assignments, or keep them at the previous level and just moving forward have that new level applied. This is also where I can, with the Actions button, mimic a student and see what that student sees at that moment. If I click Mimic Student, you'll see the student doesn't currently have any open assignments, but this is the student account. They have their assignments, any open assignments or tests, binder, which is passed or completed assignments, and you'll see it's organized by year, and you can see who assigned. And then they have their little student-facing library. If you want to leave the Mimic, you just click on that student's name up at the top and click Stop Mimic. And it'll bring you right back to the Users tab. All right, let's go into the core ELAR and take a look at some of those audio tech tools that we talked about. So going down, you'll see here, let's assign from the Call to Adventure. This is grade 9, unit 2, and let's go into the thematic unit. You'll spend the majority of your time in the thematic units in the integrated reading and writing blade. This is the instructional path where you have all of your texts. You'll see paired readings in the blue boxes. And let's go into Volar. Here, let's say we're going to assign a first read. First, make note there is a lesson plan. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. As I said before, your lesson plan does include differentiation tips and strategies, recommendations, as well as here we have our TEKS and ELPs. You have your access complex text features at the top, any prior knowledge, here connection of ideas and prior knowledge that's helpful for students. And at the high school level, you will have an entry point. Again, share the following information to provide some context for the text before reading is your entry point. Oops. All right, scrolling down, zoom in a little bit, you will see on the left, you have your instruction. These are all of your activities. And this is for the introduction, that intro tab that we saw in the digital assignment. You have here your first activity of the lesson, introducing the text. To the right, you'll see how you could possibly differentiate that activity and what available scaffolds there are. So you'll see here for your emergent bilinguals of all levels, beginning to advanced high, there is a suggestion for grouping. And it tells you that all of your emergent bilingual levels, all your TELPAS levels, if you've set those for students, they will have some speaking frames for the activity. Here you have recommendation for your beyond grade level students as well. Below, you will see once you get into the reading, there are some more recommendations here, and it kind of breaks it out, beginning and intermediate emergent bilinguals, advanced and advanced high, and approaching grade level readers. And they do some of, you'll see all students are going to have a visual glossary for their vocab words, their bolded vocabulary in their reading, but your beginning and intermediate emergent bilinguals will also have a text synopsis in English. This lesson plan is also where you will find those blue check for success activities, and anything in purple is going to be your answer key. All right, so as I said, this is one way to preview the scaffolds and see what, if you were to set a student at intermediate level, what would their scaffolds be? So I am going to click on that student preview and preview the scaffolds from here. Here's where you will see that intro, let me zoom out a little bit so you can see everything, intro, read, quiz, and your think questions. So for your intro, there is a great intro video that I suggest. For differentiation purposes, this was fantastic for my students, giving them some visuals and a little bit of background knowledge before they entered the reading of the text. And I'll share just a minute of this so you can see what the multimedia is like.
Paterson, New Jersey, the 1960s. The lights of the city below. The roof of her 5-story building. She tiptoes to the edge, and she takes flight. Soaring through the air, 12-year-old Judith uses her X-ray vision to look in on her neighbors below. Night after night, this is her dream. How did one girl's Supergirl dreams come to inspire her writing years later? Find out. Read Valar by Judith Ortiz Kofer.
All right, one thing I do want to note here is that this is where that transcript is. So students will have this available to them, and I had turned on captions, as you saw. But here you will see the transcript button is in the lower right-hand corner. And this is what that looks like if students want to follow along. Next, you have your reading. Now, I'm going to show you how you can customize this note up top, but you will see below here we have that audio. And I'll play a moment of this with the highlight tool on. I'm going to turn that highlight tool on. It'll pop up in a bar at the bottom of my screen so you can see what that's like.
At 12, I was an avid consumer of comic books, Supergirl being my favorite. I spent my allowance of $0.25 a day on 2 12-cent comic books, or a double issue for $25.
All right. So that is the audio tool. There will not be any computer reading within StudySync. It's all going to be authentic voice narrators for every single text within your core ELAR units. Also, you have that annotation that I mentioned before. So I click on the annotation tool, make sure it's blue, and here students are able to annotate in any of these 6 colors. I'll just make a note here. And these annotations will follow them from first to close read. When you're grading as a teacher, you can see all of the annotations they've completed. Also, I just like to point out the numbering is helpful, especially if you're doing a whole group read or you need to draw students' attention to a specific line or paragraph. Let me go back in there. All right, so those, let's see, are the reading tech tools. I do want to click on a proficiency level above to show you how to preview those scaffolds and what that looks like. So let's say I have a beginning level student. Let's click on beginning, and you will see that the scaffolds tab popped up to the left. If I click on the scaffolds tab, you'll see that this student has discrete scaffolds that include a visual glossary. If I also set a supplemental language here, and you can do that within the users tab as well, right next to where you set your reading proficiency level, you can set a supplemental language, and let's set one of Spanish. You'll see here that now, and this is unique to Spanish only, it will give the Spanish translations in the visual glossary. Here, your beginning and intermediate students will get a text synopsis and some speaking frames because there will be those text talk questions. Check for understanding. Because I set a supplemental language, you will see now that there is a little summary of the text in that student's supplemental language, and I'll play the audio for that.
Cuando tenía 12 años, Judith Ortiz Kofer estaba obsesionada con los cómics y con frecuencia gastaba.
So those will also not be computer read. It's there's a live voice actor for all of your summaries, and if you set a supplemental language, there will be a summary for every one of your core ELAR texts. You see, if I change that, change the language,
求第 C， 奧爾第 C， 課罰。
That also changes. Another place to see where you can, the lesson plan and how you could differentiate each activity is this little pop-out teacher edition. This does mirror that PDF lesson plan I showed you under the teacher resources, but you have your differentiation pathway here as well. Just another way to view that. All right, and next in your think questions, my beginning level student will have sentence frames with a word bank. If they fill these in and use the arrow, that populates the answer right into the text box. I'll show you these do change. So if I have an intermediate student, let's look at these scaffolds. Now they have the sentence frames, no word bank. Advanced, we have a text-dependent question guide, and you'll also have a text-dependent question guide for advanced high. So the scaffolds do change depending on the level you've set. For customization options when assigning, let's click on the Assign button. Here, the first thing you can change, and I usually did this, was just to help my students organize themselves, put a day of the week. Or something to, maybe signal to them when they should be going in and grabbing this assignment. And if I want to chunk that, I can just say day 1. Next, you choose a target, and that's your class or subgroup you could assign to. I'm going to choose 9 to 12 Texas StudySync. I can allow late, giving an extra 60 days. It will give me a notification when they turn it in, and it will tell them it's late, but it will stay in their open assignments if you choose to allow late. And now I click on my customize options down below. You'll see first thing I can customize is my teacher's note. I can delete what's here altogether. I can enter a video. If you use YouTube, Vimeo, or TeacherTube, it embeds really nicely here, so students don't have to leave the StudySync platform. You could also here write maybe an annotation guide, use the color green for questions about the text, blue for text-to-text connections, etc. If you want to turn off audio, maybe midway through the year, this is where you can do that. You'll notice that some things are toggled on green by default, some things are toggled off gray by default. That's just depending on the lesson type. For example, vocab is usually part of the close read lessons, and we're in a first read right now. But you can turn anything on or turn anything off. Here, if you want to turn the summary, that's synopsis, kind of summary of your text. If you want that to be above the text and you want to turn it on as a support for all students, you can turn a text summary on. Going down, if you want to turn on learning objectives for all of your students, it shows up as a little pop-up. I really like it. You can turn on the learning objectives so they know what their objectives for learning are for the lesson. Here, you can see this is how and when students will receive their scores. This is some cheating prevention. You can choose whatever fits the needs of your students best. I always left scaffolds on for my students. I was intentional about which level I'd set for them, and I wanted them to have those scaffolds. So that will be on by default, and I kept it on. Next, you can select your think or reading quiz questions. You can hover over and choose to turn some off by clicking on them. You'll see as soon as they turn to gray, they're off. Let's see, we'll pare both of those down to 2 instead of 5. If I had a writing prompt, this is usually in the close reads, but if I had it turned on here, I can always write a custom writing prompt or view the suggested prompts. There's always going to be one default prompt, but there are other suggested prompts, or you could write your own. I'm going to turn that off though, since this is a first read. Peer reviews are on by default. You can turn those off if you'd like to. Just always be aware of the number you're requesting for all students. And before you send it out to students, I always suggest previewing. Here we have a little preview button. Here are your learning objectives. I pared down my quiz and think questions. And I embedded a video to build background knowledge in my reading. Here is where I have that summary. I turn the summary on. If you want to use that for differentiation and additional support, just click summary in your customization options. All right, and when you're ready to assign, all you do is click Create Assignment. And you can return to your unit, keep assigning, or go to your assignment list and view the assignment you've just created. All right. Other resources that are available for differentiation exist within the library. In the library, you can search for texts by Lexile or grade level. You can search for EL texts that are also available in your ELL resources in every unit. You can search for texts that have a preview video available. You can also create your own text within the library, and I'll show you this in just a moment. We also have blasts and skills that you can use for differentiation. Your blast assignments are great social media like reading and writing assignments. They have a whole section in the library. There's one released new every single day of the school year. There's a pause in the summer. These are available at 3 different Lexile levels. You can send these out leveled or send it out all at the same level. When assigning, you get to choose. Some have audio. There are Spanish language blasts available within the blast section of the library, and you're able to customize and edit a blast if there's something you'd like to change about it. For your skills lesson in the library, you can access all grade levels of skills. We have spotlight skills for reteaching. These include pared down languages and are like standalone skill lessons. They don't go along with any specific core text. You can use them at any time. So if you look for spotlight skills in the in the library, those are reteach skills. You also have your EL, emergent bilingual language acquisition skills that instruct your ELPs, right in the skills section of the library, but also in the ELL resources section. We also have great new word study and fluency lessons available within the library, your foundational reading skills instruction. And I just want to touch on these very quickly. So your word study and fluency resources are available in the skills section of the library. You can search for word study or fluency. Your fluency units, you can actually search for fluency in the unit section of the library, and you'll find a middle school and a high school fluency unit, and there'll be some links dropped for those. Those are really great. I suggest watching those videos to get an overview. But these come complete with a teacher guide PDF for scope and sequence, recommendations, along with some teaching strategies for these lessons. Those are available in the additional resources section of your core ELAR tab. Go to your core ELAR tab, scroll all the way to the bottom. All right, and this is kind of what they look like when you find them. In addition, you have all of your ELL resources texts. You have 2 texts that complement every core unit, specifically written by StudySync at the different TELPAS levels. And you have an extended oral project to go along with your ELL resources. You have built into your ELL resources in your core unit some ELPS instruction in the form of your English language acquisition skill lessons, as you see here on my screen. And with that extended oral project, you have skill lessons built in as well, just as students would have skill lessons for writing built into their extended writing project. This is an example of the complexity of leveled text for your ELL texts. Here we have beginner, intermediate, advanced, and advanced high. And last thing I want to touch on is advanced students. Again, I want to remind you that there is a lot of resources for your advanced beyond grade level readers. Here you have your lesson plan. Beyond the book activities are always going to be in your close read lessons, and they are like little mini projects, extension activities built in for your your advanced students or all students. And you'll see the beyond grade level suggestions right at the bottom of your differentiation pathway. All right, so I want to wrap up. Today, what we did was we explored the digital features that support teaching and learning, found where to locate instructional resources, and learned how to customize lessons to support students with individualized educational needs. If you need any additional help, please go to our help center. That can also be accessed via that name drop-down menu where we saw our settings. Search scaffolds, differentiation, you'll find some great resources. Also, we have live chat every single day of the school year, 11 to 3 Central Time. Myself, Sarah, Tracy, or another implementation specialist will be answering your questions live in the Help Center. Just click on this little icon that just popped up. And if you are an instructional coach, we encourage you to join our coach community. Great live events throughout the school year, a newsletter, and a Padlet full of coaching resources. You can also find this right in your help center. Just search for Coach Community or just use the QR code that is up on my screen right now. And you can email me with any questions, implementation@studysync.com. That will be routed right to me. So thank you so much for your time today. And I hope we were able to answer all of your questions, and contact me with any follow-up questions. I'll turn it over to you, Shannon.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, Ashley. Yes, I think that your team got all of those questions answered like quick in the chat. But if any did get overlooked or anything, just please pop those back in there, and I know that they will address them. So this was fabulous. I know that we have a lot of people that use StudySync already, but plenty that weren't as familiar or probably with all of the features. So, and I think one of the things that I know I personally thought was really great is the reading, how it is not a computer reader and it's an authentic voice. Like what a difference that makes. So thank you so much for your time today. And you will be back with us at our 11 o'clock session. So we will see you in about 10 minutes for the next session, and which is working backwards with StudySync lesson planning. Am I right?
Yes.
I think I said it.
Unit planning,
backwards unit planning. Thank you. I didn't have it in front of me, so I was wanting to make sure I said it right. Okay. So all of you that would like to stay on and join us for that next session, you may, but we're going to take that 10-minute break. And then those of you that are going to join another session, now is the time to take your break and join another session. And we will see you back here at 11 o'clock. Thanks so much.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Here's a quick tip for you. If you ever wanted to insert a link directly, all you need to do is highlight what you want the hyperlink attached to and do Control K. Once you do that, the window comes up. You just Control V for the paste of that website URL, and there you have it. It's now hyperlinked. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Here's a tiny tech tip for your Google Slides. You can now easily insert GIFs into your presentation. Go to Insert, Images, and you'll see that new feature. On the right-hand side, you can search for your terms and look at all the fun options you have to place into your presentations. Have fun GIFing!
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a SciFair employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new SciFair employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for SciFair's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Let's make ClassLink work for you. Did you know that you can make your own folders? You can make folders for what you visit daily, but hey, let's go ahead and go to the edit mode, add a folder for some stuff that you just never use. Okay, it will create your folder at the bottom and then go through it. If there's things that, really don't pertain to you, right click, add to folder, and never use. Right click, add to folder, and never use. Clear up that clutter if that makes you happy.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a price package that best suits their needs.
All right. Welcome to Room 5, which is sponsored by CAMI and HMH. We are just about to start our 11 o'clock session, and our 11 o'clock session is with Ashley Compagna, and she is joined by Sarah, Janice, and Tracy Julian. Ashley will be presenting, but Sarah and Tracy will be in the chat to help support and answer questions. And just to tell you a little bit about Ashley, she is an implementation specialist with StudySync, and she serves districts all over Central and Eastern Texas. She's actually based in Austin. Love Austin. But before joining StudySync, she taught ESL and ELAR and used StudySync in the classroom. So she's coming with a wealth of knowledge about how to implement this in the classroom, but also just the program itself. And this session is all about backward unit planning with StudySync. So it'll introduce backward planning a StudySync unit, beginning with analyzing the end of unit assessment. So welcome, Ashley. Thank you so much for being with us today. And we are, I think, just ready to get started. Appreciate.
Hey, Shannon, thank you so much for the introduction. And as we move through today's training, just know that Sarah and Tracy will be answering any questions you have live in the chat. So as I move through today's presentation, any questions that come to mind, just throw them into the chat and we'll work to get those answered as quickly as possible. There will also be some links dropped as the presentation moves along. If you have any questions for me, I am your implementation specialist here in Texas. So you can just email me. My email address is at the bottom of my screen, ashley.compagna@studysync.com. So with that, thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. And we're going to go ahead and get started. So today our big question is going to be, how do I plan a StudySync unit using backward planning? And we will today learn to use backward planning to help students reach their instructional goals, explore the process for customizing and prioritizing texts, reading routines, and lessons within a unit, and discover resources for support and additional learning. I do want to note that today's session is kind of a deeper dive about planning. So if you are brand new to StudySync, brand new to the district, or just haven't used StudySync in the past and want to learn more and get started, Just once you get into your account, you will see there is a little getting started section with a great getting started course. So if you're brand new, please stay with us today. There's a lot of great information, but to get the basics, go to that getting started course in your getting started section in your account. And if you are brand new, there is a demo account. Oh, so sorry, my screen wasn't shared. Let me go back to that. I want to show you so you can see once you're in your account, you will see that there is a getting started section. And here you will have that getting started course. You can also sign up for a live webinar. We have great, like super short 15 to 20 minute basic training webinars that are kind of on demand. You sign up, even if you can't attend live, you will get that recording, and we have basic training webinars. So this is, again, kind of a deeper dive, like looking at planning a whole unit. Stay with us if you're brand new, but know that there is great support in your getting started section in your account, some asynchronous, like little click path videos and all of great supports. And I do want to go back again and just give you my email address, ashley.compagna@studysync.com. I apologize. Again, I thought I was sharing my screen. So ashley.compagna@studysync.com. Feel free to email me at any time after this with any of your questions. All right, here is the agenda that I reviewed today. And if you have your own account and want to follow along with me, please feel free to log in to your account. If you do not have your own account set up yet, maybe you're new to the district or just are unsure about how to log in, you can definitely contact your administrator for that information, your IT department. In the meantime, feel free to use this demo account. It's the same demo account that I will be using today. So I'm going to leave this up, and I think Shannon's going to share your attendance code as well. But you will just need to go to my.mheducation.com and type in this username and password. The password is case sensitive, and you'll be able to sign in and follow along in our demo account.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ashley. And we did put that in the chat as well in YouTube, so they can click that link and have the username and password there as well. And for those of you that are within SciFair, if you have a StudySync account, you will know that by going to my.cfisd.net and then looking for the McGraw-Hill connected SSO, which is within electronic textbooks, and then you can access your StudySync account that way, and we'll put that in the chat as well. So your attendance code for this session, we're going to share now. Make sure I pick the right one, our 11 a.m. There it is. It is a 5-digit code for this 11 a.m. session in room 5. So make sure you write that down. And we'll leave that up for a minute so that everybody gets a chance to jot that down. Again, we are putting that information in the chat on how to either access the demo account, or if you are a SciFair 6 through 12 teacher, how to access your account. And if there are any issues with accessing your account, we won't be able to address those here on this session. That will be something that you'll want to contact your curriculum coach to receive help and assistance in making sure that you have access to your account once school starts. Okay, I'm gonna leave that up for about 10 more seconds. Hopefully everybody got it. All right, and back to you, Ashley. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. And so just a little note on this demo account, it will stay active, and there are students' classes pre-populated into the demo account. So if you're working on getting your own StudySync account, feel free to use this demo for planning purposes. It's actually going to be available year-round. If we change the password, we do update you. All right, so let's jump into backward planning. If you're not familiar with backward planning, let's look at the process first. So backward planning is planning from the desired end result of your unit or of your lesson. So we're going to start big picture today. We're going to look at units and then go down to the reading routines and lessons found within those units. But so let's start with step one. Identify your desired results. So what should students be able to know, understand, or do as a result of this lesson? For example, which TEKS should they have mastered? What are your objectives? Any students with modifications, accommodations? What are your expectations at the end? And then working backward, your next step is to determine acceptable evidence that they have mastered these TEKS skills or whatever your end goal might be. So what is the evidence? What will students do to show what they've learned? Are they going to be ending with a big extended writing project? Will that be your summative assessment? Will they be taking the end of unit assessment that comes along with all of your units in StudySync? Will they be, maybe you're big on project-based learning. Will they be doing a big project at the end? Number 3, from here, you're going to plan your learning experiences and your instruction. What are the learning activities that will help move students to that end goal? And how will they master the learning goal? What are the benefits of backward planning? Well, you have clearly defined goals. You have your end goal. You know where you want students to be at the end of your 30 or 45 days, however long your unit might be. And you have purposeful teaching. You have that end goal in mind, and you know you're being purposeful here, intentional about the activities that you're choosing. And you have appropriate assessments along the way. Those TEKS check-ins along the way, they are also, you're choosing them intentionally. Maybe with your reading quiz questions, or your think questions, your text-dependent questions. They're all trying to, move your students little by little toward that end goal of whatever it is, maybe mastering the TEKS that are assessed on the end of unit assessment. So, with StudySync, let's look at a unit. And here we can look at a novel study high school unit or a thematic unit at the middle school or high school level. And we can apply these steps to any unit within your core ELAR tab in StudySync. So first, what you're going to do is, let's say, usually the most common really end goal is going to be the end of unit assessment. We want to look at which standards, which TEKS are going to be assessed on that end of unit assessment. And you can find that in your Assess tab. Okay. Determine which TEKS are being assessed and how they are assessed. What item types are students going to be asked to complete? What text types, drama, fiction, poetry, are found in that assessment? And what complex text features will they need to navigate in order to be successful? So from there, we can decide which reading routines. And if you're unfamiliar with StudySync, most of your texts in your core units have a reading routine based on the research of lead author StudySync, Dr. Doug Fisher. And what you'll see is that students are going in and reading a text once in a first read. Then, and that's really for basic comprehension and hopefully enjoyment, and then they're learning a TEKS-aligned skill. Maybe it's theme, plot, character. And then they're going back in a close read to that same text from the first read, applying that skill that they've learned, skill or sometimes multiple skills will be found in between a first and a close read. And you will see that they're going back in that close read and looking at the text through a different lens. So that's your reading routine. A first read, at least one skill lesson, and then a close read. And the close read is going to end with really the culminating product of the reading routine, which is a close read writing prompt, where they're applying the TEKS they've been instructed on in a close read writing prompt. So that's a little background. I highly suggest, if you are not familiar with the reading routine, going to our live webinars. You can find that in the Getting Started section of your homepage or in your help center, and registering for the reading routine webinar. It's quick, 15 to 20 minutes, walks you through a reading routine and all of the lessons in that routine, first read, skill lesson, close read, and all of the components of those lessons, so you can really gain a deeper understanding. So we're going to look at that end of unit assessment and then decide which reading routines are most important to keep. You might have to make prioritizations. That's just the reality of the time we have and our schedule. And then you can decide, are there any texts, lessons, or activities you want to omit? Now, the beauty of the StudySync scope and sequence, and we'll go into that, is you will see that if you teach theme in Unit 1, well, it's going to come around again. Skills spiral throughout StudySync, throughout the units. And so you will see that these skills spiral and you are able to make prioritization, say, oh, okay, I'm going to teach this skill again in Unit 2 and in Unit 3. I can maybe omit it from Unit 1. So we're going to look at that today. So let's begin with the end in mind. Here, you can plan from the end of unit assessment. You should be examining the end of unit assessment to determine which TEKS are assessed, which depth of knowledge level students are expected to perform at, which text types students will analyze, and what complex text features students will navigate. And the screenshots I have right now are from the answer key of your end of unit assessment. Now, this will show you, I just picked a couple of the pieces of information you can find on the answer key. Here's the question, the TEKS being assessed, and the depth of knowledge level. Now, your depth of knowledge levels, if you're not familiar, level 1, you'll find in your first read assignments. Those are like basic recall questions, defining vocabulary. Level 2, as you'll see here, is usually like applying a skill, applying a concept. And then you'll see in your close reads, those writing prompts do get up to levels 3 and 4. Maybe they're having students compare and contrast, justify, explain. So you will see depth of knowledge levels increase throughout the reading routine. And that's why I say, when you're prioritizing in a unit, don't cut parts of the reading routine. If you need to cut a whole text or a whole reading routine out based on the TEKS that are covered, cut a whole reading routine out. Don't cut parts of the reading routine out, because then you're not exposing students to all of the depth of knowledge levels in those tasks that they'll see on their end of unit assessments and STAR. So here is where, this is the assessment overview page, and you will see all the assessed TEKS right at the bottom. All right, another way to plan for your unit after you've looked at the assessment, the end of unit assessment, or if you're using the end of unit assessment, the extended writing project, you might want to look at that. Usually teachers use the assessment here, just the regular end of unit assessment. So that's what I'm going to focus on today. But if you want any guidance, if you're doing a project or an extended writing project at the end instead, happy to help you with that. So taking those TEKS from your end of unit assessment, You can then go over to the scope and sequence. Your scope and sequence will show your TEKS instructed in each reading routine of a unit. The X's here on my scope and sequence, they indicate instructed TEKS, and the O's indicate practiced and applied TEKS. This can be found at the top of your core ELAR tab, and each grade level has its own scope and sequence. So if you want to ensure complete TEKS coverage, use this document to see where your TEKS spiral throughout, and then make prioritizations from there. And we'll look at this live. I know it's hard to see on my screen because it looks very small. At the high school level, you will also have a skills map. This is another great place to go to see where your skills spiral throughout. So here we have our grade 10 ELAR skills map, and that's again right at the top of your core ELAR page, sitting on top of all your units. If you need to cut a reading routine, this answers the question, where will that standard or TEK be instructed again? This is a zoom in of if you click on your skills map, this is what it looks like. So let's take a look at this. Here, let's look at TEKS 10.6b. And that is analyzing how authors develop complex yet believable characters, including archetypes, through historical and cultural settings and events. So here you will see this is going to be taught, this theme of character, in Unit 1, the refusal, Unit 4, Antigone, right? So we'll go look at that right now. Let's start with the Assess tab. In your Assess tab, you can find StudySync's full cycle of assessments, but we're going to focus on the end of unit assessments. Click on Filter. And here you'll see your end of unit. Zoom in a little bit. End of unit assessments. And then I can pick a grade level. Let's go ahead and pick grade level 11. So here, scrolling down, you will see all of my American Lit, because grade 11 has the option of American Lit, and all of your regular thematic end of unit assessments that also go along with your novel studies. So whether you choose to teach a Unit 1 thematic unit or novel study, you're instructing the same TEKS in StudySync. So going into your end of unit, this is that overview page where you will see all of the TEKS that are going to be assessed on this assessment. If you go to your Actions button, this is where you can see your answer key. I'm going to open that answer key and scroll down. Now this is the full answer key. You will see your question, correct answer, your TEKS that are assessed, the question type, the depth of knowledge of level of that question, and the scoring. Here we have all or nothing. So you can see that your students are asked to answer questions, depth of knowledge level questions 1, 2, and 3. And some 4s on the essays. So we want to ensure that we are exposing them to entire reading routines, first reads, skill lessons, close reads, so they are exposed to all of those tasks with depth of knowledge levels 1 through 4. All right. That's your answer key. And just know, I just want to make a note, if you're doing this end of unit assessment, you can clone and edit the assessment. You'll see on the answer keys, some questions do assess the same TEKS. If you want to edit your end of unit assessment for time, content, you can clone it and edit it, and then share that with your whole school. So you can create some differentiated common assessments if you choose to. That answer key is a living document. If you clone the assessment and as you make changes, they will be reflected on the answer key. All right. Something else I just want to look at quickly is in the core ELAR. So as I said, at the high school level, and this is a little bit of background in case you're unfamiliar or you're brand new to StudySync, at the high school level, you will see that there are 6 units. So you're planning one of these 6 units. Now, units 5 and 6 are usually meant for spiraling of skills, leveling up of skills, reteaching and remediation. Units 1 to 4 are covering all your tested TEKS. And you'll see that you have thematic unit options or novel study unit options. Your thematic units include a variety of text types all around an essential question and the same themes. Your novel study unit options have your all your resources to teach a novel cover to cover. Keep in mind that it usually does not have the full text. So for example, American-born Chinese, you would need to have a class set of American-born Chinese. This is all the instructional resources to teach that novel cover to cover. And you're going to find reading routines within that for comparative texts. And so you are teaching the same TEKS. If you teach Divided We Fall, and then my colleague wants to teach Of Mice and Men, we are instructing on the same TEKS, so we can both use that same end of unit assessment. In Divided We Fall, let's go into the thematic unit. Here in the unit overview, whether you're in a novel study or the thematic unit, you will start with a unit overview. And here is where you can get basic information like here for the thematic unit, what's the essential question? What is the genre focus? Here we have fiction. There's a unit pacing guide offering suggestions on how to pace your unit in the suggested 30 days. Scrolling down is where we have all of our instructed TEKS. Here you will see you have your TEKS that are marked with an asterisk, and those are tested on the star. Okay. Going into the integrated reading and writing blade, this is where you'll see your whole instructional path. All of your texts, anything in a blue box is a paired read that ends with a comparative writing prompt, as students will see on STAR as well. And going into a text, let's just go into the necklace. You will see a reading routine, a first read. Here we have 2 skill lessons, literary devices and theme, and then ending with a close read. So as I said, again, we want to make sure that we're not cutting out parts of reading routines. Like we don't want to cut out a first read or a close read. If you need to make some prioritizations on skills within those reading routines, what I would do is go to the core ELAR and look at your scope and sequence document to see where these skills are taught and retaught, where they spiral. So I'm going to click on scope and sequence, and it will open in a brand new page. I've been asked pretty frequently by districts, how do I download this or save it? And I would just use print to PDF, file print, Control P, or this little print icon to print to PDF. And you will see this is very small. So I'm going to zoom in a lot. So here, You will see all of your teak strands at the top and all of your text for the unit. This is unit 1 for grade 9 to the left. All of your X's, for example, this one right here, indicate an instructed teak. All of your O's indicate a practiced and applied teak. So if you are looking at this scope and sequence and see, let's see, the necklace instructs on, let's see what one, let's see, this is 9-4C. Up at the top, I see an X here. I could scroll down to Unit 2. Oh, and I see actually 9-4C is instructed again in Leon Bridges. And let me see if it's instructed again. 9-4, not in Unit 3. I apologize for all the scrolling. In Unit 5, oh, no, that's D. So it is instructed, it looks like, here, in Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 6. So Unit 6, it is instructed here, 9-4C in a text in Unit 6. So here, that would be the end. Yep. It is instructed 3 times within your year of instruction. I'm going to click out of this scope and sequence and look at the skill map. Okay. So here is your high school level skill map. And this is just another document. This one works a little bit better for me visually. I like this one, but you have to know your teak. So if you see your teak, let's see, 9-4, what did I have? 9-4C, this is what we were just looking at. Here I can see 9-4C, I have making and confirming predictions, and here is instruction and application. This is where I am instructing that skill of making and confirming predictions, Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 6, just as I saw on the scope and sequence. Additional practice is, where is this a practiced and applied skill? So you'll see it's practiced and applied, so you'll get lots of good data on it. Again, here in Unit 1, 2, 4, 5, but it's instructed only in 1, 2, and 6. So what does that mean? If you need to cover this skill, but let's say you are short on time, or you're planning Unit 1 and saying, I really, I don't think this text, the necklace, will speak to my students. I want to skip it. I need to ensure that this skill will come in again in my units. And let's say I know I'm teaching Unit 2, so I can't skip Leon Bridges. That is how I suggest using the scope and sequence with the skills map to really go in and decide which texts am I going to cover to ensure complete TEKS coverage based on the TEKS that are going to be assessed in that end product, my end goal, the end of unit assessment here we're using. All right. So again, those 2 documents, scope and sequence and the skills map, can be found at the top of your 9 to 12 grade level pages. All right. Now, once we've decided, okay, I'm going to teach these 5 reading routines, maybe I had to omit 2 due to time and my, my year calendar, it's just not going to work. So I've gone through now and looked at the end of unit assessment. I have chosen my reading routines based on the scope and sequence and my skills map, looking at the TEKS that are instructed and where they're coming in again for instruction, where they spiral in. Now I can start planning my instruction. I can plan my activities, my questions, for data, for great data gathering. So now let's look. Let's say I chose the house on Mango Street. Here, I know I'm going to teach this reading routine. Where do I go from here? Well, now I need to kind of look at this as, okay, let's backward plan a whole reading routine. Starting with the final complex task students will complete, which is going to be the close read writing prompt. That is the last step in their close read. You're going to see TEKS tagged in that writing prompt that students will be instructed on within the reading routine. You'll see those skills that they learned in the skill lesson or lessons. And I'm going to move backward from my close read to my skill lessons, back to my first read, to decide which activities or questions are the most important to keep, which will help my students with that end goal of the close read writing prompt. And then decide which activities, maybe due to time, are ones that I'd like to omit. So first, identify the desired results. Let's take a look at that close read writing prompt in a reading routine. This is what it looks like digitally. Here we have a comparative prompt where students will actually be reading some other text and doing one of those blue box paired reads here. So we are going to be looking at here, how does each text use figurative language to convey the overall challenges of leaving one's home? And when we go live in the platform, I am going to show you where to view the tagged TEKS right below. It's cut off a little bit here. So here in the right prompt, this is where we start. Moving backward now, I will think about those skills my students will need to be successful with that close read writing prompt. And now I'm going to choose all of my lesson activities and questions that will help my students be most successful on this writing prompt. So you will see in the close read, if we're moving backward here from the writing prompt, here you have skill focus questions. These are your TEKS focus questions. You'll see TEKS tagged right here. And I would choose a couple of these for students to focus on during their reread. So you don't have to do all 5. That might be overwhelming. Choose a couple that students will, focus on as they reread through that lens now of the skills they've learned and these skills focused questions. Next, we are going to determine acceptable evidence. We need TEKS check-ins here. We need in your skills lessons, these are going to be your depth of knowledge level 2 questions where mostly we're applying a concept. And you have a your turn check for understanding. So just know that you have a TEKS check-in here where at the end of your skill lesson, students have an independent check for understanding, and anything multiple choice or drag and drop will be auto-graded, and all of that good TEKS data will be popped right into your gradebook for you to view. If you have more than one skill lesson, this is where you can decide. So some of your reading routines have up to 3 skill lessons I've seen in a regular reading routine. And you might need to prioritize just based on time. Decide which skill lesson or lessons will help students be most successful on that writing prompt. Maybe you have some skills within that reading routine that you know are going to spiral in again. You've used that scope and sequence and the skill map, and you say, oh, I'm going to do this reading routine, but I need to cut 2 of the 3 skills. These are the 2 I'm going to cut because, you know, we've already instructed the other 2, or they are coming so in the next unit, so I'm going to go ahead and omit them. You can make that decision. What will help your students be most successful? Here is what that little your turn check for understanding looks like. It's not long. Your skills lessons will take less time than your first reads or close reads. All right. So you've decided which skill lessons you're going to teach. Now let's move backward into a first read. In your first read, the last task your students will complete is your think question. So let's, moving backward, look at the think questions, which are text-dependent questions. Students are answering questions about the text using text evidence. They're making predictions about vocabulary using context clues here. And you're usually going to find 5 of them. You can look at the TEKS they assess and narrow them down based on that. You can read the questions and say which ones will help my students move them towards being most successful on that writing prompt, and pare them down when you assign. When you assign, you'll see customization options, and you can choose which think questions you want to send to your students. Same with the reading quiz. And here, I didn't cut it off this time. At the bottom, you'll see your reading quiz questions are all tagged with TEKS. Same with your think questions, and same with your write prompt. It'll just be down at the bottom like this. There were going to be 10 quiz questions, and I will say this was too much for a lot of my students. It would sometimes take the whole class period. So, 10 quiz questions, that can be a lot. Pare them down and be intentional when doing so. Choose the ones that will help students be most successful on their writing prompt. All right, let's take a look. So we'll go into grade 10. And let's go into Unit 2, moving forward. We're going to go into the integrated reading and writing blade. And let's look at, the power of the hero's journey. Here you'll see first read, 1 skill lesson, and a close read. All right, I don't have to prioritize skill lessons here. There's only 1. But let's see. I just want to show you an example where there might be more than 1. Here we have 3 skill lessons. So here, this is an example of a text in which you might need to prioritize your skill lessons. All right, let's go back up to the power of the hero's journey. All right, so we're going to start, if we are backward planning, from the preview. And here you see a write prompt. If you scroll down, you will see, right there. Here are the TEKS tagged at the bottom. So when you're planning backward from the writing prompt, think about these TEKS, all right? If you are unsure what they are, here we have use text evidence and original commentary to support an appropriate response. Discuss and write about the explicit or implicit meanings of text, and then a writing, compose informational text, such as personal essays, etc. All right, so keeping those in mind, we have 10.5C, 10.5G. We're going to move backward and plan. Let's go to our reading. And you will see in the skills focus questions, here we have 10.5C, 10.5G, 10.5C, 10.5G. These are tagged. Read through them and decide which of these questions would help move your students towards success with those writing prompts, and choose a couple. You don't need to do all 5. or sorry, here 4. Usually there's 5. There's 4 here. And those are the choices you can make here when assigning. Now you'll have your skill lesson, and I want to draw attention to the your turn, where students will have TEKS tagged. And then in your preview of your first read is where you can view your think questions, and you can move through all of them and see the TEKS that are tagged. This is 10.5C. Number 2 is 10.5C again. Oops. 3, 10.5C. 4, 10.2C, and 5, 10.2B. So you can pare these down based on TEKS that are being assessed or the content of the questions. And finally, here we have our reading quiz. Now you will see 10 quiz questions. I do suggest paring this down. And again, you can click on a question and preview the TEKS to decide which you're going to omit. All with that end goal in mind. And if you're unfamiliar with assigning on StudySync, you would just click this assign button. And you'll see that you have this customize option. So you choose a target, that's your class or student. And you can click on this customize option, and this is where you can decide, let's see, I'm scrolling down, 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 where this is a first read. So it has think questions and reading quiz questions. In your close read, you'll see your skills focus questions here as a select option. This is where you'd select, and you can pare down just by clicking, and you'll see it will turn gray after I've clicked on it, meaning it is off. All right. All right, if you are needing any help, the Help Center is a fantastic resource. I know your lesson planning guide and some great links were dropped in the chat. I do want to show you that lesson planning guide here in the Help Center, because you not only have it in a link, but also here in the Help Center. You can search keywords like lesson planning guide, and you will see it. Sometimes it doesn't show up right. Here. For some reason it's down here, but it is here. Lesson planning guide. This is your fillable lesson planning guide, bringing you backward through, from the end goal of any specific lesson, looking at the close read writing prompt, helping you plan either a first read, a skill lesson, or a close read based on the end goal of the close read writing prompt. And it has a great video here. So if you would like help, some guidance, I would suggest starting out when you first start planning with StudySync, decide which reading routines you'll be completing within a unit, whether it's a novel study or a thematic unit. And then use this lesson planning guide to walk you through planning an individual lesson with the end goal of a reading routine in mind, that close read writing prompt. All right. So today we learned to use backward planning to help students reach their instructional goals, explore the process for customizing and prioritizing texts and lessons within a unit, and discovered resources for support and some additional learning. Again, the Help Center is a great resource. I recommend going there using the keyword search, but also that's where you can find those live webinars that also you don't have to attend live, just register and you can attend those at your own, whenever it works for your schedule. We have live chat in the Help Center also. In the lower right-hand corner of the screen, you will see this little icon, and it's going to be me, Sarah, Tracy, or another implementation specialist live answering your questions. We do have some limited summer hours right now, and I think in a couple weeks we start back up with those full-time 11 to 3 Central Time hours every day of the school week. So Monday through Friday, 11 to 3 Central Time. We will be there answering your questions. Expect to get a response in under 5 minutes. If you're a coach, know a coach, please sign up for our coach community. It gives you access to great live events that are coach specific, a coaching newsletter, as well as a Padlet full of StudySync specific coaching resources. You can sign up in your account. In that help center, you will find some links for registering, or you can use the QR code that's on my screen right now to sign up. And if you need any extra help, you can email implementation@studysync.com. That will be routed right to me. Or use that email address, ashley.compagna@studysync.com, that I gave out at the beginning of our session. If you need any rostering or tech help, that's McGraw-Hill. And that is McGraw-Hill Tech Support. Phone number and email address is on my screen, and they are super quick to respond. I have called them many times, emailed them, and they're on it pretty quickly. If you want to sign up for our monthly newsletter, go to studysync.com, and you will be made aware of anything brand new in the platform. And please just view our current webinar schedule for continued learning. Thank you for your time today. I'm going to pass it over to Shannon, but I appreciate you all spending your morning with us. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to Ashley and her team for supporting in the chat and being on top of it, answering lots of great questions and providing all of these amazing resources. I know that it's great to kind of get this 50-minute quick look at an idea on how to do the backwards unit planning, but being able to go back and refer to those resources just makes a huge difference. So thank you. And how amazing that you guys are the ones that monitor that live chat and are there to support. So I love that as well. So we appreciate you spending your morning with us, and to all of you that are participating as well, thank you for joining. And we are going to now take a break. So this room is going to be on a break for the next hour. We will not have a session in here for the 12 o'clock time. So you have to leave room 5 if you've been here all morning and find another session to view and to watch and participate in for 12 o'clock. We will be back here at 1 o'clock for some amazing sessions with Hayward Jean. So he's got some great things for us to learn, and we hope that you join us then. Otherwise, we have all sorts of other sessions to choose from. So we will see you later, and have a wonderful break if you're taking a lunch break at this time. I know I am. All right. Thank you. All right. I cut that off a little bit quickly, but hopefully throughout the day you've been seeing that commercial. We are here in room 5 for our session, our 1 o'clock session, and so glad that you could join us. Our first this 1 o'clock session, we are very pleased to have Hayward Jean with us. He is currently the Director of Student Services in Orangeburg County School District in South Carolina, and a former principal, an author, Teacher of the Year, national speaker, community leader, and founder of Speak Life Enterprise. And today his session is Lose the J.O.B and Win Your Purpose. So all about educators and our purpose and how we're challenged to be the educators that we're pressured to be. So thank you, Hayward, for being here with us this afternoon. We are very excited to have you. And one of the things that he says is that he is convinced that his purpose in life is to help people maximize who they are, why they exist, and what they're going to do about it. Welcome.
I'm so excited and I just can't hide it. No, I'm not gonna do the rest. See, you thought I was gonna do the rest. You thought I was a finish the lyric. It's not a finish the lyric. But welcome, 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 man. I'm so excited about this powerful conference, powerful experience. I'm going to share my screen, but please don't think it's one of those, oh, he's sharing his screen. Oh, it's not. Nope. My goal, my objective is to bring what's on the screen to life. All right. So what I need from you is to do something that no speaker has ever told you to do. All right. So just bear with me. I'm going to do something that no speaker has ever told you to do when they're trying to get you to do better on your job. I'm going to tell you to lose your job. Yep, I said it. I'm going to tell you to lose your J.O.B. today, but stay with me because I'm not talking about going to the unemployment line. I'm not talking about quitting your job and walking out because you got an excuse. You think I gave you a license to quit. Nope, you are silly because we're not in the same city. And I will say I didn't say it. No, what I'm telling you is I want you to lose the mindset behind what it means to work versus what it means to live out the reason for our work. But it's going to make more sense a little bit later. So I want you to stay with me for a moment. And I'm going to share my screen so you can see a little about who I am and the sound. Thank you so much again, Shannon, Danielle, and everyone for allowing me to be a part of this. Lose your J.O.B. So, you know, educators, we are the kings and queens of acronyms. So J.O.B. is coming. I don't want you to say to be distracted, but I want you to think in your mind, what do you think he could mean? There must be some aim behind this. There's something about why he's telling me to lose my J.O.B. So think about what you think the acronym might mean. And as you're thinking about that, check this out so you can learn a little bit more about me.
My mindset is to empower those who will empower the children. I don't say look at you, I say look at us. And so there's this us mentality, this joy mentality that I have where I see children not as just students or a job or dollar signs, I see their souls.
He's the father to a lot of fatherless children.
Yeah, all I really know is 100, nothing less, 100, till nothing less.
Hey, Hayward Jean here. Happy Speak Life Day. Very historic day. We are at Brookdale Elementary School, home of the Soaring Eagles. Like every month, y'all in the newspaper. Like, what's going on? Because y'all have been committed to using your lives to make life better for others. So you're not just a school, you are your own movement. And continue to use your lives and your words to encourage people. You gotta believe that no circumstance, no situation, no issue, no problem, no hater can stop you from being a soaring eagle. You are destined to fly. So keep flying and keep speaking life.
My life is hidden in Christ.
So here's what I don't want you to do. Don't wait for somebody else to tell you you are great for you to know that you are great. So we are headed to Marshall Elementary School. This is about my experience at Marshall Elementary School is where I began the movement called Speak Life.
But I love the wall of it. You can hate, but you can't hurt me. You can hate, but you can't hurt me. And my worth is safe. I can leave this earth today. Gassed up on grace. How they gon' circle K? I don't want no new Bugatti. Put me in Nimba County. Liberia, I'm serious. Mosquito net in my Bible.
The only school in the country that made Speak Life a daily movement for them. From day one, they've been doing it continuously for a whole school year. So we got a big surprise for them.
Now, just talk to yourself. Whatever it takes to get through. I'm intelligent. I'm powerful.
But the time to speak life is when it doesn't feel right. But I want y'all to help me make Speak Life come true. Not just by what you say, but by what you do.
Take you stay.
So welcome CFISD. Listen, I want you to know this. So that energy you saw is a day that the city that I serve in as an educator named a day. They named it after me for my birthday, but it's named after my movement called Speak Life, because they were honoring my commitment to ensuring that every school that I'm in and every community that I serve, try to help them to live out the best of their community, to be as positive as possible. And so they named it the day for me, and I gave the day right back to them. And so schools all over the country, they take one day, all they do is be positive towards one another. All they do is be encouraging to each other. And so you're definitely free to join that day. You can follow any of those platforms, send me a message, and I'll show you how you can connect to be a part of that day. Free, is no charge or anything. I'll give you all the printables that you need, and you get a chance to be a part of this special day with us that's happening September 20th, 2024. Because this is going to be helpful to helping you have the best school year ever. And so I really believe in saying what you want to see. And so I don't know where you are in digital land, but I want you to take a moment. Of course, I can't hear you, but you can hear you. And in the integrity of this moment, I want you to repeat after that screen. I want you to say, this will be the best school year ever. Go ahead. You didn't say it. You didn't say it. Say it. You can't be afraid to say what you want to see. Say it. This will be the best school year ever. That's right. That's right. You got to believe that. Because here's what I'm realizing when it comes to the J.O.B. Oh, yeah, I'm going to tell you the acronym. The J.O.B. has held so many of us hostage from doing our purpose. Today, we're going to talk about why and what it means to lose your job, J.O.B., and win your purpose. Our job has held so many of us hostage from doing our purpose. So it's time to move from being imprisoned by the J.O.B. to being liberated by the why. Okay, it's time. It's time to tell you what the J.O.B. is. The J.O.B. is this. I believe that many of our students, even some of you who are leaders, you serve teachers, I think the work has gotten so tough. Stay with me. The work has gotten so tough that oftentimes it makes it hard for us to have even the compassion to do the work, because we're so busy doing the work. And you can be so hard and you can be so focused on doing the work that you forget the who you're doing the work for. Meaning you cannot serve who you cannot see. So the J.O.B. stands for no more just operating blindly. Yep, you got it. The J.O.B. is no more just operating blindly. No more autopilot. Nope. No more just coasting. No more operating on a playing field where we're just plateauing and we don't have any, because some of us, maybe not you, but maybe some of your cousins have lost that fire. You lost that spark. I mean, you, instead of looking forward to the first day of school, you're looking away from it. You don't want anybody even say it. It's becoming a curse word now, and it's time for us to move from that. And I believe that we get most of our joy from following our purpose. So here are a few of the things that you're going to be listening to and learning from throughout this keynote today. And that's the purpose and power of your story. We're going to go back to where it all started, because it didn't start with that phone call when you got the job and you were so excited. You remember when you got that call because you interviewed, you went to Rose's and got your best outfit. I'm joking. I don't know where you got your outfit from, but you went to a mall, or you went to Amazon or whatever to get that outfit. You studied, you polished your resume. You couldn't wait to show them that you were ready for that job. And then you waited by the phone, looking for your email to see if you were going to get that call or that message to say that you got the job, or at least some type of notification to say how you did on the interview. And then you got the call. And man, you told your mama, your daddy, you called your significant others, you called everybody. You want everybody to know I got the job. But it didn't start. You getting the assignment you're in right now, it didn't start with the phone call or the interview. Man, it started with your story. It starts with your why. We're going to talk about the power of collective efficacy. What does that even mean? We're going to talk about love and empathy, and then building a culture and community. I believe that professional development, that's why it's so powerful that you all are doing this professional development. But the reason, and I'm so happy that they contacted me to be a part of this, because I believe you can't have professional development without personal development. You can't separate the profession from the person, or the person from the profession. Like, I am who I am as a professional because of who I am as a person. But I believe that if you get those two, professional development without personal development, you have arrested development. And I don't want your development to be impeded because you've not honored the humanity of the work. And so here's the purpose and power of your story. So again, you learned about me as a professional. You saw that part. But again, what you saw in the video didn't start in the video. It didn't even start when I got the degree or the call to get the job. It started as a child of a single parent mom, a twin brother and a little sister. Yep, you see me right there in that bottom screen now. Hopefully the cursor can show you me. That's my 4-year-old birthday party. I was dreaming that one day I'd be speaking as a keynote for CFISD. Yep, my dream has come true. But that's me, then that's me again, always looking away. Like I just cannot stay focused, right? But as a single parent mom who raised me below the poverty line, literally below the poverty line, my father had 23 children. Oh, I saw those eyes pop out. Calm down, calm down. My dad, who's Haitian, 23 children, was never a part of my life at all. But my mom was a phenomenal mom. That's right. I didn't say that wrong. She was a phenomenal mom. She made sure that she did not allow me to be defined by our poverty. But you see the other P's up there. She wanted to make sure that we were defined by our purpose, by who we are. So she was relentless at one, not talking bad about who my father was and what he did not do. She was committed to not ever speaking bad ill of him at all. But what she did was she didn't focus on what we didn't have. And we were in poverty. Quick funny story. We were the first family. We were the first family on the block in Columbus, Ohio, with surround sound. Yep. I know you're saying, how can you be in poverty with surround sound? Well, my mother was creative. I call her the Black MacGyver. Oh, y'all don't know about MacGyver. I know millennials. Google MacGyver. But my mom was a Black MacGyver. She could create anything out of anything for survival purposes. But in this case, she wanted to give us some luxury. So we had 2 televisions. We had one TV with picture and no sound, one TV with sound and no picture. Yep, surround sound. Well, how's that surround sound? Well, the TV that had sound but no picture, we put that in the closet. The TV that had picture and no sound, we put that on a stand so that we can see the TV and hear the television from the other side. So we had surround sound. Yep, that was us. That was us. But why do I laugh at that? Because my mother didn't focus on what we didn't have. She focused more on, she taught me a principle, to focus more on what I have. It's easy to talk about the problems, but let's talk about some solutions. It's easy to talk about what you do not have, but let's talk about what you got. Let's talk about what you do, what you have, and then how can you use what you have? I'm saying that because some of you are going to be working with students who don't have or who have less. And instead of looking at them and educating them based upon what they don't have, which could possibly cause us to lower our expectations for them, let's look at what they have. You'd be surprised about the genius that's inside of them and how we can add and build to that. So I learned principles and strategies from my mom that my college never taught me. A lot of that came from my power. But when it comes to purpose, here's what drove me. And this is where I want you to really lean in on. What drove me was not about what I had. What she empowered us with was, what are we going to do with whatever we have to serve people? Yep, she taught me these principles at this age. And so when she instilled those principles, and I say that because we got to find ways to embed those into our instruction, into our schools. Because it's why teach students math, science, arithmetic, math, science, social studies, ELA, the digital. Why teach them all these principles, social emotional learning? Why teach them all these things and not teach them how they can use their life to make life better for others? So these principles transferred over to me as an 18-year-old. And look at me again, still looking away, still looking like I'm daydreaming. But I'm asking myself, this is me going into education as a teacher, 2001. I'm about 19 years old or so, and I'm grappling. You literally see me right there, right in front of you, never knowing I'd be speaking to you today, 20-something years later. But I'm grappling with the thought and the idea of me becoming a teacher. That's me as a freshman in college. Well, why is USA Today a part of this? Well, I'll tell you why. Because when you have a mother, when you have individuals, because I'm speaking for my mom in this place, but we represent surrogate parents. So as a parent, how will you fill the gaps in your children by teaching them who they are and why they exist, and then what they're going to do with what the gifts, talents, abilities that they have? Well, check this out. As a freshman in college, I learned these principles, and it transferred over into me becoming a leader in a program called Call Me Mister. What is that? Call Me Mister is a program that recruited, trained, and certified males to become elementary school teachers in South Carolina, where I'm from, because there is a shortage of elementary school teachers, male teachers in South Carolina. And so we wanted to remedy that. Well, it caught the idea of USA Today, and it didn't stop there. Because when you go after purpose, then people filled with purpose, they chase you down. The reason why I want you to know this is because some of us feel drained, some of us feel tired, some of us feel unseen. Can I tell you, when you're walking out your purpose, when you're doing this work, let me say it like this, because some of you are walking out your purpose as a profession, but you're not looking at your profession through the lenses of purpose. Say it one more time. Some of you you're walking in your profession, but I'm not sure if you're walking in our profession with the right lens, which is why we're doing the job and we're getting tired. We're getting energized, we're getting drained before our time because of that. Well, here's what happens. Whenever you walk out your why, and the walking out the why is hard, it attracts people. Well, it attracted us, Oprah at the time. Yep, still a pre-service teacher. I'm still a freshman, but I got a little more of a smile now. Not smiling there, smiling here. Smiling here, and Oprah snatched me. But I'm also smiling because Oprah, her foundation, I think at the time it was a company that she was a part of that partnered with her to help fund my college. That's right. Me, who grew up in poverty as a poor child, had the opportunity to get a free education because somebody saw that I was serious about my purpose. But all this came from a mother who didn't see me based on what I did not have, but what I had. And it brought that mindset in me to also live out a mindset that says, I have more than I think I have. I want you to know, as educators, you have more than you think you have. You got to think that way because you got to ensure that your students think the same way as well. I know that the literacy levels are low, but let's stop saying they cannot read. Let's say they may not be reading or they should be reading, but let's not say they cannot read. Digital literacy. Our children know more in digital literacy in the digital space than we do. So why not focus on what they have and then build those skills up? I promise you, if you approach teaching and learning with a strength-based approach, you'll become more effective. But again, purpose is a great way to address it as a strength-based approach, because when you follow purpose, it taps into people's interest levels, because purpose is directly related to your passion. You didn't get into this profession because you had nothing better to do, right? I hope you did. You didn't get into this profession because you didn't have anything better to do. You got into this profession because you wanted to make a difference. You got into this profession because you wanted to ensure that the people that I serve, whether it be as professionals, meaning if you're a coach or a principal or a school leader in any capacity, or the students that you serve, you want to make sure that you are making life better for them. Why? Because you said this word, I want to make a difference. But we throw that word around so lightly. So my question is, if you want to make a difference, what type of difference are you making? I want this video, brief clip from Michael Jr.'s Break Time. Is a YouTube show that he was doing. This is discontinued for a little while now. But there's a clip here, very brief clip, probably about 90 seconds, that I want you to see that could possibly help to amplify what I'm trying to say to you. See if you can see yourself in this clip. Check it out.
So you're a musical director. Cool.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me get a couple bars of like Amazing Grace. Can you do the first part of that? Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Wow. That bro could sing. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Sounds pretty good.
Now, once you give me the version, is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know which version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that I see.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Don't let your work distract you from your why. Listen, the first time, and if you ever saw this clip, comedian Michael Jr., he goes all around inspiring people through comedy. But in this one clip, he wanted to pull out an audience, a teacher. So I said, I want you to see if you see yourself in this. A teacher who knew what he was doing. He says like this. He says, the first time he asked him to sing, he knew what he was doing. The second time he asked him to sing, he knew, you can finish my statement, he knew why he was doing it. I'm wondering if you are going through your work as a professional based on what you do, because we know you got that master. But I wonder how much you're going about your business and about your job, focusing on why you're doing it. The work can be quite draining, but how about you let your purpose give life to your profession instead of feeling like your profession has to give life to your purpose? Nope, it doesn't go like they're going to go that way. You have to go through your work with your why in mind. Why do I say that? Because this work is so hard, it's so exhausting, that if you don't keep the why in front of you, you will burn out before your time. People always say, oh yeah, why I'm burning out? Why am I burning out? Oh, you're burning out because you're doing too much work. No, I think people burn out more because they're not doing their why of the work. Now, the work is exhausting. You got to get your rest. You got to eat right. You got to exercise. You got to drink plenty of water, all of those things. But I believe people will have more energy if they did their work from the lenses of their why. What do you mean? Well, did you see the video? Like, were we watching the same video? Did you see what happened around him when he sang it the second time? Look at what your purpose does. Your purpose transforms your performance and the experience of others. So it's not about just giving our children education. It's about giving our children educational experiences. It's not just about giving them lesson plans. What about us giving them moments? See, children very rarely remember everything we taught them, but they will never forget those experiences. We heard the quote that's been resounded all over the world. They'll never forget how you made them feel. Your purpose transforms how you make people feel. What do you mean? We saw the same video. We saw how the individuals around them, when he was singing the song the first time, they nodded their head. Yep, he knows how to do his job, right? The second time, they looked at him, they stood up, they clapped, they pushed him, they hugged him. It moved them. And they said, wow, it's not about him anymore. He's now made his job about me. See, when you follow purpose, your job becomes less about you and more about others. What do you mean? Sometimes the job makes you do what's right for adults. Yep, doing the job. I'm just here so I don't get fired. Just clocking out, clocking in. But your purpose makes you do what's right for children. See, when I do the job, yep, I'm making sure that bills are paid. When I'm doing my purpose, I'm making sure children's lives are changed. That's the difference. We don't work for the check. We work for the change. Like, our mindset is to work for the change. Oh, I saw you. You said we don't work for the check. We work for the change. You said, yeah, we do work for change. You need to pay me some more. I'm not talking about that change. I'm talking about transformation. I'm talking about we're not working for pay. And I get it. And you're saying, yeah, work for pay, pay it less. It doesn't. They cannot pay you what you're worth. No one can pay you what you're truly worth anyway. I'm talking about you should right now, if human resources calls you after this call today, and they tell you, you know what? You've been doing a really good job. And I noticed, Jennifer, that you need a raise. I'm going to offer you $1.5 million for you to do your job this year. You should be able to tell HR, hey, you know what? I'm worth much more than that, but I'll take it. You better take the money now. I'm telling you, take the money. But I want you to know that you're not working based on your salary can't define the quality of your work. Your purpose does. And not only does your purpose does, but the people that you serve. Do you know what happened to me? See, I wasn't going here, but you made me go here. Don't love teaching and leading more than you love who you're teaching and leading. We talk about all the time, I love my job, I love my job, I love my job. Yep. But do you love the people behind the job? It's not about the job or even you. It's about who you're serving. So let me help you with something. So right now, I had to speak at a national conference in Orlando. And at this conference, as I am greeting the guests, because I like to greet individuals when I am getting ready to inspire or help, a young lady walks to me while I am greeting them. I notice she looks very familiar. I've not seen this young lady in 16 years because I served as her third grade teacher. Now, my former third grade teacher, I see at a conference that I'm speaking at nationally, she walks in as a fifth grade teacher. The last time I saw her was when she left my classroom at Christmas time because her house burned down and she had to move to another state. We stayed in touch as she got older. She told me she was becoming a teacher, but I did not know I would see her at a national conference of which I was speaking. What am I saying? When you and she says, I look up to you. I remember, what if the seed I planted because of the way I did my job in 2006? What if the way I did my job inspired that young lady? Again, you might have thought that it was just about her getting the honor roll. Couldn't have been. It couldn't have been just about me giving her A's and B's in her grade book. It was about something more than that. Her life changed forever through the house burning and having to move. But for those half that 90 days of school, she had a teacher that walked out his purpose. What if that was a seed that was planted? Well, it had to be, because you know what she sent on Instagram the other day? She said, now, mind you, I was her third grade teacher. She had many other teachers after me. She said that I was the most impactful teacher she ever had. And she only had me for half a year. Why am I saying that? All it takes is one lesson from you. All it takes is one school day, one sit down at lunch with a student, one time of helping assist during a writing conference. All it takes is one experience at a family parent conference day. All it takes is you going to the baseball game or to the dance recital. All it takes is you showing love for the student through your profession that could plant a seed that will cause you to build a legacy that lasts way more than retirement and a paycheck. See, we often spend more time avoiding getting fired from the job that we don't get fired up about the job. Guys, I am the fireman today. I'm not putting out fires today now. I'm putting fires out today. You didn't hear what I just said. I'm not putting out fires, but I'm putting fires out to you. I'm putting fire. I want you to get fired up. I have to be this way, guys. I have to be this way because this is what my students were coming to my school with. My students went to bed with these stories. What do you mean? When I served as principal, you heard that I serve as a director of student services in a school district. But when I served as principal, these were the stories of my children that walked into my school every single day. What do you mean? Well, if you look at the headline, every article is a parent or a relative of a current or former student at my school that were involved in violent crimes. You see the headlines. I know I know it looks hard to believe. But in my school, we were the last of everything you wanted to be first in. And we were first in everything you wanted to be last in, literally. And I knew that with this job, I could not do it operating blindly. My kids needed to be seen because they were being seen by the wrong people. And they needed people who saw their potential, who saw their life, who saw what they could be in their lives. So I couldn't be a bored, mean principal who just threw my kids off to everybody else instead of spending time with them. I couldn't be a principal that lived in my office. I had to be a principal that stood shoulder to shoulder with teachers. I'm saying that because this is the year where you get the chance to be everything you dreamed you could be for those children. Again, your stories might not be these, but your children have stories too. Your children have needs as well. What I'm trying to tell you is even amongst our children, suicide is the second leading cause of death amongst the youth. And again, every child, every story is not extreme, but every child needs somebody, as my mentor would say, that is crazy about them. I am so passionate about this because I'm looking at children in this world and I'm seeing that the second leading cause of death is suicide. We can't afford this to do our job. We have to do it with much more power, purpose, and passion. Could it be that our children, maybe not children in your areas, but children around the world, that the children that you serve are going to impact? Could it be that some of our children don't want to live anymore because adults have not properly advertised adulthood? Could it be that our children are looking around and they're looking for adults that enjoy being adults, that enjoy doing their jobs? Could it be that they're looking at teachers and they want to see teachers who enjoy doing their jobs, and they're looking around and they're not seeing them like, what is being an adult? What do I have to look forward to? We are doing more than just getting them ready for graduation. We're getting them ready for the generation. We're getting ready to be able to impact the nation. Like, it's way bigger than we think it is. And your impact, who you are, your attitude has everything to do with how your children live out their assignment, live out their role as students. So I'm fired up like this because your district, your school, your classroom should feel like a movement. Look at our world. It is in need of teaching and learning that's going to allow our students to be able to create a world that is in need of hope. And you can do that. So what is your educational call? See, that was mine. But I'm only trying to show the stories that I have on me as a mirror. But what is your educational call? I want you to reflect on that. What are you passionate about? What are you fired up about? What is it that wakes you up at night? What is it that keeps you from going to sleep? What is it that you go into that school every day wishing could change? And maybe you got a little discouraged and you stop wishing again. Nope. I want you to dust off those dreams. I want you to dust off those wishes because you are needed. And the reason why it bothers you so much is because there's an answer in you. But I want you to shift your lenses from just doing the job to doing the purpose. So our story was that. I told you about our story. I told you about the poverty, and I told you about you saw the clips and the headlines. That needed to change. It was time out for my children to see themselves and define themselves by their pain. They had to be defined by what they could do. And that couldn't be done through just some motivation. I love motivation. But it had to be done through practical processes and steps. And I know this is a keynote, but there's a few things that we did. We changed what the walls looked like. Instead of just plain walls, we put words on the wall that they could say and believe. That's that efficacy piece. That's getting children to believe. We want them to believe that they could change the world. That's why I have a student now who is teaching. That's why I have students now who are becoming doctors, literally. Because we want them to believe they could change the world. So these are some of the things that will be on their wall. We want them to say what they wanted to see until we see what you said you saw. I'll say it again. I'll say it slower. Say what you want to see until I'm going to say this all day today. Say what you want to see until you see what you said you saw. We know how to say what's wrong, but can you say what's right? And if you don't see what's right, can you just say what's right anyway until you see what's right? So what we did was on all our bathroom mirrors, we put these on all the bathroom mirrors. As you can see, it's for teachers and students. I wanted teachers to also believe, because if teachers believe in themselves, they can inspire kids to believe in themselves too. All right? No more boring.
Adams, here.
No more Ferris Bueller teachers.
Adamowski.
No.
Adamson. Here. Adler.
Here.
Anderson. Anderson.
Here.
Right.
Bueller.
Where's Bueller?
Bueller.
What if Bueller was not there because he's looking for somebody that will make him feel like he is chosen? Because Bueller needed somebody that saw him, or else I'm out. We got to make our scholars feel like they are chosen. Yep, I call them scholars. We got to say what we want to see. Make them feel like they belong in your classroom. I know it feels like your principal, if you're teaching, played a practical joke on you when they put certain kids in your class. Nope, those kids are destined to be with you. You got to make them feel like, nope, you belong. I asked the principal to put you in my classroom. Nope, I asked I said, yep, I know you live out there, but I want you to move. I built a house for you to just live in my attendance zone. I want you to make the kids feel like they are supposed to be in your class, in your school, in your district. Every child, not just a majority, you just kind of cast a wide net. Nope, everyone individually needs to feel like they belong with you. Because there's so many other groups in our world that have evil intentions that make our children feel like they belong with them. We got to make them feel like they belong with us. We got to move our mission from moving our scholars from being called to being chosen. And you cannot make your scholars feel like they are chosen if you don't believe that you are chosen. You believe in you. You model what it means for kids to believe in themselves. The reason why it's so tough, I had one of my good friends, he did a keynote the other night at one of our conferences, and he said that the beauty is sometimes found in the battle. So if you are going through challenging times as an educator, it's probably the great indication that you are chosen, because light shines the best in darkness. So the darkness is not meant to take out your light. It's meant to cause your light to take it out. but you got to know what you got and use it and not compare it to the teacher next door or the school next door or the district next door. Nope, because those needs are different and the grass is not greener on the other side. And I heard somebody say this: what if the grass is not greener on your side because you're not watering yours? Spend time investing in what you have. But I told you, the research even says no matter how hard people work, they feel like they are spinning their wheels. And they don't have the capacity to feel compassion for others or themselves anymore. Could it be that we're too exhausted to care? So leaders, I'm gonna challenge you, if you're out there, I want to challenge you to do more of taking work off your teachers than putting work on it. What do you mean? Yeah, that stuff that just don't, and I'm talking a little bit about that with protecting your aim, but that stuff that doesn't quite really matter, this stuff, meetings that can be said in an email, all those things that are taken away from the energy of your teachers. Let's spend more time taking stuff off because less is more. So what if we spent less time doing stuff and spending more time on a few things and mastering more? Because our teachers, our leaders, we're exhausted doing a lot of things that aren't getting us to where our goals are. Yeah, and perhaps this is one of the last videos I want to share with you. This is the last video I want to share with you, but this probably brings the message I'm talking about home more than ever. You wonder why you're where you are. You wonder why you've been placed in this great position as a leader or a teacher or in whatever capacity you serve in your school system. Well, I didn't know why either. I was called to be a principal at 28 years old. This is about 2010. Didn't have a clue. 2011, didn't have a clue until my first parent meeting in my cafeteria. Now, by now you probably learned who I am now. I'm out of the box. I'm wild. I'm crazy a little bit. And so in the cafeteria, there was this big box, refrigerator box, and they were about to introduce the new principal. I'm a new principal that was coming in. And once they introduced me, the box started shaking, and it was me busting out of the box. Yep, it was crazy. I sat in that box like an hour because I didn't want anybody to see me when they came in, so I had to get in there early. And I boxed. You can probably imagine what the catchphrase was, and that was, "We're taking learning out of the box," right? I know, corny. Well, after that exciting meeting, everybody was all revved up, everybody's fired up. I had a grandmother come to me at the end of that meeting, and she pulled me to the side, and she said, "You probably heard about me and my family." And I looked at her and I recalled her from all the media, because there was so much media, and I said, "Yeah, I did." And she said, "I want you to take care of my granddaughter." Now, if I did my job, and you see the headline that's on the screen, if I did my job, I could have told her, "Oh, I'll give her the best counselor around here. We'll make sure that the teacher taking care of her," and I would have walked away. But nope, she only needed 3 words, because as you see, she no longer had her grandchildren that were killed by the hands of her daughter, which is their mom. She didn't need me to tell her about the programs that we have in place to ensure her child's SEL protection and covering. I gave her 3 words. I got her, right? So I want you to hear a little bit of the story. It's very, very brief, so you can see through the eyes of what purpose looks like when you're serving children.
Hi, young lady. I hear you're in the 1st grade now?
Yes.
Miss First Grader. Oh. Is this your room in here?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm coming in. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. You have got too many toys. Let me see. What's this?
My report card.
Your report card.
Yes.
You're on the principal's list?
Yes, ma'am.
You're taking social studies in the 1st grade?
Yes.
Are these all E's, E's, E's? Excellent, excellent, excellent,
Yes.
excellent, excellent. I love a straight A student, and I super love a straight A student that's a girl. I think it's so great. Do you like to read too?
Yes.
Oh, I love girls who like to read. I know your life's changed a lot recently. How's it having your grandmother raise you? Is that okay?
It's fine.
Is it fun? Do you think she's doing a good job?
Yes, she really is.
Yes? Has it been a tough adjustment for you with your mom being away? Yeah. Do you like going to visit her on the weekend, or do you get a little nervous when you have to go?
No, I love visiting her.
You do? You did?
Mm-hmm.
You did? Why do you like visiting her?
Because I get to see her face.
You get to see her face.
We have to look through a glass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you miss her?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hi, Mommy.
Hey, pretty girl.
The card that I made you, I hope you like it.
Yes, it's beautiful. I love you too.
It says, love, Sanaya. I love you, Mom, so much. And I miss you.
I miss you too.
And I miss Devin and Javon.
I know.
I love you, Mommy.
I love you too.
In many cases, you're not just our students' reason to learn. In many cases, you are our students' reason to live. So you saw that student, that 6-year-old student, who was smiling and saying how happy it is to see her mom through a glass window. Well, she was 6, and you know what a 6-year-old mind is like. They're only seeing the good of whatever they can see. But as she gets older, and her clips of her with Oprah gets viral, and you see the story of how Oprah helped me pay for college. Then I'm now serving a student at 6 years old who Oprah helped to get through that little rough patch at 6. I'm telling you, when you walk out purpose, things align the way they should for your students to get what they need. Well, this 6-year-old became a student that wanted to commit suicide. She got older because as she got older, she realized more and more what happened to her. You are a safety net for students. When you see them, when you don't operate blindly, you can turn from becoming their principal to their godfather. I'm not asking you to take on the role of a parent for these kids. What I am saying is you never know what you're investing in that could not just make them graduate, but that can also give them life. So I'm now her godfather because I told her grandmother 12 years ago, I got her, and that commitment stayed true. Again, I'm not telling you it has to be that extreme. That happened organically because of the need. What I'm saying is you don't know what value you can add to a student when you walk out your purpose. You could be their reason for, now she's off to college, and now she's learning how to tell her story, and she has a motivational speaker who's a mentor who now helping her to tell her story so she can inspire kids all over the world. You don't know what your purposes are doing for kids. So as I wrap up, I want you to begin to be intentional about building student experiences, exposing them to their future, letting them realize that their destiny is sure, and you can teach them with that in mind. Teach them with colleges in mind. Give them experiences that will allow them to have a world that's created right in your school system. These are clubs that were created, worlds that were created. You have the ability to create worlds with your words, with systems, with structures, using their interests, their talents, and abilities to change their lives. It is time now for you to be the teacher and the principal of your community. Because when you do that, when you live out your purpose, you turn the headlines into history-making legacies. These headlines have now shifted. What I'm encouraging you to do is I want you to shift the stories. I want you to shift the stories this year for your kids. I want you to shift the stories this year for yourself. I believe that you are going to have the greatest year ever. And it's going to start with the way you live out your purpose, the way you live out your assignment. So today, I'm encouraging you to lose the job, win your purpose, and get ready to have the school year, not of your dreams, but of your kids' dreams. And when you do that, then it becomes the school year of your dreams. I enjoyed you, CFISD. Let's have the best year ever. Now, right before you leave, there's an attendance code that's going to be given to you so you can make sure you get the credit you need to lose that job, but win that purpose and then keep your job. All right. I enjoyed y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Like that was amazing. Okay. I'm going to share the attendance code, but before I do, I just have to say something to you real quick. You just have an amazing way, and I'm curious, like of capturing like this big idea into a really catchy phrase. So do you just like, you have a notebook full of like all your phrases and quotes?
Why are you in my business? Yeah.
Just,
You know me. You know me.
No, this was amazing. And I'm not sure if you saw, if you were like following the chat in YouTube or not, but just if I could encapsulate it in
Please.
any way, it was people saying, I needed to hear this today.
Wow.
So thank you so much.
No.
We greatly appreciate everything
Honor.
that you shared. And I know we all are feeling very inspired and excited for a great year. So thank you, Hayward. He will be back with us at our 2:00 session. So if you'd like to come back and stay in this room, he'll be here. I'm going to go ahead and share that attendance code so you guys make sure that you write that down. And let's see. Here it is. Full screen. All right. 617. Oh, never mind. I'm not supposed to say it. This, you can read it. 5 digits, the 1:00 session, room 5. And that next session here at 2:00 is with Hayward again. It is, the title is Protect Your AIM, your A-I-M. Leave that up for another minute or so. Let you guys get that down. And then we will take a break and be back at 2:00.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Here's a quick tip for you. If you ever wanted to insert a link directly, all you need to do is highlight what you want the hyperlink attached to and do Control K. Once you do that, the window comes up. You just Control V for the paste of that website URL, and there you have it. It's now hyperlinked. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Here's a tiny tech tip for your Google Slides. You can now easily insert GIFs into your presentation. go to Insert, Images, and you'll see that new feature. On the right-hand side, you can search for your terms and look at all the fun options you have to place into your presentations. Have fun gifting!
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFPGS. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Let's make ClassLink work for you. Did you know that you can make your own folders? You can make folders for what you visit daily, but hey, let's go ahead and go to the edit mode, add a folder for some stuff that you just never use. Okay, it will create your folder at the bottom and then go through it. If there's things that, really don't pertain to you, right click, add to folder, and never use. Right click, add to folder, and never use. Clear up that clutter if that makes you happy.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
If you're like me, then you like your workspace to look clean and organized. One way I do that in my Google Drive is to color code my folders. To do this, right-click on the folder you would like to edit. Hover over Change Color, then select a color from the options that Google provides. You can take this a step further and color code any folders within the folder to match. Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in two ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
Did you know about the pen tool in Google Slides? When you are in slideshow mode, in the bottom left corner where you normally switch between your slides, there's also 3 little dots that you can click on to open another menu. Inside of that menu, you can click to turn on the pen. The pen tool allows you to annotate on top of the current slide that you are working on. The really neat thing is when you go to the next slide, the annotations don't follow. You can work independently and annotate on all the different slides, and those annotations will only stay on that particular slide.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that.
All right, welcome back to our 2 o'clock session. And I'm excited to share with you who we have. We just had it for our 1 o'clock and it was amazing. We have Hayward Jean with us this afternoon. He is the Director of Student Services in Orangeburg County School District in South Carolina, a former principal of Mellichamp, hopefully I'm saying that right, elementary school. He'll talk a little bit about that possibly. Author, Teacher of the Year, national speaker, community leader, and that's just a little bit of what he does. He's just an inspiring person and we're so thankful to have him here. One of the things that he says is he's convinced in his purpose in life is to help people maximize who they are, why they exist, and what they're going to do about it. And this 2 o'clock session is called Protect Your AIM. With so many people and projects vying for your attention, it is easy for gifted leaders like you to get distracted by so many opportunities that resemble the right fit for your vision. So you're going to get ready to expose the purpose imposters. And let's take our teaching and leadership to the next level by being equipped with strategies to project and protect your AIM. Welcome, Hayward. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be back and here and enjoying this time with y'all. Man, I love this, but a really, really good experience. But yes, purpose imposters are here. And I almost feel like this is like a movie that I'm in right now, where this is like a sequel to where we just came from. So if you're with us from the first session, then this is like it's going to feel like a sequel. Because what I told you, again, some of you didn't know this, so it's fine. What I told you about losing the job and winning your purpose, some of your friends will tell you what that means. Once you do have your eye on the prize, or once you have your eye on the aim, you know, educators, I'm back with the acronym again, A.I.M. I told you it's part 2, right? But it's also going to be like part 1 for those that didn't hear part 1. So you're okay. But we have to keep our eyes on the prize, have to keep our eyes on the goal, because once you get excited, and I'm talking to a lot of talented people. See, I don't take speaking engagements just because of the job, all right? I don't. I have to take them based on purpose, based on my aim, my AIM. I'll tell you what it means. But because of that, I also have to be aware that when you're passionate as you are, when you're as talented as you are, when you're as educated as you are, right, as experienced as you are, it often makes you very attractive to people that would love to get you on their teams. They want to recruit you on their teams, or there might be some opposition that will try to distract you from your goals as well. Yeah, I know some of you have gotten job ideas or you've gotten approached about job opportunities that look very attractive. They put those shiny things in front of you, or you yourself, you've been tempted to stop, quit. The couch seemed better than the job. You know what? You just wanted to go on vacation. You just want to do something different. You wanted to get away from it all. I get it. There are a lot of things that will try to deter you from your aim. Today's session is to assist you with protecting your focus. Yep. Protecting your aim. So a little bit about me, again, just to go a little bit more in detail. I want you to know who I am. You got to know who's in the room. And so on the left, you might see, that's my wife, 18 years. I want her, you to see her because she's an educator as well. I mean, my wife can teach a dog how to read. She is a reading interventionist. She's very passionate. The energy that you see with me, when we get together, it's like it's out of control, all right, because we're so passionate about people, families. And so that's why you have that there. So we're so passionate about families, we can stop in the classroom. We now have to be the pastors of our students. So we're also pastors as well, all right, but I'm not going to preach, all right, but just if you say amen, it's not my fault, it's yours, all right? But we're pastors as well. I'm a motivational speaker, so I travel all over the country, inspiring individuals, and I have great support from my school district because I still do my job, and I'm very passionate there. That's my foundation. And so I don't do that as much as I can, just because I'm committed to my community. As you see on the bottom right-hand corner, I'm a district leader where I serve as director of student services of a school district. We have about 11,000 students, 31 schools, and I serve as in that capacity where I supervise all counselors and career professionals. They're all disciplined, alternative schools, all social services, all things social and emotional learning. I support curriculum. I support HR as well, but I do all the volunteers. I train all the volunteers and mentors in our district. I supervise the nurses. I supervise athletics, so I'm over all the athletics and pretty much all the fun things that kids get to do in the district that will enhance curriculum. So what I do, I train our students in the art of public speaking, because I want our children to learn how to speak well. So we have these oratory competitions. Ooh, you gotta listen, just follow our page. You can see some of the things that we're doing. And I'm really blessed to be instrumental in a lot of those things. As you can see, I'm in classrooms. I'm not, just like I wasn't the principal that stayed in my office, I'm not the district leader that stays in my office as well. So I'll go to school classrooms, I read, eat lunch with students. I just feel like you can't be student services and not see the students that you serve. It just doesn't make sense to me. I always, one of the reasons why I was a little just nervous about becoming a district leader is because I'm like, does that mean I'm getting farther and farther away from the kids? I didn't want to be so far away. You see how uncomfortable this is? You see, that is how it is if you're far away from the students. You're serving them, but you're not close enough to know what they actually need. You're just throwing stuff far away, hoping that they catch it. And so I like to be close and on boots on the ground with our teachers. So so that's not just like one little picture. I just want to give you an example, but I'm always in schools, always at the families, communities. But then on the bottom left-hand side, I'm blessed to be able to share the stages with a lot of great educators all over the country. I just did a great event with Steve Spangler. If you know anything about Steve Spangler, I only brought his name up because he is all about engagement and passion and excitement. And so I was really blessed to do some great things with him this week and so many other powerful educators. LeVar Burton, Reading Rainbow, we were with him the other day as well. So I've been blessed to be with a lot of great educators who believe like you believe in making sure that children have access to content and experiences educationally that'll change their lives. And you don't have to be rich to do it. You don't have to be a viral or have millions of followers. All you need is love, right? So that's a little bit about me. See my family at the right-hand side. Yep, I'm the jokester in the family, so they're all laughing, giggling because they cannot get enough of me. Yep, they should pay me for my jokes. My dad jokes are good jokes, but my kids are talented. They're phenomenal. My daughter on the far right-hand side, she is a national speech champion. Yep, so she's a national speech champion for the National Junior Beta Club. Yeah, this is her year this year. She's reigning champion, where she had a chance. So if you have any kids that are in Beta Club, my daughter's looking for some challenges. Give her a challenge. Take that crown away. All right. And then my middle son on the far left-hand side, he is talented in his own right as a musician, as well as a vocalist. And he's very smart as well. And he's a district spelling bee winner. And then my oldest son, he's a 10th grader, Mr. Sophomore, number 4 in his high school class, and just doing well. Why do you take time to share that? Well, first of all, my mother told me not to talk to strangers. And since I can't talk to you and know who you are, you got to know who I am. So you don't think that a stranger is talking to you. I really feel like family after some of the people that I've met with your organization. But I want you to know those things about me because I want you to know this. It's important for me not to be a public success and a private failure. It's important for me not to be someone who can smile on stage and everybody's laughing and go in the classrooms and have all the kids inspired and not be able to do the same thing for my children and my wife on the right-hand side. Like, what kind of person am I? I would be the imposter. You should not want to hear me because I'm not truly myself investing in what I'm selling. And I'm not selling anything. But what I'm trying to give you, I'm not invested in. So no, I don't believe in that. So you have to know that about me so you can know that you're getting somebody, and I would want to believe that I'm as authentic as I possibly can because I believe that is where my foundation for my work lies. All right, so I want you to know that. Takeaway targets today. All right, in any session that I do, even if I'm teaching concepts in numeracy, right? And I'm being ask my students, in any session that I do, because I feel like I'm a teacher's teacher, you're going to always get a renewed vision and passion for your role. I don't care what I do. So just always know that's whether I write it on a slide or not, or even say it or not, my aim is to always give people a sense of renewal about what they do and why they do what they do. And even many times who they are. I also want to help you how not to miss the aim of your mission. As educators, we have a mission. And then we're going to get you to helpfully identify what is your aim? What is your A.I.M? And lastly, this is just a little bonus. It's like if they ask for dessert after a big meal, then you want to give them some dessert. This is the discover the genius. That's your dessert right there because your children are genius. You got to know that. Hopefully there's some kids that's sneaking in and listening and eavesdropping on our conversations today. All right. Well, you're in my school now, and I'm your principal today. And so I want you to take the role of a student. Take you off your professional hats for just one moment. I want to invite you to my school.
Four years of school to get to college. 4 years of that for a degree. It's easier to master knowledge than it is to me. But I'm making this my graduation party. It took a while for me to make it there. When I showed up, the ceremony started. My cap in the air. Can't stay here forever, gotta graduate. All things pass away when I graduate. All things become new when I graduate. Thank the Lord that I'm much smarter than I'd ever thought I'd be. That's a promise that I gotta keep. So I'm making this my graduation party. Took a while for me to make it here. When I showed up, the ceremony started. I threw my cap up in the air.
My boy. Y'all look out,
y'all. Can't stay here forever, gonna graduate.
So welcome to the first day of school. Listen, I just had to share that little bit of nostalgia right there. I'm not a principal anymore, but man, I loved being out front, welcoming my students in. That was all, every time I do a first day of school, I always have cheerleaders and community members and everyone, because I want our children to know that our school is not a school without a community, and our community is not a community without a school. And I truly believe that. And so I brought the community to them, the world to them. And I'm real passionate about that, but I also want to get you a little bit more excited about your first day of school. First day, just like a first impression, will set the tone for the whole year. Like, I really believe it. I'm telling them, go all out if you got to. I just believe in that. But then once you do that, they can't have this big old drop. You know how it is, maybe not your schools, but some of your cousin schools where Teacher Appreciation Week is like all big for a week, and it's like back down again. I never wanted our teachers to feel like a downer at the Teacher Appreciation Week. So what do? You appreciate them every week. Oh, rocket scientists, pay me $1 million, right? If you appreciate people every week, they don't have to feel like there's a downer when the designated week is over. What does that mean? You're creating a sense of belonging. So as we protect our aim, I want to set the tone for what that is. Creating a sense of belonging is an aim, is a focus that has to be for every educator, creating that sense of belonging. But you saw in my building, it takes intentionality. I want you to say that. Say intentionality. See, I'm giving you permission to dream, okay? You're getting permission to dream, and then I'm going to help you protect that dream. But you got to have a dream, though. And so if you notice in my lobby, those are what you saw around were all my teacher leaders, because I wanted every teacher to be a leader, because I'm not the only leader in the building. And you know this, that there are some people in your buildings that are more influential than the school principal. You know it. There are people that, you know, especially like naysayers, like, well, we're not going there. We're not going there. All positive today, right? But you know there are individuals that are very influential. Again, let's leverage that. Leverage that, because you could possibly be building a successor or someone that's going to be a principal or school leader. One of the young ladies along the wall, she started out as a 4th grade teacher, moved into the reading coach role, then moved into assistant principalship at the same school, right? Because we didn't wait until they got a degree to start teaching them how to be leaders. If you are a leader, I'm encouraging you to find a successor. If you are a leader, I'm encouraging you, if you don't have anybody that's coming behind you, then I'm encouraging you to mentor somebody. Again, I don't care if you're a teacher. If you're a teacher and you've been in the game for a while, you've been teaching for a while, you need to mentor somebody. And you also need to be mentored, okay? Okay, I'm gonna go back to the video again. If you noticed, as the kids were coming down the aisle of the cheerleaders and the pre-service teachers, and those pre-service teachers, they were actually call me Mr. So you weren't, again, I know some of you weren't a part of my first session, but I am a product of a program called Call Me Mr., a program that is designed to get more males in education. That was 20-something years ago when we started. If you notice the principal, I had a lot of males around who were in suits and ties. Well, they are Call Me Misters. What are you saying? I'm saying 20 years later, the program is still thriving and growing. And now I sit as like a founding father. It's like really weird, but it's still continuing. What I'm saying is you are creating legacies sometimes when you don't even know it. Well, they were going down those aisle of great people. You saw a boxing ring in the video. Do you remember seeing that? Did you catch that? I'm not gonna play the video again, but I want to call you back to remembrance of that. I put a boxing ring in the lobby. Yep. I'll put a staple there. What am I saying? I'm not telling you to go and get a boxing ring. That's a real boxing ring. It's a real customized boxing ring. The only thing we didn't do real in that ring is have real fights in there. But we did have assemblies, and I spoke from there as if it was my stage, right? And in that boxing ring, we would have kids come around every Monday or every other Monday, however I felt we wanted to do it. And we do our assemblies right there because I want our children to have a sense of belonging, let them know that we're all a part of this fight together, this educational fight, the struggle. And I want them to understand that struggle is okay. It's okay to struggle when it's productive struggle, because I don't want them feeling bad if something was hard in class, right? I didn't want them to feel like if the teacher had to challenge their thoughts or extend their thoughts or push them a little bit educate in their thinking, their critical thinking, in their metacognition, helping them think about their own thinking, that it wasn't going to be hard. I want them to know your teachers, they're planning, it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough, but they're going to support you and you're going to be successful. But sometimes you might fail forward. Sometimes it might not feel successful, but I wanted to fire them up every week before the week and make them feel like they were a part of our community. So those are some of the things there. So I wanted to welcome you that way. I want to tell you this, your AIM, A-I-M, is designed to keep you focused on the integrity of the work. That's right. I'm sending out, if you didn't get it already, I'm going to send out a digital form that can assist you in reflection of your aim. One of the things we do a great job of is we do a great job of working and planning and teaching and doing the work, but we don't do a good enough job at reflecting. All right. When you reflect, you're able to spot out individuals or things that are trying to get in your way to get in the middle of your aim. All right. You can't afford that. So your aim is designed to keep you focused on the integrity of the work so that you don't compromise the work or weaken the work. The work becomes weakened when we allow other things to get in the middle of the plan, right? And so I'm going to encourage you as a former school leader, well, still a district leader now, when you're doing these plans, make sure you don't have a whole bunch of plans that aren't shaking hands. I didn't mean to rhyme, but I like it. All right. Make sure your plans shake hands. Make sure if you have a Title I plan or a strategic plan or an improvement plan or the bathroom plan or the lunch plan, whatever plan, recess, supervision plan. We have so many plans. We had a return to school plan. There's so many plans in our schools, lesson plans. But I'm not sure if we're focused on aligning those plans, on vertically aligning those plans. 5th grade has plans, 4th grade has plans, 3rd grade has plans, 2nd grade, kindergarten, pre-K, cafeteria, custodians, everybody has plans. But I want you to do as best you can. I want you to do an assessment of your plans this year. And what are you assessing? I want you to assess the alignment of those plans this year. Make sure there's alignment. Make sure that there's a joint connected to those plans. Like making sure that they're not in isolation of each other. We got to work on that. So that's something I want you to work on. That's a great way to protect your aim, is making sure things align, that what's expected in 5th grade supports what's expected in 4th grade. What's expected in 3rd grade, it supports what's expected in 2nd grade. And it's all supporting each other. What's expected of me as a school leader is in direct support of what my custodians expect from me and what I expect from my custodians. Like it all works together. Do you know a great way to protect your aim? Y'all want to give you a nice hack? All right. So empathy is a good way to protect your aim, right? Let me give you that. All right. Before I go there, I'm gonna tell you this. I want you to do your best at trying your hand at this, but you gotta prepare. I'm gonna give you something that I don't give a lot of teams. I think I really love you guys, right? I want to give you something to do in your school that could assist with ensuring that there's alignment, that could stop this blame game of what others are doing, that could help with the competition that could be happening in your building, that could also support the sense of belonging that's on the screen right now. Sometimes we don't realize how hard each other's job is in our own school, because I know how hard I work in 5th grade, but I may walk by 1st grade and I hear y'all singing songs. I know how hard I work as 11th grader, but then I look over on the news and I see that you all just had a big assembly for a book vending machine, right? And so what I'm saying is schools sometimes and classrooms and grade levels look down on each other because they're not looking at each other's work through each other's eyes, right? They're looking at each other's eyes and they're looking at through their own eyes and thinking that the work and the effort doesn't match, or the capacity of the work is not measured the same capacity as I have. So what I did in my school to stop all that and to bring us back together, some of you shared a little bit about my bio. One of the great successes that I had in my school was we moved from an F school rating to an A school rating in 1 year. Yep. Yeah, we were the lowest school in the district, one of the lowest in the state of South Carolina. And we were blessed with a team that we had moved from an F rating to an A rating. And a lot of that didn't have anything to do with that they were smarter teachers. We had the same teachers. Not that they were smarter kids, we had the same kids. It was the fact that we already realized how great they were, but they weren't in their strength zone. They weren't operating in the places that they could be their best. They didn't have an aim. What do you mean? Well, they had less time to teach. When I first got to school, I realized that there was a lot of instructional time that was missing in the teaching schedule. So we looked at that and we worked on alignment. I also noticed there were teachers that were teaching not in areas that they were stronger in. So we moved them in those areas so they worked on their weakness while building on their strengths. And all that assisted along with all the other things. So there's one thing that we did that was also helpful with sustaining our success, and that was this activity called Walk a Mile in My Shoes, right? So Walk a Mile in My Shoes was an opportunity for people on the campus to trade places. It's called trading places. Can you guess who I traded places with? I traded places. I'm gonna get off the screen for a minute because I don't want to distract you. No, let me keep it. I traded places with the custodian. Do you know how excited the head custodian was when he got a chance to walk a mile in my shoes? So he took off the custodian. Man, I wish I had those pictures. But you know, when I come back, we're family now. I'm gonna show you those pictures, all right? I'm gonna show you those pictures. But he walked the mile in my shoe wearing his suit and tie. You couldn't tell him anything. And I pushed his cart. I had his uniform on. And then my teachers, though. So that was you could say that's pretty fun. I'm going on with a mop bucket. Hey, you know, kids like it laughing. I could have really got some joy out of that. But let me tell you what really became the part that helped us was when our fifth graders switched places with pre-K. You already know where I'm going. When third grade teachers had to switch places with the special education classes, and now we kept the teacher assistants there because we needed to make sure that the work still continued and that we weren't in any violation and that the kids got the same support that they needed in those rooms. But we switched places in art class. So the second graders switched with art teachers. The art teachers switched with the first grade teacher. We had a whole big mix up. You already can imagine what's happening, right? You're probably thinking chaos, chaos, chaos. What we got from that experience, and then I had a chance to also teach math as well in the math class. But what came from that is, one, people stopped talking so much because they realized, oh, wow, I didn't realize how hard you had it. The fifth grade teacher didn't realize how hard it was to be a first grade teacher. Needless to say, I'll tell you, we couldn't do it for a whole day. It couldn't. Oh, sometimes I miss the principalship. It couldn't last the whole day. Nope, because they realized how tough it was. What I'm saying is one of the great ways to protect your aim is to see your work through your teammates' eyes so that you can help protect your aim by protecting your teammates from the negativity. All right, integrity. So that's part of the integrity of the work. Here's a good way to focus your impact. Where there is no vision, people perish. What do you mean? Guys, you gotta have vision. Sometimes our children walk around aimlessly. There's no vision. Well, I like the word aim, and I like the target we've been using quickly. So you see the target, it's an arrow. An arrow is always pulled back. An arrow has an aim to it, and that arrow has to know where it's going. Well, it has a target. I'm telling you that you got to have a target. You got to have some target this year. Where are you going? You got to see where you're going, and you got to be able to tell people where you're going. Well, I got this from a very great book that I like. It's called Where There's No Vision, the people. This is the where there's no vision, this line, the people perish. You might look at that word perish like, oh, that's a bad word. What does that mean? You probably thought it meant actually died. Not at all. That means where there's no people, the people don't have any control. There's no restraint. One of the ways to protect your aim is to have vision and communicate that, because that screenshot, what you're looking at right now, is pretty much the embodiment of a substitute teacher when your teacher who's out did not leave plans. You know what happens when a substitute teacher is in the classroom and they don't have any plans. If they don't have any plans, the kids do. And you know what that means. Guys, it's important to have a plan. Leaders with no vision, they lead schools that are out of control. I say this is probably the better way to say it. An educator with no A.I.M is an educator who is M.I.A. Yep. Any leader who knows the power of vision and focus, you understand that leaders cannot be aimless. You know how dangerous that is? Because you run a school, you have no vision, but guess what you're getting? Dollars. You're getting money to fund those plans I told you about. You're getting money to fund those general funds, to fund those school projects that you're funding, and you're funding projects that have no aim, that have no goal, that has no destination. And so it becomes a waste, and you're not leveraging that, because what money is supposed to do is add value and help you create sustainable projects. I had to speak like this because, and this is I don't care if it's a GoFundMe, I don't care if it's a Donors Choose, I don't care if your student gave you lunch money to buy a notebook. You better make sure that notebook is designed to the vision for your classroom. I want you to, this is all about alignment. So these are things I want you to assess this year like never before. I promise you do that. It's a great hack, a great tweak that's going to make you very successful. It's going to cause you to have more energy. What I'm really giving you is a tool to give you more years to your life and more life to your years. Because when you're not aimless, you're able to use more for energy and make a greater impact. So what is my A.I.M? I'm so glad you asked. A.I.M stands for aspiration, inspiration, and motivation. I know you're like, man, he just loves to rhyme, but it's substantial rhymes. Aspiration is a very substantial word, but I'll tell you, one of the biggest ways to have a good aim, you're going to love this, is to do something I did in my building. I was intentional about building people more than buying programs, right? I know programs are good, and they are good if they are aligned to your school's vision. Let me give you a little bit of a, to share with you a little bit of our district's vision. I'm in a school district, and and I was able to help assist with writing this vision for our district. And the language that I was able to offer our district were these 3 words: person, purpose, platform, right? So we had a strategic planning session, and one of the things we did in that strategic planning, getting all our stakeholders together, even students, parents, community leaders, clergy, everybody you can think of, we pulled them together, and we looked at, what do we want for our school? What is our dream? We literally sat down and took a week to dream, and then plan out that dream strategically, using all the systems and structures in place that will be helpful in supporting that dream. Well, I took a similar approach even as a principal. One of the ways I did that was, first, I detoxed our school from programs. That's right. I just did a program detox. I just did a cleanse, right? A cleanse, because we're doing too many programs. And the programs, and I didn't want the programs to replace the people, because what happens when the programs leave? The people are like, well, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? So we needed to build the people, and then we need to get programs that aligned to the talents of our people, or programs that would stretch the talents of our people, but not be a program to replace the people. When we did that, it added value to our people. It gave our teachers more strength. We turned them into just from school teachers to teacher leaders. This is a great way to protect your aim, because when you do that, your people, you don't have to even say it, your people can tell you what our school needs. Because I believe, and I learned this somewhere at a conference, I think it was the Carnegie Institute. I heard this thing said all over the building. They said that the people close to the work should be the ones that have the most input into the work, right? So if our people are close to the work, whether children or teachers, you should have input into it. But one of the greatest ways to have your focus is to build capacity. You got to grow. You got to learn. And so I got to tell you that, because programs don't change lives. People do. It's not about programs. I love programs, but programs are only as good as the people that support them. They're only as good as the people that know how to use them. Even the programs and platforms we're on right now, I love how you all are navigating these platforms. It's so smooth. It's one of the best digital conferences I've ever been a part of, because it feels like we're all together, like we're all in the same room, because it doesn't feel like anything that's not continuous and connected. Because The people. It's the people that's leading the programs. All right. And so I want you to be intentional about that. And again, I'm setting the tone for this AIM. If you don't have an A.I.M for your work, other programs and people will. They're going to sell you everything. Oh, people are looking at you. People are studying you. They're looking at what you're good at, what you like, and they're crafting the right program for your money, the right program for your talents. Then that's good that they want what you have. It's good, especially when you're a winner. Woo-hoo! And you're winners. I know you are. When you are a winner, you attract people who want to be a part of winners. And sometimes their agenda is not aligned with your vision, with your strategic plan. So just make sure that you have all your programs aligned and that there's a plan that's connected to each other. So, okay, so let's start. Check your aim. Well, we already started, but let's continue. The A stands for aspiration. That aspiration is your hope. Again, this is what people might call a soft part, but I hate doing that. I feel like the hope is the strong part. I feel like what makes it soft is when there's no plan connected to the hope. Like I said, where there's no vision, where there's no plan, then you have nothing but a hallucination. I heard my mentor would say this. He said that a vision without a plan is a hallucination, right? And so you got to have something supported. So people talk down on the soft skills, they talk down on hope and dream and all that because that's all people do. And then they realize a hope is not a plan, but it is a big part of the plan. Because if you have a plan with no hope, then you have a job that has nowhere to go. So aspiration is hope. It's hope. It's giving a plan hope. It's saying that this is what we believe. This is what we're going for. And so I say that to you and I give you this. Bragging about your glory days as a teacher is not a way to inspire the work in other people. So when you're trying to inspire hope, one way to inspire hope is not just telling people how good you were. Nope. What people are inspired by is when you are with them in the work. So one good way to support hope is to give hope by being next to people who sometimes need your hope so they're no longer hopeless, but they're hopeful. I know I said a lot of hopes in that one phrase. I'll say it again. It's important that if you are with people in the work, that's why I know I'm talking to you like as if you were a leader, but I want to do that because I'm empowering you to lead. I believe empowerment is often missing in our work as teachers, as leaders as well, and which makes us feel scared to dream and scared to tell people our dreams because we're like, well, I don't want you to shoot it down. I don't want to get fired. I don't want to try it. I don't want to take a risk. No, when you have a vision, people, you know what makes you valuable is your vision, especially when you have a plan. But this part of hope, you got to be a part of a community that's supporting vision. So I said, you got to be with people to give them hope. So when they're hopeless, you're hopeful. And then guess what? Sometimes you're hopeless and they're hopeful because they're living off the hope that you gave them. So that's the aspiration. But inspiration is the urge. Again, you can't just have hope because hope sometimes can fail. Let's be real. Sometimes you can lose hope. Sometimes you can feel like there is no hope because what you see sometimes is the opposite of what you believe. And you're like, oh, hold on. Why am I still here? I'm not seeing it. I'm not hearing it. People aren't telling me thank you. I'm not getting appreciation. People don't even see the good work that I'm doing. Or the good work that I'm doing keeps being snuffed out because I'm giving the child this. When they go home, they're getting something that is the opposite. And I'm like, well, am I wasting my time? Then you get inspiration. And I think some of you said this is inspiration for you today. The urge to keep going. Because what I believe is you don't stop. If you truly believe in the hope, if you truly believe in your aim, if there's a true aim for your destination, you realize something I learned from Simon Sinek, a great author from books like Leaders Eat Last, Start With Why. One thing he said was that in his book, Infinite Game, he said that the work that we do there, and this is not just, he wasn't talking to educators, he's talking about this business professional, anybody that has an assignment of work. He's like, there's no competition. Like why do we keep calling it like a game? Well, I'm saying it because we think sometimes the end of a school year is the end of the school year. No, we got to stop doing our work based on the end of a school year and keep our mind realizing that sometimes the work is going to take 3 school years. Sometimes the aim is going to take 4 school years. And I know you don't want to see that because I know that you want the work, but let's think about it. 4 years have already gone by anyway. Some of you have been in education for 4 years. Some of you have been in education for 40 years. Some of you have been in education for 24 years. I'm staying with the 4, all right? Meaning those years are going to go by anyway. So stop rushing and trying to pack everything into 1 year all the time, and you're not being successful with anything you try to do in that 1 year because you did not have a focus. You didn't have an aim. You didn't have aspiration. You didn't have any hope for it. And so you didn't have inspiration either, an urge. It's hard to have an urge about everything, right? Like the urge to have ice cream. Very rare to have an urge for ice cream and Chinese food at the same time. I know, sounds crazy, right? Like right now, I have an urge for an acai bowl right now. You like, the acai bowl lovers in here? I have an urge for a really good acai bowl. But with that urge, I don't have an urge also for salmon. All right, I don't eat any other meat, but pescatarian. All right, so I don't have an urge for salmon and acai bowl. That don't even sound right. You don't even eat that together, right? I'm saying to say it's hard to have an urge for student achievement and have an urge. Like, you got to focus your assignment on what do you have an urge for. It doesn't mean you can't have more things to focus on. What I'm saying is we got to focus on one thing at a time. That's going to help with you not being discouraged, because our discouragement sometimes comes from being overwhelmed. So inspiration is the urge. So let me help you. Your work should inspire the work in others. It should give others the urge. But if you don't have that, it's hard for you. So why are you here? This is going to bless you. I think this is going to give you some inspiration right here. The urge, because sometimes we don't see what we need to see. And sometimes it takes us seeing it in others. And sometimes it takes us seeing it through people who might not see like we see. So check this out. Look at the joy. Look at the excitement. These are not educators. I know you're like, oh, I wish I was us. Like, these are not educators, but they look happy. These are entertainers. They look so happy, right? These are educators. Our children see this, and our children see this. I'm not saying fake it till you make it. What I am saying is you don't have to fake it when you are truly having a focus. This is the help. People are in need of, they're overwhelmed. They're in need of help. I'm helping. I wish they were on this call right now, because I'm trying to help them understand, and you understand that when you focus on one thing at a time, you build on your successes. When you have an aim, when you keep feeding yourself, when you have a dream and you go after it and you have belief, then you could be the joy, because our kids are taught by them, and they're also taught by these individuals as well. We got to be a better example of what our children are and what our children need to see. Give our staff a reason to teach by giving our students a vision to reach. We got to start giving out vision again. That's why I talked about the moments that I do in the boxing ring to cast a vision and tell them what they can be. This helps motivate, but you got to motivate. So let me help you. Your role must feel like a movement and not a moment. I said that in one of my other sessions, but the other piece I want to give you, it shouldn't just be a moment. It's got to be continuous movement, because you have the potential to bring out the genius in your staff and students. Really? Let me show you real quickly.
Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to America's Got Talent. What's your name?
I'm Cody.
Hi, Cody.
I'm Cody D.
How old are you?
I am 22 years old.
Yeah.
Who are you, miss? Who are you?
I'm Mom.
Oh,
I'm
hi,
Tina
Mom.
Lee. Hi, Tina. How are you? So, what are you going to do here for us today?
I'm gonna sing a song for you on the piano.
I love it. Tina, tell us a little bit about Cody.
Cody is blind and autistic.
Oh.
Wow.
We found out that he loved music really early on. He listened and his eyes just went huge. And he started singing. And that's when I was in tears, because that's when I realized, oh my gosh, he's an entertainer. So, through music and performing, he was able to withstand living in this world, because when you're autistic, it's really hard to do what everybody else does. It actually has saved his life playing music.
Wow, let me show you something.
Places. I've been to so many places in my life and time. I've sung a lot of songs, and I made some bad rhymes. I've acted out my life on stages, 10,000 people watching, yeah. We're alone now, and I'm singing this song to you. I love you in a place, oh, there's no space or time.
I'm sorry, Cody. I can't let Cody take my show, but I do want to tell you what happens when you make a child feel special. Check this out.
First of all, I will tell you that. You gotta know that. You were wonderful. Not only do we feel the authenticity of what you do, but you're a great inspiration and a great talent. And it was
Inspiration.
amazing. Thank you so much.
But wait, there's more.
I felt you.
It's extraordinary. You have a really life.
Thank you. I'm a new judge this season, and I'm also a new mom this year. And congratulations. It's the toughest job I've ever had and the most rewarding job I've ever had. You just want to give your kids the moon, the stars, and the rainbows. And tonight, I'm gonna give you something special.
Climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. 'Cause I need you to.
Now, I hope you see something, because Cody Lee can't see that. But look at his face. He may not can see it, but he can feel it. And look at his families. God, I'm telling you, I know our work oftentimes makes us think that because it's so tough and because there's so many distractions, that it makes it feel like it's really about us. But these are your students, and these are your students' families. Look who it's really about. Look at the value that was added because somebody saw their talents and built on their talents. This is the inspiration to discover the genius. Our mission as a district, I was saying earlier as I was sharing the thoughts, our mission is to discover the person, purpose, and platform of our students. What are you discovering? What is your aim? I would love to give you, this is a good aim. This is a great picture right here of what you can provide for a child when you hone in on what because this child wasn't good at the spelling bee. He wasn't the captain of the basketball team. He didn't fit really on the chess club, but what he fit in is what he was good at. And do you think somebody like Cody Lee would be inspired now to learn in your classrooms if you know he's learning so he can get to the AGT stage or the voice or whatever stage? Like, don't you think that? See, you got to create a culture of empathy in order to create a culture of equity and creativity. Yep, we're getting there now. Now is that the aim has to move. Once you take it off of you and you focus on inspiring, then the urge become, I'm sitting in a desk that was created by somebody. What if I have the ability to create something that's never been created before? Your children are wearing t-shirts that somebody had a thought of. What can you inspire our children to create? See, there are so many things to education that's left for us to tap into that's not tapped into yet. But if we keep tapping things that are already tapped, we're going to tap out. So here's what I like what Simon Sinek said. We're going to stick with him. Leadership requires two things: a vision of the world that does not yet exist and the ability to communicate it. All right. So, if you don't see anything, you see, wow, I got a reason to work now because I gotta find a vision of a world that doesn't exist. See, now it's not about the day-to-day, the task. It's about the vision that's going to support the day-to-day. oftentimes we focus on the day-to-day without focusing on the vision that supports the day-to-day. Matter of fact, the vision is supposed to inform the day-to-day. Actually, the vision is supposed to direct the day-to-day. Lastly is motivation. Ooh, you know it's my favorite. You know it's my favorite, right? Because without hope, aspiration, without inspiration, that urge, it's going to be hard to have motivation. And that is the reason to drive you. I tell you, one good reason is to love the people that you serve. Because that right there is continuous. That is past the clock. That is past the school day. That's past the school year. Take care of the people. Simple. I took all that time to tell you that your number one aim is to take care of the people. And if you're really passionate about the people, you're going to do whatever it takes to take care. And that word care is going to take up so many definitions. What do you mean? Care is going to mean make sure they're safe. Make sure they have the right things in their mind so they can create a pathway for their families. Make sure we add value to them so that they can create wealth. So care is going to take on so many definitions if you constantly walk out your sacrifice of love. I'm talking about love. So I'll give you one. I told you every arrow, your aim is an arrow. Your students, picture them as your aim, as your arrows. You got to give them an aim. Sometimes you got to pull our children back. You got to stretch them a little bit. So don't be afraid to make it hard. You got to stretch them, because the farther you stretch them back, the farther they go. Look how far my arrow was stretched. My arrow was stretched so far that I didn't know who I was sitting next to. What do you mean? Well, as I wrap up, I met a person at a conference where I was a student leader. I was in college, 21 years old, and I met this gentleman at a conference that I was a leader in, a speaker for. But at this table were the non-celebrities, and he sat with me and a few others. But in the big room, it was a room filled with all types of individuals, presidents and artists and Michael Jordan's mom. I know random, right? But so many people, Judge Mathis, it was a Jesse Jackson event for a civil rights experience event that I was leading. And we had a long conversation, me and this gentleman, to the point we were almost rude to our table mates. And we sat for quite some time there. And I only took pictures with celebrities because at 18 years old, I was on Oprah and she helped pay for my college. And Tyler Perry's first time on the show was with her and us. And so I was only getting pictures with people that my friends back home will say, "You met them?" Because I wanted to, have some of my friends to think that I was cool, right? But in this case, this gentleman wasn't a celebrity, but I knew I needed to take a picture with him because something felt so special about him. I didn't know who I was sitting next to. Long story short, I'm at my house because I just graduated college and I'm planning my lessons. And I noticed this gentleman comes on TV and he stood on the steps of a Capitol building and he says, "Hi." And I know when he gave me his card, it was a very unfamiliar card. Couldn't quite recognize and pronounce his name. He said, "Hi, I am Senator Barack Obama, and I am running for president of the United States of America." I said, he never one time told me he was about to run for president of the United States. I said, what in the world? So I tried to email him. He did not email me back. I guess he's all that now. But I say to myself, I did not know who I was sitting next to. Didn't know. There was no security guard that walked him out or walked him in. What I'm saying is you don't know who's in your classroom. You don't know who they're going to be. And so now I told my friend this and he said, "Hayward, you're telling the story wrong." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You're telling everybody that you met President Obama." He said, "But you never tell anybody that President Obama met you." I said, "Well, I'm not chopped liver." I said, "What if he became president because he met me?" What I'm saying is you don't know what type of hope you can provide somebody. What if they become great because they sat in your classroom? So now I tell people that Stevie Wonder met me. Guys, I'm telling you, you don't know who's in your classroom. You don't know the geniuses, the Cody Lees, the Stevie Wonders, the President Barack Obamas, the Shannon Vickers. You don't know who's in your classroom. This year, I want you to teach everyone as if they're going to change the world, and don't let anybody take you off your aim. Thank you for your time. Again, for those of you who are maybe new to this session, there's an attendance code. Be ready for that code from Shannon. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Hayward, so much. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you saw just a minute ago, and I put my camera on, I think I'm going to have like a crick in my neck from all the nodding that's going on, as you're speaking. Just everything you're saying, I think, is resonating with so many people. And we just truly appreciate all that you've shared. And just the fact you're such a servant leader, and being able to take what you do in your community and not just keep it there. You're taking it out and sharing it with all of us. And I know that we're all feeling very inspired. So thank you so much for your words. All right. We do have Hayward back for one more session at 3 o'clock. So he's going to go get his acai bowl, I think, and maybe he can eat it in the next 11 minutes. I'm going to share the attendance code. So please take a look here. Let me get that up. So is our attendance code for the 2 o'clock session, room 5. 5 digits. Make sure you write that down. I'll leave this up for a minute or two, a minute and a half maybe. And Jennifer Morales is putting the title of that next session in the chat as well. So. I agree with what everybody's saying. This was just such a beautiful way to end our day 2. I know I'm feeling it. So. Okay, I hope you got that. Hope everybody was paying attention, got their code. I'm going to go ahead and stop here, play our break commercial for a bit, and we will see you back here at 3 or a minute before 3 o'clock.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Here's a quick tip for you. If you ever wanted to insert a link directly, all you need to do is highlight what you want the hyperlink attached to and do Control-K. Once you do that, the window comes up. You just Control-V for the paste of that website URL, and there you have it. It's now hyperlinked. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Here's a tiny tech tip for your Google Slides. You can now easily insert GIFs into your presentation. Go to Insert, Images, and you'll see that new feature. On the right-hand side, you can search for your terms and look at all the fun options you have to place into your presentations. Have fun GIFing!
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a SciFair employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new SciFair employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for SciFair's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Let's make ClassLink work for you. Did you know that you can make your own folders? You can make folders for what you visit daily, but hey, let's go ahead and go to the edit mode, add a folder for some stuff that you just never use. Okay, it will create your folder at the bottom and then go through it. If there's things that, really don't pertain to you, right click, add to folder, and never use. Right click, add to folder, and never use. Clear up that clutter if that makes you happy.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
All right, welcome to the 3 o'clock session in room 5, which this room is sponsored by Cami and HMH. And we are very, very excited to have one of our featured presenters, Hayward Jean. And Hayward has been with us for the last couple hours, and I think we have a lot of repeat people that have stayed around because we've just been super inspired by everything he has to share with us. Hayward is the Director of Student Services in Orangeburg County School District. He's a former principal, an author, teacher of the year, national speaker, community leader, and the founder of Speak Life Enterprise. This session is titled How to Motivate and Inspire Your School Community in Unprecedented Times, because educators and students are doing what has never been done. And as a result, they're being challenged in ways they have never been challenged. We all feel that. This session will increase educators' awareness of challenges that oppose the good in education and build on the strengths of students and staff in order to motivate and inspire to achieve educational breakthroughs that will combat educational breakdowns. He has a way with words as well. So thank you so much, Hayward, for spending your afternoon with us. We're looking forward to this final session, and take it away. Ooh, make sure to unmute.
All right, and we're back and live. Thank you so much. Again, I feel like family. I think I want to tell my family we're going to take a vacation to you all. But no, I've been so encouraged by the comments in the chat. I did take a moment to do that during the time, my break time. And it just tells me that we have people and educators in our world that are intentional about making life better for our students, their communities, and those peers that work alongside them. Because we're in this work together. Let's be real. We spend more time with each other than we do with our own families. And so it's important that we are motivated and inspired. And I'm glad that y'all wanted this session, even though it's has a lot of had the language of the title is to connect to the language of protect your aim. But as we said earlier, it's continuous. So this is like part 3. It is. This is taking it to a more in-depth level in terms of what we're going to do for our communities. So let me share something with you. I'm not sharing that. I shared that earlier. But this is another picture of my family. Now, some of you are new to us. And so, hi, friends. And those who've been with us, hey, family. So now you've grown up with my family. And these are the picture you saw before was about 3 years earlier. This is them now. All right. And just showing you and showing us how they're growing with using their gifts, talents, and abilities to impact the world. My daughter now has a platform. I didn't share this in the other one. She has a platform called Imani Inspires, where she uses her gifts to inspire people. My son with the basketball, he has a platform called Hoops with Hayward to inspire the community with the game of basketball. And then my middle son, Malachi, he has a piano. He's a vocalist and musician. He has this little, I guess you can call it a movement called Middle Child Moments with Malachi, right? Where he talks about what it's like being a middle child and how to help people just through song that way. Then there's me with all the things, right? Why do I do that? Because our work and our gifts, talents, and abilities can't stop in our houses. They can't just stop in our schools. They have to be in our communities as well. So one of the things is important for us to do. Again, if you've been with us all day, we talked about moving from losing your job to winning your purpose, having that lens. Then we talked about, okay, once you have that, now have the aim and protect it at all costs. Don't let anybody interrupt that because that will interfere with the integrity of your work. And now we're moving towards, once you're able to do that for yourself and the community that you serve in proximity-wise, or primarily, which is the building or the house, now let's package it and let's take it to the community. This is how to motivate and inspire your community in your world in unprecedented times. Now it's important because our community needs the same thing that your schools need. Your community is the same thing that your teachers need, because you can't have a community without school. So we're going to set that tone. And I'm going to share with you a revelation about motivation. There we go. Success is not final. That's one thing we got to know. Sometimes success, let me read the quote first, and then I'll share with you how I feel about it. Success is not final. Failure is not final. It is the courage to continue that counts. So one of the things that about motivation, especially when you're trying to inspire our community, is that we got to understand, because everybody wants, especially in this generation we're in. I mean, do you realize that they actually measure? I heard Steve Spangler say this. Shout out to Steve Spangler, that they actually measure the weight of how you press something on a, whether it be a TikTok or an Instagram or a link on YouTube, whatever. They measure the how you press it. They also measure how long you're on a site. And you realize that the attention span is getting shorter and shorter by the day, it feels like. I'm saying it because if our success is not continuous, then we're going to be competing with this microwave society where we're trying to get everybody to do things quick, fast, and hurry. And I do understand there's urgency, but everything that's urgent is not always emergency as well. Just because it's urgent doesn't mean there's emergency. So I say that because I want you to understand that when you're looking for success, sometimes it's not about a microwave. Sometimes it's got to be in a crock pot, especially if you want the seasoning to be right. It has to be that way. And so we want you to have the courage to understand that sometimes your motivation is not coming because you're not seeing success. Sometimes a community is not motivated because you're not seeing success yet. Let that sink in for a moment. Sometimes our lack of motivation to continue is not because we're not seeing success. It's just that we're not seeing it yet, or we're not seeing it fast enough. So when you have a plan, then you keep working the plan, and you're committed to the plan until you see the success. Here's the beauty of motivation. When you do it right, when you inspire community right, when your aim is to serve the community, and this is still powerful because typically schools have our hands out because, again, teachers aren't paid like they should be paid. I know we get funding for different plans, but we're not getting the payment, sometimes not getting the recognition. When COVID happened, it felt like everybody understood our world. Now there's an endemic. It's like, let's continue, right? To be continued, and that's fine. But we can't look down on ourselves. We can't look down on our own work. Matter of fact, I'd rather be more passionate about my work than anybody else is about my work. Nope. I don't want people to have to be motivated. I don't want people to have to love my job for me to be motivated. I'd rather be motivated and let people love my job. All right. So it's time to kind of reverse it a little bit. And again, that comes from not trying to do everything in a hurry. Now, here's the cool thing about not trying to do things in a hurry. Sometimes when you're so passionate about the process becomes a reward because of what's happening during the process. What do you mean what's happening? The change that's taking place inside of people, how people are being made better, how character is being formed, and relationships are getting stronger, and people are working together more now because they're working together for the aim, for the goal, for the destination, when in actuality, the destination was the relationship all along. The destination was, hey, we just made each other better. We're stronger now. Yep, I might not have reached the goal. I might have championed, but man, we became friends. I'm not a champion, but man, we became smarter. I'm not a champion, but man, I can do way more than I did last year. So the trick sometimes is the destination is not always what you're aiming for. Sometimes it's who you're becoming when you're getting to the destination. That's why you gotta understand that it's the courage to continue that counts, because you're still being formed and made while you're going after your goal. And that should be what we do. So when our hands are not always out, we shift from our hands serving. The cool thing that happens is sometimes the results you want, they happen suddenly. Sometimes things just click. I've seen it with kids all the time. They're in this low reading level, maybe 3 grade levels behind. And you're just like, oh, they're not going to get it in 1 year. Oh, they're not going to be successful in 1 year. But you're so passionate about seeing their success. You're building on their strengths. You're helping them with those skills. You're giving them their own self-education skills. And out of nowhere, in 3 years, they show growth in 1. And you're like, when did that happen? Sometimes it clicks, but it won't happen that way when you're more stressed out about it not happening the way you want it to happen. And so just real quickly, what is your goal for the new school year? Again, I'm about reflection. You've seen it in my other sessions. I'm about reflection. You don't have to write it down necessarily, but I want you to consider that for a moment. What is your goal for the new school year? Like, what is that you're saying, I'm going to have this year? Watch this. What is the implication of you achieving that goal? See, this is when you're talking about making an impact. And for me, motivating my community is impacting my community. When you have an impact on your community, that's motivation for your community in unprecedented times. All right. So what is the implication? If you achieve that goal, what does it imply? Just extend that a little bit. What does it imply for the people around you? What does that mean for them? What does that mean for those who catch the overflow of your achievement? What does that mean? That's what I want you to kind of consider. If you can write it, really, it's cool to do. I believe in that. That's a good way to learn as well. Because the last question is, how will that implication change the way your system is perceived, or how does it confirm the perception of the system that you're in right now? What do you mean? Well, when we're motivating our community, can I tell you that our community is impacted by how we're treating our children? Our community gets their cues on how they see us by how we see our students, by how we treat our children, by how we value them, how we grow them, how we protect them. That's how we motivate our community. When they see that, oh, they care about my kids, they care about the children. Because the best way to love a community is to love the community's children. I know one thing, you want to get to my heart, if you want to get to this man's heart, take care of my children. You want to bless me. You want to take off. You want to get a great Christmas present from me. No, but seriously, if you want me to be really happy, love my kids. Love my kids the way I love them. Now, sometimes you can't love them the way I love them because you can't take all their toys and stuff away, all right? Their phones or their video games. But you get where I'm going. When you love them with the same passion and fire, that's how you motivate me. Now I'm like, oh yeah, you got my attention, okay? So just think about that for a moment, because what you do, your goal, the implication, that can help you with your alignment this year and how you plan to motivate. And so here's some motivations. We're gonna go through a few motivations today. One, provide the spark. Because here's the thing, I know the title says how to motivate, but can I tell you something? We really can't motivate. We can inspire, but you know where motivation comes? You already know it. I can almost see Shannon shaking her head right now again. The motivation comes from within. See, I can't go inside you and make you motivated. Like, what I can do is provide the spark. What I can do is make you want it by constantly sharing with you what's possible. And that's what we got to do a better job of. One, with ourselves. So positive self-talk is important. You already know my mission is speak life. You see it on all the slides. Speak life, positive self-talk. And not just a self-talk where you're trying to psych yourself up. You know what I'm saying? Like when you say, I will lose weight, I will lose weight, I will lose weight, I will lose weight. You got to do some work. I will eat right, I will eat right, I will eat right. Oh, you got to eat right. So it's not just saying it. Your actions have to line up with your words. So that's gonna kill that, because a lot of people are like, well, you're just speaking, but you gotta do, yep, your words have to line up with what you say, what you do, but provide the spark. Like, don't not say it though. Like, don't not tell people what's possible, because all you can see is what's wrong. So provide the spark. Give people the opportunity. So one good way to provide the spark is to show people that what their goals are has been done before, right? Take people on trips or expose people to places where they've seen that the work that they're doing is done in a similar setting by similar people. Another good way is this. One way that I provided spark in my school community and in my district is this. I took my teachers on a bus tour. Again, for many who heard in my last session, you heard that our school was a high poverty school. Our poverty index is 100.74. And again, your school might not be high poverty, but they still are high in need of love and attention and value and understand and someone honoring their humanity. I don't care what it is. If they're very affluent. Sometimes I've seen struggles where the families who are affluent, those kids may have everything except for their parents. Again, I'm not saying that every scenario is the same, but I'm saying every scenario has the same needs. That's value. That's love. Because while I grew up in poverty and I had the love of my family, but I didn't have everything else, there are others who grew up affluent, they have everything else, but they don't have their family. And so you're still needed. So I don't ever want you to think, oh, you don't have money, so you need love. Oh, you have money, so you just need time. No, they all need love, time, energy, effort. So I say provide the spark. One thing I did was I took my teachers on a trip. I hate calling it a trip, but we went to our families' homes and on a bus before school, and we visited their families, and we got off the buses and we gave them books and we talked to them, because our children are not others than, I know they may act like sometimes, but they're not different species. They are us. When you look at your children this school year, don't say look at them. You gotta say look at us, because they are you and you are them. My question is, when you look at your past, AKA them, are they looking at their future, AKA you? Provide the spark. So what that did for my community, because our teachers did not grow up in the same neighborhoods as our kids. What do you mean? Well, there were traumatic events that took place in the same communities that our kids play hopscotch, double dutch, kickball, basketball in. Well, some of our teachers were afraid to get off the bus, all right, in the same communities. So we got off the bus. It was safe. Got off the bus, all right. You know what it did for our children and their families? I didn't realize they were talking about it at the district office. They're like, whoa, we heard you went on the bus. I didn't think it was anything that was spectacular. I thought it was just something to do to get to know our families and communities. And the best way to do it was get on the bus. Because we couldn't do this long carpool, or I'm sorry, a caravan of cars going. That would look strange, like a funeral procession. So I said, we want to go on the bus. That's the quickest way to travel. And we get a chance to sit in the same seats of our children so we can empathize, so we can feel those same bumps as our kids feel, right? So now we know, I think before they come to school, their brains are shaking a little bit. So you might wonder why it's hard to listen. They're waiting for their brains to be still, all right? They're waiting on the bus stop like 6 in the morning and get on that same bus. And then we went to the communities. Again, I wish I had the time, but I don't have much time, but I will tell you that what they saw when they drove by those homes, with no exaggeration, I'm not doing this for effect, our teachers were in tears. They didn't realize that when they were asking their kids to do homework, that they had to do homework in those conditions. Because when we give homework, we may give them through the lenses of our kitchens, of our central air and heat. We didn't realize that when we give our homework, we got to realize that when we give our homework, they're receiving the homework and have to do it under a candlelight, or in one home that we visited where they put 2 trailers together, but they didn't seal the trailers because they just did it manually. And every time it rains in their home, but they were already prepared for it because they're used to it. So there are buckets that line the crevice of the home where the 2 homes are joining, and they're doing homework that way. And so we did that. And so we visited those homes, and those tears, I didn't stop there. We drove across town to the affluent neighborhoods with manicured yards and landscapings and bricks, and it looked like 2 different worlds. And in between those communities was a library. So that was just a great image, a picture of how literacy can connect us all. You know, when we went back, our teachers went back with a new fire. And that's when we went from an F to an A, that school year right there. They took it to another level. They said, nah, I'm sorry. They were like apologizing, like, oh my gosh. And it gave them a new spark. So again, I didn't motivate them, but I gave them an opportunity to be motivated. The feelings of belonging, of shared values, and deep sense of empathy dramatically enhances trust, cooperation, and watch this, problem solving. Guys, one of the ways that we help our community is by solving problems. Man, schools are great problem solvers for our communities because they cause they solve problems or problems occur because you're helping children. But again, the feeling of belonging, shared values, deep sense of empathy that enhances that. And so teamwork makes the dream work. Popular phrase. You know me, Shannon already said it. I'm away with words. I flip that. Dream work makes the team work. So it's not so necessarily about the teamwork that makes the dream work. Nope, because the dream can't work on its own. No, the work of a dream is what causes the team to work. So again, the motivation comes from me having something to work for. And payment, we've already saw this now for hundreds of years. Working for pay is not not good motivation. It's not a great way to add value to lives. I want to give you this because I want you to move from just being theory-based to being best practices-based. That's a difference. So to my leaders, and not all you leaders, but I want you to hear this for those who have titles as leaders. There's a difference between working leadership out on paper and working it out on people. Totally different. So I know we wrote the papers. I know we wrote the plans out. I know we know how to send a nice email out, and I'm not belittling that at all. What I'm saying is I want you to be as intentional about working your leadership out with people as you are when we write out the plans for the people. Because sometimes it doesn't fit. You know that. You know what happens with our plans because we don't plan all the times for life that happens. As I hear people say, life knows how to life. They say life be lifing, right? And so you got to know how to turn that. And I'll say this, there's a difference between teaching lessons and teaching students, right? Teachers can lead you off the hook on that one. Teaching lessons, teaching students, two different things. So we got to understand that the curriculum is my tool to teach the students. I know it ties a little bit into like having that aim and alignment, but it also works with motivation as well, because I'm more motivated. I'm not motivated by teaching a lesson. Again, I'm sorry to say this on a recorded platform, but teaching lessons aren't always the most fun to do. But teaching the people, that's fun. And I can use my lessons as a tool. And it will also help you make sure the lessons are more personalized and customized for the needs, watch this, and the dreams of our students. Y'all, with that mindset, we got to grow. We got to learn. We got to read. We got to build capacity within ourselves. And that happens through people that see more in us than you see in yourself. They're willing to push you. And it happens with you're willing to grow as well. So what that is, again, for a community, you humanize the human work. Our work is a people-based work. So we cannot do it without the people. So we got to be intentional about humanizing the work, right? And that just means not forgetting that there are people. Not forgetting that as you're teaching the lessons, you got to plan for the fact that some child might come in and throw 15 pencils across the room in the middle of your lesson. I know that was crazy. First thing that came to my mind. I don't even know why that came to my mind. But you know, there are things that happen that you didn't put in your lesson plans. Those are things that I'm talking about, where you got to be aware of people and you build in space for you to honor that humanity, to honor that, like, for example, one big example, when Kobe Bryant passed away, Kobe Bryant, his daughter, and all the precious lives that were lost in that traumatic helicopter accident, that impacted students in my school, in our community, because they had the Kobe's on. You know, when you throw a basketball on the hoop, you say, Kobe, you know, these are things that impacted them. And our teachers didn't prepare for that in their lesson plans. And so you recognize the humanity of that, and you make space for children to be human. When you do that, you think you're wasting less instructional time, you actually gain time. Because now, once you honor their humanity and it's time to get back to work, they're hungry for knowledge because they're learning from somebody. You heard what I just said? They're not learning from a machine. They're learning from someone that cares. And that connection cannot be substituted, right? No, let's go even closer to home. When COVID-19, when that pandemic hit, I'll never forget, it was the weekend right before we were so excited. We had the best, when I say, and this is not exaggeration, that's why I love this, I'm having this conversation with you all. I don't think this is an accident. But right before the pandemic, when we had to move shift schools and we couldn't go to school and go in the building, we had the best school week that our school's ever seen. No exaggeration. I partner with a phenomenal education organization called Get Your Teach On, and they came and pretty much did a overhaul, makeover of our schools, instructional PD and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. And we just had the best week ever. Headlines in the news. Bakari Sellers was there. It was just a big time. Then the pandemic hit. So we had all these strategies. We bought all these new tools and new manipulatives to use, and we were prepared to take our learning to the next level the very next week. And immediately we had to take our learning to the next level the very next week, but it wasn't the level that we planned for. And you know what we had to do? We had to plan for humanity. Fortunately for me, I was able to help my community, my school, because I honored the humanity of our work. I was able to help our community because I honored the humanity. I was able to take care of the people in such a way that schools around us started modeling what we were doing in our school. When you take care of the people, I promise you, you'll begin to help students see that I'm more than just a machine, and I can do more now because you care about me. Next motivation, celebrate often. Celebrate often. I know, like, you don't have a party every day. I'm not talking about having a party every day. What I'm saying is you celebrate what you want to see more of. Whatever you want to see more of, you celebrate. You push it. You recognize it. What do you mean? Okay, I'll give you a great example. Right there, I showed you, boxing ring. Oh, look at that. That's the story I was telling you about. That was the week. That was the week right before the pandemic happened. That very week right there. That was the best school week we ever had. Total makeover. That's the boxing ring. Whole lot of fun right there. We planned, and then our plans changed. But as an example, though, without the cameras, without all the people, what we do in this ring is, not only do I give a message to our staff and our teachers and our students every week, they get the same message, kids included, so we all see we're aligned, all the grade levels. One other thing that we do is we recognize teachers from the boxing ring. Exactly. Without the fanfare that you hear, we have our own fanfare in addition, but we recognize them. And here's how I recognize them. I told you, celebrate often. It's not just always about, hey, you had a nice outfit, or hey, you had a great door decorating. I like how you decorate your door. Nope. When I learn in front of my teachers, I like to share what I'm learning. A good motivation within my school, which extends outside of my school, is when I learn out loud. What do you mean, Hayward? I like to learn out loud. I like to share what I'm learning. If I'm working on something, I like to share what I'm learning. And then I like to put it in the email and give a summary of a book that I'm working on and inspire others to learn with me. So I'll give them a clip, I'll give them an excerpt of something that I'm learning that aligns to our school's vision. And then I'll put in there a nice little quote that says, if you read this and respond, then I will give you duty-free lunch. You can come in late, 1 hour late, leave an hour early, whatever. All the cool things that teachers, the little hacks teachers love. And then what I'll do is I'll put all the names in the hat who read the email, again, because I won't make sure teachers don't ignore my emails. And I draw the name out the hat. These same children you see here, the excitement that happens when they hear their teacher's name called for a duty-free lunch. The excitement that when they hear those kids' teacher name is, we just celebrate because I'm celebrating what I want to see more of. That's a good way to motivate. What do you mean? What does that have to do with the community? Well, doesn't it make sense? When you make teachers feel special, they go out talking about the impact that the school has on their lives. What do you mean? Because they're going home. They're going to their churches. They're going to their stores. They're going to their families. They're going out to businesses. They're a part of different social organizations. And they become your promoters of what you're doing in your schools. Don't underestimate the power of how you take care of the people in your building. Man, I heard it said, I'm sticking with Simon Sinek on this one, y'all. In the book called Leaders Eat Last, he mentioned about how there are people that, and I'm paraphrasing, that could love their job so much, but hate their bosses. They endure the job. And then I saw it like this, and I said, well, let me add to that. You can also love your work. You can love your job, but hate your work, and you endure that. But then there are people who hate their job and hate their work. They shouldn't even be there. But what about us being able to be educators where people love coming to work, being coworkers, people love coming to work and love the job? That is possible. Another thing that I learned is this: everyone is not always. I know we talk about being away from my family. You saw the pictures of my family, and I'm away from them a lot. But I tell you, because I love my job, they don't get a miserable dad coming to work. See, when you are a great supervisor or a great teacher, you're sending people home to their homes with joy. Because I would much rather be around my wife, if I had to choose, less with joy than being around her more with anger because I'm around an evil boss. We have the power to send people out in our communities with joy by how we treat them at work. One way to treat them is to see the great things they're doing. I wish I had time. I got a few minutes. I'm looking at the clock. Let me share with you something that we did with our community partners. Because when you take care of your community's children, look at what the community does for you. You're gonna see community all around these walls. Just check it out. Check it out.
Oh, it's already good. I just feel the atmosphere.
All right, are you ready?
I'm so dramatic.
To see your new student lounge?
I thought I was.
All right, 3.
All right.
2.
All right.
What? It's not the same place! Oh, not the same place! What in the world, Brittany?
When you take care of the community,
it's already.
The community takes care of you. This is a big community effort. They chipped in and they helped us turn one of our classrooms into a safe space student lounge. We didn't pay for anything. And that room is still up today and still being utilized today. And that was about 4 years ago. Right? That was done by community work. And that's what happens when you take care of the community. You inspire the community to want to work for you. And now through that partnership, I'm still a part of those individuals who assisted. Now we're doing things all over the country through that part. I'm telling you, that's what happens. But it starts with how you take care of your kids, how you utilize your resources to make it big. And so you do that by this mindset, this motivation. Have it before you have it. Yeah, you got to have it before you have it. Whatever you say you want, you got to go ahead and have it now. You might not have the version that you want of it, but you got to have it before you have it. If you say that you are an A school, you got to be an A school before you are an A school, meaning you got to do what A schools do. A schools stand outside and greet their children when they're walking down the hallways into the classrooms. A schools don't just plan lessons, they prepare lessons, because that's a difference. Because I can write up a good lesson plan and then go in the building and try to teach it, and I don't have my stuff. I don't have my materials. I don't have things placed properly. I don't have it timed right. You got to plan and prepare. You got to be what you want to see. So all that makes sense. And so that's very important to have it. Your team's success cannot be a surprise attack. It has to be targeted. Right? Again, that's a motivation for your school and community. It has to be a targeted plan of attack. Success should be a part of a targeted plan for attack. So your attitude sets the climate or the culture. Your attitude does. This is a part of Speak Life Day, where we go into communities and we just take the whole day and inspire them to be positive, and they do poster contests and the whole assemblies. And it's a whole thing. Sheriff's officers are out. The whole city takes one day to speak life, right? And this is one, and they're trying to encourage us to stay positive. That sets the climate as well. All right. What if the success shocks you? If you're feeling froggy, I say if you're feeling froggy, jump. What do you mean? Why are you saying that? Well, let me read this for you. Story time. A group of frogs were hopping contentedly through the woods. going about their froggy business when two of them fell into a deep pit. I don't know if you ever heard the story, check it out. All the other frogs gathered around the pit to see what could be done to help their companions. Excuse me. When they saw how deep the pit was, they agreed that it was hopeless and told the two frogs in the pit that they should just prepare themselves for their fate because they were as good as dead. Unwilling to accept this terrible fate, the two frogs began to jump with all their might, and some of the frogs shouted into the pit that it was hopeless and that the two frogs wouldn't be in that situation if they hadn't been more careful, more obedient to all the froggy rules and more responsible. The other frogs continued sadly and sorrowfully shouting, they should save their energy and just give up since they were already as good as dead. Well, the two frogs continued jumping with all their might. And after several hours of this, they were quite weary. Finally, one of the frogs took heed to the calls of his fellow frogs. Exhausted, he quietly resolved himself to his fate, lay down at the bottom of the pit, and died. The other frog continued to jump as hard as he could, although his body was racked with pain and he was quite exhausted. Once again, his companions began yelling for him to accept his fate, stop the pain, and just die. But the wary frog jumped harder and harder, and wonder of wonders, finally, he leaped so high that he sprang from the pit, amazed. The other frogs celebrated his freedom, and then gathering around him, they asked, why did you continue jumping when we told you it was impossible? The astonished frog explained to him that he was deaf. And as he saw their gestures shouting, he thought they were cheering him on. What he had perceived as encouragement inspired him to try harder and to succeed against all odds. I don't want your motivation for people to be perceived as encouragement. I want it to really be encouragement. This frog thought they were encouraging him by their actions. I want your actions to be intentional actions. You got to have it before you have it. You got to make them feel like they're special already. That's called collective efficacy. I'm not going to read that whole slide, but I'm going to capture that for you. Collective efficacy is a belief that through collective actions, educators can influence outcomes. Those frogs, they influence outcomes accidentally. We can't influence outcomes on accident. We got to influence them on purpose. We got to influence and empower our community on purpose. And you got to know that your actions make a difference. It starts with that belief. I know I can't see you, but I'm going to ask you to do something for me. Raise your hand if you believe in the success of your students. Go ahead. All right, good job. Now I want you to raise your hand if you believe that everyone you work with also believes in the success of students. Not as many hands I'm willing to believe. I'm willing to believe that all of us don't necessarily believe that everyone that I work with believes like I can say that everyone that I work with, I wish I could say they believe like I believe. I can't say they do. That further tells us why our work is important. If that doesn't give us motivation to keep working, I don't know what does. It shouldn't discourage us, because I believe that more people can believe, because guess what keeps happening? We keep sending more students with people who may not believe like you. That should motivate you to be a model, be an example, and never stop believing. There's some threats against belief, and that's incongruent leadership, lack of empathy, cognitive dissonance, which connects to incongruent leadership. What do you mean? Saying one thing and doing another. Your practices doesn't line up with your beliefs. You say that you believe that we all got to come to work on time, and you don't come to work on time. You know, that's just one idea, but it's so much of how we will say we believe in kids, but we keep suspending students. But yet you want them in your classroom, but you keep suspending the students. When are we going to realize that certain things that we're doing just is not working? That hurts efficacy. I told you about negative talk. Apathy, no urgency. Unprepared, told you about power being prepared. And lastly, lack of building relationships. That hurts efficacy. Next motivation, almost there. Collaborate with like-minded teams. Huge. You want to be a part of people that's going where you're going. That's one good way to help with collective efficacy, because when you know people don't believe like you got to get more believers together. we gotta become the majority. We gotta strengthen numbers. And the impact of your belief could bring people over who don't believe. But if they see you believing in a silo, it says, well, you're lonely. I don't want to believe. That's boring. You got to collaborate with people that are like you. And that means collaborating with teams that think like you. They strengthen your thought. All right, listen, this quick clip that I heard. Hey, Speak Life family. Hayward Jean here. Listen, I want to encourage you. A lot of people can't handle the fact that where they met you is not where they left you. I'll say it again. A lot of people can't handle the fact that where they met you is not where they left you. Why? Because when they came back to find you, you were a little bit higher up than where you were before. Don't you let them bring you down. If they're reaching up, only way you go down is if you're pulling them up to where you are. But if they're reaching up to pull you down, don't go there. Stay in that high place of positivity. Stay in that high place of encouragement. Stay in that high place of spirit. And you'll find that where they met you is not where they left you, because you're right where you belong. Stay high, y'all. Speak life. Hey, excuse me. Don't be discouraged by people who may be intimidated by your growth, by your success. Keep going. Keep going. Your work, your growth is going to inspire. Keep going. But don't get distracted. That's why you got to be around people like you, because the more you're doing it alone, it's going to make you feel like maybe I'm not where I'm supposed to be. So there are people like you. You're not alone in this work. We're together. We're alike. All right. I would say the last one is brace for impact. That's right. You got to get ready. You got to get ready for the impact. You got to get ready for the impact you're going to, excuse me, my fingers, just doing everything. You got to get ready for the impact you're going to have. I don't have time to show that clip, but that clip is from a movie is about Captain Sully. And you know, the landing of the plane on the Hudson River. Wow. Well, one of the things he said before he landed that plane, before he did the impossible thing, he said, brace for impact. Now that was pretty traumatic, but I want you to know success can be just as damaging as failure if you don't plan for it, right? If you don't plan for success, it can be just as damaging as failure, all right? For time, I'd rather show you probably one of the most powerful videos that I created that's going to bring it all home about impacting the community. I want to thank you for your time with me. I want to thank you for your passion to inspire and motivate your community in unprecedented times like never before. And I hope that this last clip that I created for my students inspires the work you're going to do with your students, helps you see them and better serve them. Check this out.
In third grade, my favorite teacher of all time and mentor, Mr. Hayward Jean, created a mission statement that each of us had to repeat every day I want to share 3 lines with you. The statement is, I am a light destined to shine. I am designed to destroy ignorance with wisdom. I am the dream of leaders before me. I am a nightmare to failure, bad behavior, and bad grades. I am a leader to serve the distance. I am transformed to transform communities. With all of that being said, know that when we leave this building today, with bright smiles and a few tears on our faces, it is time to write a new story. Class of 2017, you are a light destined to shine. We need to eliminate the fear of failure completely from our lives. Courage, my classmates, will serve as a catalyst for our future success.
I want to take a moment and give you all a picture of your legacy. This is what you're doing for your students. So when you work with your children, see their graduation caps in mind. See the families that are getting to celebrate the results that you are getting by the work you're putting in those kids' lives. When they were in 4th grade, I gave them all t-shirts of their graduation year. And I bought them t-shirts and I said, this is where you're going. That motivated the community around them to say, oh, they got a shirt. They got to make sure that they live out what's on that shirt. Then at graduation, I brought their shirts right back to them again because I had some extras. And I said, I told you so. I want you to have some I told you so moments this year with your kids. You can do it, y'all. I'm rooting for you. Continue to motivate and inspire. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. My goodness. You keep doing that. You put something at the end that makes us all cry. Nobody here has to come on camera after that. No, but very, very inspiring. And what a wonderful message that you've shared with us this whole day. And I think we're all incredibly motivated to go light the spark. So thank you, Hayward, for your words again and for sharing with us. Oh, I don't have any other words. That's all I can say. So, those of you, I know you're shouting them out in the chat. Hopefully you can see those words as well from all of the people that joined us this afternoon. And for those of you that are still hanging out, we want to just cover a couple things for the end of the day. That was our final session. What a way to end it. It was amazing and beautiful. And wanted to make sure that everybody got their access to the attendance forms. They are open. We had a little snafu with them, but they are working now and they're open until midnight. So make sure that you have your codes from all of the sessions that you attended today, and you can even continue to watch additional sessions through midnight, or not through midnight, until midnight, and make sure that you get the form submitted. So the links to the forms are found in the app. They're found on your planning sheet, and they're found on the website. So just to remind everybody where those are, when I go to the CFISD.net/DLC website, over here on the left-hand side, you click on attendance submission links. If you are in SciFair, you choose the button that matches your last name. We have those spread out a little bit so that it will help with not too many uses on one form. And then if you are a new SciFair employee, but you don't have an email address yet, you'll choose new to SciFair. And out of district, thank you for joining us, you will choose the out of district form. And again, like I said, they are also in the app, which I'm going to go to real quick just to show you. Conference site, which can be accessed on your phone as well. So right here, 725 attendance, set up the same way. You've got your employee by last name, new to SciFair, and out of district. And then finally in your planning document, the same. So when you come in here and complete your form, make sure that you verify your email address, and especially if you're out of district or new to SciFair, because it's not going to recognize you coming in to the form. So please make sure you check your email address. And the code. I haven't shared the code. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, here we go. The code. I was just, wrapped up. Okay. Okay, hold on. Here it comes. Share my screen. Okay. Let's see. And I wasn't even sharing my screen. My goodness, I was very distracted just then. Sorry, y'all. Here you go. I should be fired. No, not really. Here's the code. I'm going to leave it up for a good amount of time. Thank you for understanding. Code, yes, the minions. Code. That's what it feels like. Here's the code. Ah. 3 o'clock session, the code is up, and I'm going to make sure I leave it up plenty of time. See, that's how you get everybody engaged. You don't give them the code. No, I know everybody was super engaged in all of the sessions they attended, especially these last few were so wonderful with Hayward. Okay. Thank you all for joining us. Hopefully you know where to find those attendance forms. I'm just going to show it real quick, and I'm not going to go through super detailed.